The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The standings remain unchanged at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. The day before the rest day was full of fight but yielded a lack of decisive results. In the All-American matchup, tournament leader Fabiano Caruana pressed against his compatriot Wesley, but the face-off fizzled into a draw. Caruana remains in clear first, nursing a half-point lead over the field. Will a challenger rise to take the mantle, or can he remain one step ahead? Day 6 of incredible chess, coming up next!
Hello dear chess fans, and welcome back to the round 6 of the Sinquefield Cup. After so much needed rest day, our players are back to the playing venue and ready to fight for the crucial points. Let's go back to the studio and start the action.
There are only 4 days left in the 2025 Sinquefield Cup. One player has a half-point lead and a handful of players within striking distance. Can anyone catch the leader? We'll find out as day 6 starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the Sinquefield Cup. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts Yasser, Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Peter, how was your rest day?
Wonderful.
I wanted to say birthday.
It felt like one.
It felt like a birthday, didn't it? It was really nice. Hello everyone, welcome to our show. Indeed, the rest day was over and as Anastasiya just said, it was much needed. We are ready for round 6 and the standings are so tight at the top. It's going to be a great an epic finish. Nasi, standings.
Let's have a look. Yasser, after round 5, we have sole leader Fabiano Caruana, who has 3.5 points. 2 players, Levon, Aronian and Praggnanandhaa, are sharing second with 3 points. And then there's a 5-way tie for the 4th place.
So close at the top, as I was saying. And the format, Nasi?
It's a 10-player round-robin event with a classical time control. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and it's a traditional scoring system.
And with the rest day pass, the schedule's getting narrower, smaller and smaller. Yeah.
Today, players are back for round 6, only 4 more rounds to go. If there is no clear winner at the Sinquefield Cup, we'll have the playoffs right after round 9. And we may also see Grand Chess Tour playoffs on Thursday.
We'll have to ask Ben the stats on that one. Peter, who's got the toughest schedule coming up?
Let's take a look. First of all, another visit to our standings table with Fabi, as we've established, up top on +2, 3.5 out of 5. And Levon and Prague are just half a point behind him, tied for second. And now that we only have the final 4 rounds to go, we can take a look at who possibly has the tougher road ahead. Beginning with Levon, who probably does have the toughest remaining 4 games. White against Wesley today. Wesley is rock solid, as we know. Then black against Fabiano, black against the world champion Gukesh, and white against Prague in the last round. About
first, second, fourth.
Yeah, very, very tough lineup. Yeah, the world champion, the leader of the tournament, somebody he is tied for second right now, and Wesley, who doesn't need an introduction in GCT context. Then we get to Prague. Prague has an interesting lineup of games. He is white against Duda today. Duda, obviously, very, very good chess player, but not having the most fun playing classical chess right now, as he himself admitted in an interview in our studio. And then a very interesting game tomorrow, where he will be black against Alireza. But Alireza does appear to be going all in pretty much every single game. So this could actually present an opportunity for Prague to maybe play for a win with the black pieces, which is rare in this tournament, I think. At least until middle game, you don't think about those things too much. And then Wesley and Levon to finish it off. Also a very tough lineup. And then we come to the leader of the tournament. Also, I mean, every lineup here, any 4 games in this tournament at any point will be very difficult. But he does have a game against Sevian today with the black pieces, though, and Sem has been very, very good so far, 50%, and could have been more. Then white against Levon, black against MVL. and finishing with a very important clash against Gukesh in the last round. Nobody has it easy. I would still argue Levon probably has it the hardest in terms of these 4 games, but very, very interesting kind of a final runway for our top 3 participants. We've spoken about the pairings a little bit, but let's take a look at the full pairings for today, Yasser and Nazi.
Indeed, Nazi. Who's playing?
Let's have a look for round 6. What do we have today? We have Nodirbek Abdusattorov facing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Nice.
Gukesh against Alireza Firouzja.
My kingdom for a victory.
Praggnanandhaa against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Right.
And then all-American matchups. Sevian against Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian against Wesley. So
Look at all the points on those bottom 2 tables that the players have accrued. Tell us what they're fighting for, Nazi.
they're fighting for a lot of money and Grand Chess Tour points. First place winner takes home $100,000. Second place, 65. Big prizes for everybody. But those Grand Chess Tour points are very important as they're trying to qualify for the Final 4.
Absolutely. As we go and visit our tournament hall, the players getting ready for this, the start of round 6. And I got to tell you, that pre-day, boy, I felt so well rested. It was so needed. I know that in the U.S. Championships that are coming up, we're going to have 2 rest days, and I think somehow that's
Everybody loves rest days.
Yeah, just to recharge the batteries.
And I'm sure players also feel rested. But Yasser, do you think sometimes it takes you out of your rhythm and changes up your schedule?
I was about to ask exactly that of you too, because I know the answer for myself. How well do you play after the rest day?
I never did the statistics, only that I was happy to have the rest day, even when I was I was going swimmingly well and anxious for the tournament to restart. I just love this idea of just recharging. Mm-hmm. Oftentimes I felt, especially in these big tournaments, you feel like you need original ideas.
And also, I'm sure that our audience has noticed our special guest today is Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
He's chit-chatting there with the players. I think he's going to be our bell ringer. I asked him to practice.
I'm sure he's done it before once or twice.
Exactly. I just noticed on stage, Leonard Otis there, our photographer, was taking...
And our defending champion, Alireza Firouzja, if he wants to finish well and qualify for that Final 4, he needs to start winning.
Yes, he does. And
he's been playing very, very aggressively in order to do that, but has been stalled a little bit, and in particular after that loss to Fabi in round 3. Just to round off that brief discussion we had, I'm sort of a notoriously nervous starter. My round 1s are generally not great, and I found that after the rest days, I tend to play as if it was round 1, even if it's, let's say, round 7, and I've seemed to have already kind of played myself into some sort of form. So rest days are kind of never unwelcome. You always feel like, yeah, you do need to recharge. Maybe you do need to do some remedial work on your openings or what have you. But it still kind of breaks the rhythm a little bit, and those games were always a bit dangerous for me because I felt like I
could leave something behind.
Yeah, cooled off a bit and need to kind of remember how to do it all over again.
But now, on the other hand, if you're having a bad tournament, I'm looking at Nodirbek right now. He had a bad start. Maybe 3 days exactly what he needed to start a completely new tournament today.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, just because you were referring to the game between Gukesh and Firouzja, as you were saying, there's that big tie with 50%. And all of those players in that field at 50% need one win, just one win to get themselves in the podium for the Grand Chess Tour. And for Alireza, at this exact moment, he is now trailing Prague in terms of being on the bubble. And for him, a victory, but it's
hard to
so
win games here.
Right. I wanted to say, just like Peter was saying, that he's playing really, really hard, and sometimes the results just don't come. Other times you kind of feel you're playing lackluster, and you're winning game after game, and you can't understand why it's all going so well.
Sometimes things just go your way.
Exactly. And for Fabi, that has been the case. I'm not sure he's completely elated by his first 5 games, but he's elated by his results in the first 5 games. Undefeated and at +2, our tournament leader with the black pieces.
And these 2
Okay, Maurice, don't blow it. we built him up so much.
Today he'll also be our special guest we will interview, and he'll talk about upcoming wonderful events in October in St. Louis Chess Club.
Including Clutch Chess, his brainchild.
I think they're doing a countdown.
Yeah. Maybe Chris is?
Yeah, Chris will give a sign, and then he can ring the bell.
Giving some last-minute instructions, maybe?
Also, maybe Gukesh is missing from his board, and maybe that's what they're waiting for. I know
just getting him through security, that's probably a good point.
Not at his table yet.
By the way, it was pretty funny. We were having the players meeting for the Rapid and Blitz, and Gukesh was late. Mm-hmm. And so I looked. I said, Joy, can we start the players meeting? She goes, right. So blah, 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 everything's going good. And by the way, let me just introduce some important people in the staff, and in comes Gukesh. I was saying important people. Yeah, he was waiting for the introduction. As we see Prague and Duda there. There we go.
I think that's Gukesh. He's a
Yes.
Ring that bell, please.
Ring that bell. I don't know. I think Corbin did a better job. Seriously. I mean, I want to talk to Maurice about that. Well, let's start with our tournament leader, no other than Fabiano. Because let's face it, for him, as we've been saying all along, a clear first, and he's going to Brazil, and he will be in the playoffs. If he comes second or third, he's probably going, but then he will have to rely upon others.
Other players.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And back on his Queen's Gambit beat, he's had a very exciting game against Nodirbek in potentially the same line, although there's obviously still a lot of leeway for it to deviate. But Fabi seems to be insistent on playing this.
Yeah. For those joining us late, that G4, G5 idea that Nodirbek brought to the table was just fantastic. Fabi was so fortunate to navigate and defend so incredibly well, and even get a victory. You know, it feels like a double win when you're the victim of some enormous preparation. Mm-hmm. Not only don't you lose, but you win the game. Yeah. It's like it's worth 2 points, Peter. You should get an extra bonus for that. Yeah. You know, and what could Sam be thinking in terms of Catalans?
Well, yeah, I guess maybe the Catalans or. I think Fabi has pretty much declared what he's going to do against Knight C3. I don't think you have much to be afraid of. I don't think the Tarash is on the menu from Fabi. I think Fabi actually wants complicated playable positions and not forced draws. Mm-hmm.
We do have
Knight C3 on the board.
Knight C3 on the board, and already a Carlsbad in the game between Levon and Wesley. So we might have like a proper Carlsbad day today with all of the Americans playing.
I see two
those
E4s.
structures.
I see two E4 games.
And one C4 game as well.
And both Sicilians, yeah? And
but very different Sicilians. We'll get to that, but yeah, Prague goes for a delayed Alapin today, a somewhat unexpected choice, which I'm sure has something to do with what.
Well, just tell us about all the
what
games.
Duda is normally doing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start here, I guess, even though there's not very much going on. As expected, Fabi is inviting Salmon to, and there we go. The assumption is this will be a Carlsbad of sorts. I'm not expecting knight takes d5, which is very happy news for me. Much more interesting positions arise if you don't go for those semi-tarashes, which are very, very well researched. So yeah, we do have two proper Carlsbads on the board. The Levon game is actually further advanced, but this is probably, this is not going to be a Carlsbad then. Yeah, Fabi actually deviates first against Nodirbek. They played this, not h5. They played this very fashionable line after bishop h4, bishop g4, which is on the board in the game between Levon and Wesley, by the way. We will get to see this position in a moment. Okay. But today Fabi says, no, let's play something else. And this is a kind of a strange, we keep on calling this the Ragozin, But the knight is still back on g1, so I don't think it's... Let's ask the board. Yeah, this is still... This is just ridiculous. It says exchange positional line.
Exchange positional line.
Positional
Who
line.
makes up this
I have
stuff?
never seen this before. It's amazing. Yeah, I mean, Ragozin does normally, well, not normally, like by definition, the Ragozin is this position. And there is a pretty serious difference because in the lines that we are likely to watch today, e3 followed by bishop d3 and knight g2 is not ridiculous at all, because white often will want to push for f3 and d4 later, and not getting your knight stuck on f3 might be very useful. But spiritually, this is not very far from Ragozin.
Right.
And we have seen quite a few of them. In particular, I think, in the Rapid and Blitz, which was a very similar field. Of course, Sam wasn't there,
Right.
but many of our other players were. And I guess there will be maybe a little bit of a pause here, because Sam probably expected the repetition of that game against Nodirbek.
Right.
So let's maybe take a brief look at other positions.
Levon.
As mentioned, this is the Levon game. I was kind of hoping Levon will have already played something here, but he hasn't. The Fabi game, just to remind our viewers, went like this, and then white played, I think, knight f3, knight e8, bishop g3, bishop d6, bishop d3, allowing for this change of structure, and then Nodirbek very quickly played g4, g5, long castles, and check out that game. It was very interesting to watch. But yeah, Levon goes for something else altogether, goes knight f3 here, which is one of the main moves, but leads to very different positions, because here I think the plan for black is to go knight bd7, c6. The bishop probably actually gets traded for a knight now, now that it's given a knight to trade for, and we will probably see a more kind of a restrained position, more positional fight in progress.
Peter, please show us Prag next, because I'm dying to see that opening.
Sure. Let's take... Okay. Whoa. Okay.
Yes, that's why.
Okay. Honestly, I'm assuming this is a transposition and he's just trying to avoid something. But let's talk through this. e4, c5, knight f3. I'm actually currently not as familiar with the entirety of Duda's repertoire. I don't know if he is much of a Paulsen player. Maybe Prag expected the Najdorf or something. But he did play this very quickly, so I'm guessing e6 did not come as a surprise. This kind of an alapin is... I assume slightly more annoying for black than the usual kind, because we have locked us into playing e7, e6. Some lines are no longer open. And there's also an option if black plays d5. You can ask them maybe to play the French. There's a way not to play the French by playing d5, d4, but this has its own separate theory. I think currently the understanding is this is fine for black, but this is very sharp, and if you don't expect it, maybe you don't want to play this. And then, of course, there is knight f6, e5, knight d5. And starting with a3, I'm assuming after d6 we just play d4, but it's not d3. And we get normal positions, which are quite well established. You do play a3 in many of them, much later, but well, not much later, maybe 5 moves later. If you start with d4 here and black plays, let's say, cd d6, a3 is absolutely one of the main moves here, because you want to develop the bishop to d3, and you don't want to be thinking about knight b4 in any position. So it's useful. But if I were to guess why we're starting with a3 and not this, I would say maybe we don't want to allow some lines like b6, which are not stupid at all. There's a lot of theory here, like there's this old line which used to be fashionable some time ago, where white in this position, e takes d6 exists, but white is kind of, there are all kinds of gambits. Immediate knight g5 is strong. Even castles, d takes e5, knight g5 I think is quite strong. Because white is trying to, queen f3 is a threat, queen h5 is a threat. So these are very sharp. So my guess is what Prag is doing here is he is trying to rule out some move orders, and he's also trying to steal some time on the clock.
The latter is succeeding.
Yeah, there's some mild larceny going on here, yeah, because you do have to pause and think what your opponent is trying to do to you.
Right.
That normally gets you to spend, I don't know, 10 minutes on the move d7, d6. And then you play lines you've seen before, but you would have been playing them with 10 additional minutes on the clock if white began with d2, d4. If b6 here, I would be... Actually, the engine still says d4, but I thought maybe the idea is something like this, because we've taken away the b4 square. Actually, after c4, apparently, yeah, it has to go to e7, of course. This one goes to g6, this one goes to c6, and the pawn on e5 might be in trouble. So Even b6 might still be playable. I don't even know what we've exactly ruled out. So maybe it's just larceny. Maybe he's just trying to make Duda think about things, which is never a bad idea.
It's always one of those things that in these Sicilians, for some reason, the move G7, G5 sticks out to me as like an incredibly bad idea that oftentimes works.
Yeah.
I'm thinking,
and also,
A3, C3, can I get away with G5?
I wanted to point out that on my screen, after both b6 and also in some positions after d6 even, one of the best moves in the position appeared to be
my
H4.
G5 move.
Yeah, there's nobody there, but maybe we are preventing your glorious idea of G7, G5. Yeah.
Oh, man.
H4 in every single position is such a fashionable thing to do. It's just like, why? But why not, I guess, is the answer.
There you go. How do these two match up in their head-to-head, Nazi?
Let's have a look. Well, they've only played 3 classical games.
3 draws.
All of them have been drawn.
Wow. Somehow I was expecting more. Don't ask me why. I want to turn our attention to the game between Gukesh and Alireza. As we've said, both these players need to get off that 50% score and vie for the top positions.
We have a Sicilian,
But
Nodirbek.
an incredibly calm.
Very old school. I used to
Yeah.
play Bishop E2 exclusively in the mid-90s to early 2000s with the white pieces, and I was connecting it with seemingly more ambitious ideas. Bishop E2, but this is, I guess, the most classical response to the Nodirbek, which came before all the English attack stuff, and maybe even before the Fischer Sozin positions. E5, knight B3, Bishop E7, castles is incredibly standard. And in this position, people have tried everything under the sun. I was a proponent of playing Bishop E3, Bishop E6, knight D5. It doesn't give anything, but it's a way to play these types of positions. There's also, of course, King H1 with the idea of playing F4 later.
Right.
The immediate F4 is supposedly slightly weaker because we haven't forced black to put the bishop on E6, and you can play B5, you can do other things. A4 prior or after Bishop E3 is also very fashionable.
Right.
Rook E1 exists, but Rook E1, in my mind, is associated. There were a bunch of players who were doing this very seriously. The name Zakhar Yefimenko comes to mind. Sergei Rublevsky, I think, picked it up from him, or they were doing it sort of independently of each other. But I'm interested because the idea was that you put this bishop somewhere. Normally I thought of actually on F3 and not F1, which is why the next move is so surprising to my eyes. And then let me make some moves. Let's say we do this, black goes knight D7, we probably include A4, and then the plan was get it all the way to E3. It takes you 4 moves, well, 3.
But
important to be precise. But we are kind of stopping all the normal counterplay.
Right.
With the bishop on F3, we're never really pushing D6, D5. And once the knight lands on E3, or sometimes even on G3, and the bishop goes to E3, white is not really ambitiously trying something immediately, but we've stymied most of the standard counterplay. And we're playing this very slow kind of maneuvering type of position where I think black objectively is completely fine, but sometimes if you misplay it, white actually assumes control over the D5 square, and then white is better. But instead of that, Gukesh plays bishop F1.
Sorry, if you don't mind me interrupting you, Peter. After the move rook E1, the move knight C6.
A bit surprising to my eyes, yeah.
Because you kind of think, please.
Good that you stopped me there, because as I mentioned, bishop E6, knight BD7 is a much more classical way of developing pieces in the Nodirbek. You want those 2 knights connected so that bishop G5 takes F6. You just replace one knight with the other, fighting for the control over the D5 square.
Right.
Knight C6, they do play knight C6 in some positions, but yeah, I don't know if I like it necessarily. And here I do like bishop F1 because I think we're very interested in going knight E5. E4 is no longer hanging. And let's say if you play bishop E6 here, I think we do play knight D5.
Now we're encouraged.
Yeah, because if you take on D5, you've lost a very important tempo. The knight probably goes back, actually.
Right.
I mean, sometimes it goes to A5, but it's not great. But Alireza has a very concrete other idea in mind. He understands that knight D5 is probably coming, and he goes A6, A5. A5, A4 is an annoying, I wouldn't call it a threat, an idea, but it's an annoying one. And if you play A4, then of course this is justified, because we have this like permanent square on, well, not very permanent, but somewhat permanent square on before. Removing it from there would involve moving the knight from C3 somewhere, and maybe white doesn't have time for it. And Gukesh very quickly goes knight d2, which is a very understandable reaction. We're taking some sting out of a5, a4 because it no longer wins a tempo. And
maybe knight c4, knight e3.
Yeah, and maybe we're actually getting into the good square. Yeah.
Very nice.
Engine unsurprisingly goes bishop b6. And with white, it actually doesn't play knight c4 because that allows a very typical tactical counter shot, knight e4, rook e4, d5, and it appears to be completely fine instantly for black.
Wow.
I think it's important to do it in this order because it looks like we can already play d6, d5 anyway. But in the resulting positions, first of all, e5 is hanging, which I didn't appreciate. But even this is going to be very, very unpleasant. Just get rid of that bishop play, c2, c3. These endgames are not fun.
No.
But if you start with knight takes e4, you solve both of those issues. You're no longer losing the e5 pawn.
Right.
And you do initiate mass trades in the center with complete equality.
Thank you, Peter. How do these two players stack up with one another?
They're both very young, but they've already played each other 8 times in classical games.
Ooh.
Only +1 score. Well, only.
Right. But Alireza has
one extra win over Gukesh.
Over the world champion.
Above 50% decisive results, which is for players who are this strong,
right,
kind of unusual.
But it goes to show, you know, both of these players are fighting so hard for the victory in their games. Knight c6, a5, knight to d2.
Yeah, now there is a pausing here. I still expect bishop b6. I think it's the most logical idea. And as mentioned, because knight c4, knight e4 is playable, the engine goes knight f3. Ideas of knight g5 probably make you play h7, h6. And this is actually kind of interesting. Because this is now a Boleslavsky, this is sort of no longer a Najdorf. And let me, because these names are all very arcane, in this position, there's this really, really old school line which goes knight c6, white refuses to play the Richter-Rauser, which you should do against knight f6, knight c6, I'm pretty sure. And there's a lot of old theory starting from here. And if you think about it, what we got here is a position in which, let's say, h3, h6, bishop f1, and in this position, for no particular reason,
you play a5.
Black played a7, a5, which they wouldn't have done.
No.
Like nobody in their right mind goes a6 here.
Right.
I think queen a5 used to be very topical, kind of protecting against knight d5, wanting to play rook f d8, rook ac8, maybe push for the d6, d5 break, and if bishop d2, you just go back. And you say bishop is really not where it should be on d2, please play bishop c1. I think this position exists in theory. So a kind of an interesting triangulation there by Gukesh, where, although, hang on a second, but black is to move, right? It's because I was trying to figure out how because in the Boleslavsky line it goes to f3 in one move, and here it took 3, but black played a6 in 2 moves, a6 and a5. So it's an interesting equation. Oh, sorry, where are we? It's the same position. Black played a5, which is horrible, but black has a move, which is good. Right. So
we can repair
kind of
the last
trade-offs are being evaluated here. We burned through some time getting the knight from one normal square to the other normal square, but we did provoke a weakness, because black, of course, would very much like to play b7, b5 later, and pretty much any Sicilian. And this is now a very useful square we can perhaps exploit later in the game.
Very good. And I think that leaves us with one game remaining.
It's Nodirbek against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Let's do it.
The only c4 opening we have today.
But that was one of... quickly, Peter, on the second move, when MVL plays that move, bishop b4, what's that opening called? Who gets the credit for bishop b4?
I'm sorry. I need to stop looking at this because it gives me the giggles every single time, and it's very unprofessional. This is called reverse Sicilian Kramnik-Shirov counterattack. No, it's not.
It's so random.
What?
Yeah, people will say anything. No, it's not. That's not true.
Counterattack.
No, I do not know. I do not.
I will give Shirov credit where credit is due. He was an early proponent of bishop b4. I didn't realize it was the Kramnik Shirov.
Yeah, it's obviously, if we're being slightly more serious, it is a Rossolimo with colors reversed, and the knight, compared to the Rossolimo, black is lacking the knight on f6, which makes the move knight d5 playable.
Right.
Black went bishop b7, and Nodirbek is doing something quite unusual in response, because generally white does tend to play d2, d4. You can include knight f3, d6, d4, or you can play d4 immediately. All of these are quite well established. But after knight f3, d6, he's gone g3, and after knight f6, even more stunningly, we've played knight d5, and then we just go back without taking on e7. Yeah, and I very much like MVL's.
Explain yourself.
I very much like MVL's reaction. I'm pretty sure most things will be okay, but I think switching to this structure does make, considering how much time white burned through with the knight moves back and forth.
Right.
We're playing the c5, e5 formation. Yes, the bishop normally is on g7, but it's not doing that poorly on e7 either. And currently, after castles bishop e6, I'm expecting d3. Black probably plays h6 because you don't want to allow bishop g5 takes h6 in this type of structures. And I don't know, this seems healthy for black. White might have to play e2, e4 quite quickly, because if you allow d6, d5, I think black is just going to get a very healthy Maratze type position.
Right.
So the engine suggests e2, e4. Yes, maybe you're a little bit better with white, because the bishop on e7 is slightly worse than the bishop on c1, but it shouldn't be bad at all for black. I kind of like MVL's treatment today.
Thank you, Peter. Bishop e6 and the challenge of Maroczy. We may be seeing that with d6, d5. Marcy, where are we going?
Let's go back to Levon Aronian's game against Wesley. So some interesting developments there.
You lied about
that? I lied through my teeth about that, apparently.
Knight f3 was not the gentle opening you expected, Peter.
Black played knight bd7 as expected. And after h2, h3, I said bishop takes f3 is very normal, but in fact bishop f5 is not only normal, it's prescribed by the engine. Still some games, not a lot of games. Bishop takes f3, actually bishop takes f3, statistically slightly more played, but there's sample size is so low that it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Bishop f5, and only one game reached this position prior to this one, in which white played a very tame bishop d3, after which I expect black is completely fine.
Right.
No such timidity today from Levon. He goes g4. Actually, these days you expect the bishop to go to e4 and not h7, because I think it gives you more flexibility. You might actually still want to take on f3 in some positions, and also it's just annoying there. If you play bishop d3, you can just decide not to commit even, and just keep it on e4 as a source of vague and uneasiness for white.
He might want to play g4, g2.
G4 is a novelty, I think, right?
Yeah, it is,
no games,
But bishop h7 played very quickly by Wesley, and now bishop d3. I wanted to say you normally take on d3 because you don't want to recapture on a7 with anything, in particular the rook, because that will remove your ability to castle, but the engine says c6 is also fine. And if bishop takes h7, we're obviously taking with the knight. And that's not bad, because the knight might get rerouted to e6. Bishop e7 doesn't really make much sense, so bishop g3. And also an interesting idea here that I noticed the engine do quite a bit in these types of structures. It actually actively wants to get rid of that bishop to such an extent that it goes bishop b4, freeing up the e7 square, but also I'm pretty sure it takes on c3 if prompted. Gives you better control over the e4 square, gives you sort of unclutters your position a little bit, I think, which is one of the major reasons to do it. It's just a piece that is maybe in the way in a lot of lines. Seems to be fine, but a very sharp position already, because, I mean, once you play g4, you're kind of committed to playing in a much sharper fashion. You no longer have, the luxury of not doing anything.
Right. Thank you, Peter. And I expect that these two really match up a lot more games. No!
I expected a lot more than that. Very evenly matched.
I was going to triple that number.
Yeah,
but
that's
of course
a very
it's
low number.
only classical. But I'm thinking GCT. I'm thinking U.S. Championships.
American Cup.
I'm thinking somebody made a mistake. I want to talk to our stat department on that one. Where's Ben Underwood? Fired. Next. All right. And speaking of which, do we know statistically who's going to win this tournament after the rest day?
Let's take a look, yes.
Well, let's try it.
Let's find out. I'm sure we have a sole leader, so I can guess who's
Who's going to
favorite
get
win.
the lion's share of the pie? This is the start, right?
Right, pre-tournament it was Fabiano, and then
16%.
pretty much everybody has a good chance, as you can see, very colorful pie chart. Then Pragg and Levon started with a win,
Right.
so those two became the favorites. After day 2, Firouzja joined them as well after his win. And then after day 3, Fabi went back to first place with 26.4%. He was sharing first place with Pragg and Levon, but then
Then
he
his
became
second win, yeah?
Yep, sole leader since then, 51% after day 4. Now let's see after day 5.
Higher now with
Suspect
fewer rounds
he's-
to go.
Right. Not that
Not
big
much,
an
yeah.
increase. Prague still in second with 16%. I'm surprised that nobody like a Firouzja or MVL or Wesley in that 50% group might have jumped, right? You know?
And this is what we think they have to do to guarantee themselves the spot in the Final Four. MVL has to finish 6th or better.
Right.
He's in a great spot. Levon, 3rd or better.
Also performing as needed.
Alireza must finish 2nd or better.
Not performing as
Not
needed.
yet, yes. And Fabi must finish 1st, and he's currently in the 1st place.
Exactly.
The usual disclaimer applies. They can finish lower and still qualify. This is what gets them automatic qualification regardless
Yes,
of other
of
results.
course.
Guarantees them
Yeah,
the spot.
yeah. That's when they do it themselves, their own destiny. You also something to think about. You've been talking about Nazi, the playoffs, and the chance that if there's a playoff in the Sinquefield Cup, then on the final day, the 9th day, the playoffs will occur immediately after the round. But in case of a GCT tour tied, they've got their own separate day for that.
absolutely.
And statistically, what are the chances that
I've
that
overheard
might happen?
rumors that it's only 6-7%.
I was kind of surprised it was that high because I would think all of those fighting for that 1/2 a point or so on, and strength of schedule, all that stuff plays in the role there. Sam Sevian, he's been doing excellently. He's performed excellently as the wild card. He's up against Peter. He's up against the guy who's in first place currently.
Yeah,
and
let's
he's
take a
taken
look.
his own approach, let's say. To,
No,
yeah.
sort of, but at least we can now firmly say this is a Ragozin. Because
Exactly.
instead of all these 3 ideas, he did go into the main lines of the Ragozin via this move order by playing knight f3.
Yeah.
Fabi played h6, followed by bishop f5, which I think is a very topical way of playing the Ragozin. People do tend to play 2e3 here, but Sam went with knight a4, queen a4 check, knight e6, and e3, which seems a bit strange to, sort of quote-unquote misplace your queen to develop your opponent's piece. But the idea, of course, and the main strategic idea of the Ragozin is to play c5 as early as possible and to challenge for primacy in the center. c5 followed by knight c6 is what people are trying to do. So by forcing the knight to go in front of the c7 pawn, you kind of change the course of the game quite a bit, because now black is forced to go for other sources of counterplay. The center will, if it will get challenged, it will get challenged in a different way. Engine says castles is normal. White probably goes something like bishop b5, which provokes bishop takes c3. Now both knights are being attacked in this way. And eventually black probably will have to play g7, g5. In this position it goes g5, bishop g3, and then interestingly it doesn't even go knight e4 immediately, it goes knight e7. Honestly, I think if you see this for the first time with no experience of how Ragozins tend to come out, you think, what have black done to their position? Why isn't this lost?
Yeah, it's terrible. Look at your
Like
ugly king.
you play g5 in front of your king and not achieved anything. The bishop on
Right.
g3 is completely safe. White has a pair of bishops. White has h4 on tap.
Right.
Or knight d2, f3, e4 later in the game. It looks horrendous.
Right.
As a matter of fact, these positions are very, very playable, as sort of the lifetime of strong players playing these types of structures have shown us. I still very much prefer white after something like knight d2. But black goes knight g6, maybe h6, h5, h4 is going to come
I
in.
also have a question. If 2 moves ago, when black played g5, could we have done in between move bishop c6?
Yeah, we can throw in bishop c6.
Is this a
black
better
goes
structure?
b takes, bishop g3. This is also quite attractive, but after queen e8, I'm guessing c6 pawn is much more important than c7, because we are currently giving up on c7. And it's not on my screen, meaning that black immediately gets a lot of counterplay after something like knight e4, and if rook c1, Rook c5
Wow,
borderline loses, which is
What
kind of
happened?
shocking. Rook c8, why can't we go back? Just h5, I guess. And the bishop is in trouble, because on e5 it will get challenged by f6. With a queen on e8, we can no longer play h3 or h4, because we lose the pawn on e3 and the game with it. So yeah, this is the kind of counterplay you have to watch out for. Machine goes castles. Actually starts with h5 in some of these positions, preempting the bishop arriving on g3. And this is, I think, why people kind of like Ragozin as a weapon with black, because you do get positions like this, which are very, very unbalanced, very fun to play. Yes, you do have to be prepared to play some positions where material balance will be disturbed. But if you look at, let's say we play something like bishop a5, and I'm guessing f7, f6 is useful just to deny the knight the f5 square. There's decent positional compensation for the pawn, because this is now kind of stuck. We might want to play h4, h3. We might want to fight for the b file maybe, because the bishop on f5 does a good job x-raying the b1 square. And interestingly, let's say after c3, c4, Machine just goes rook b8 and says, if you want this endgame, you can have this endgame.
Wow.
And you're worse. Well, I mean, not worse. you will make a draw to 92, yeah. But yeah. Gives black slightly the nod here, because this bishop is so strong that, like, one rook will be on c2 and one on b2, I'm assuming, pretty soon.
Not gonna let that.
It's shocking. White has no weaknesses and a solid extra pawn. My screen says minus 0.46 after a move g5, g4, which wouldn't have occurred to me. Frankly, like, it would not have occurred to me.
Right.
Just gives black the advantage here. I mean, I can very easily believe white is not even remotely better, because black pieces are more active. But black is better? I don't understand. Right. But none of this will happen, probably. But it's a good kind of an outline of what could happen in a Ragozin. And Fabi goes a slightly different way, immediately including g5, bishop g3, and castling here. So
and
that
rook c1 has been played as well.
And rook c1 has been played very quickly. Now you have our various options. Machine actually kind of likes stopping bishop b5 altogether now. Says there's no reason to give white absolutely everything they want. If you take on c3 and go knight e4, white very happily immediately challenges this knight, even if it means the king will be on g2. Because the center is so solid.
Would you do that happily?
Yeah, I'm not sure about happily, but yeah.
No, I think you do feel kind of comfortable about that, because if you look at this king, black can't, even with the pawn on c5, I think this wouldn't have been unplayable. With the pawn on c7, how is black ever challenging it? We want to play h4, we want to play in the center, in some kind of a really dream scenario. Maybe we can even play in the center. It's a very unclear position. Black plays a6, I'm assuming with the ideas of maybe b5, knight a5, knight c4. Black is always ready to meet h4 with g4. It's a mess. Other options after rook c1, as mentioned, like you can play a6, you can play bishop takes e3, you can go knight e4. Once again, white probably plays knight g2.
Even with bishops on b4?
Even with the bishop on b4 still being alive, yeah. And actually, for black, it takes on c3 first. This position on my screen doesn't like very much, because it says the king is still quite safe, and now white will be very happily taking on c3 with the rook, which does make a difference, apparently. But yeah, Ragozin is pretty much always fun. There are some lines of the Ragozin which lead to drier positions, but this is not one of them.
No.
This is very much not dry.
It definitely feels rich. And let's take a look at Fabi's road ahead. Again, it's round 6. He's playing the black side against Sevian. But lots of challenges ahead. Look
Absolutely.
at that.
Tomorrow he'll be playing Levon with the white pieces, then MVL with black, and then the last round, world champion with the white pieces.
Ooh.
Nobody has an easy road ahead.
No, not in this field. Everybody's tough. But he is that extra half point that he snared from Nodirbek. Very, very useful, as he is currently in first all by himself. Rook c. Those positions with the king on d2, I was really surprised by them.
Very confusing, yes.
I'm very, very confused. And I mean, I'm thinking of those positions where the king is on h1 and the bishop is on e2 and you're playing f3, and that's a normal. And then suddenly I got a king on d2. Let me just put what I'm saying on the board once more. Knight e4, knight d2, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, knight takes d2, king takes d2. Now, what I'm saying is that I'm used to positions where the bishop is on e2, the pawn is on f3. I've castled,
Yeah.
and I'm still searching for an advantage as white. Now I've got my king on d2, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to play bishop e2, I'm going to play rook d1, and I'm going to spend 4 moves bringing my king back to g1, and
Yeah,
I'm
pretty
still
sure.
searching for an advantage as white.
Pretty sure that's not the idea there.
No,
Pretty sure we're
no.
supposed to just play with the king to for the rest of the game.
I think what you were referring to with h4, and maybe, again, because my king is on d2, maybe meeting g4 with f3.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll
The
just
engine
put
also
on-
likes playing h4, g4, h5 to fix the pawn on h6 and maybe play bishop f4 and sort of play against it a little bit.
So we've got ideas now, at least in this position. And then we're leaving our king in the center.
Yeah.
We're not bringing our king
Another thing that
gloriously.
sort of goes in our favor here is the thing that we discussed on one of the shows. It takes the knight 4 moves to travel diagonally 2 squares. That knight on c6, if it had access to the e4 square, I would be slightly less happy with white.
Yeah.
But it takes it 4 moves to get there. We should be able to do something in the 4 moves it will take.
3, 4, yeah. Including maybe even maybe playing f3 just to stop the knight from getting
Or
there.
we can trade it too, yeah.
Exactly. So here we have this position, and beside the move besides the move knight e4, you were also, Peter, looking at the possibility of a6.
Yeah, a6 is a very difficult, very different conceptually, because I think if you play a6, we probably play bishop something like rook e8, bishop d6 later, and switch to a much more positional way of treating this, no longer going for those type of tavern brawls that we were discussing.
Tavern brawls. Okay, h4. Do we include b5, or do you?
Probably, actually, knight e4 becomes playable, right? Because now maybe I'm interested in taking on g3 all of a sudden. F takes, h takes, or rook e8. Actually, yeah, I like your rook e8.
Yeah. And
King f2 now?
Oh,
I mean, I will take on
in
g5
for a
eventually.
penny,
Yeah.
right?
Or that,
That's
yeah.
a
Rook
scout,
e3, rook f3, queen g5, attacking both rooks.
But there was also, yeah.
I mean, I don't know
queen
what
g5,
this
queen
is.
g5.
I'm just having fun.
Of course.
I'm just having fun
that's what
suggesting moves here.
Look, that's what we commentators do. You know, we got, you know,
Rook takes c6.
b5 is hanging.
Yeah, b4 is hanging, but the other rook is still hanging. Who knows what this is? Yeah, I have no idea.
There was, back in the day, the Internet Chess Club, we do these audio, Larry Christensen and I. Now you've got to imagine the most boring dry positions you've ever seen. Exchange French with pieces coming off. In no time, we would both be sacrificing rooks for both players. Complete mess.
Yes.
I'm very happy that you've taken Larry's place at the table here, Peter.
Yeah, I'm always happy to do things like that.
Over to you. Where's the action?
Briefly, to update on some other positions, we have established finally what the idea of a3 is, because after b6, as mentioned, b6 is still playable despite white not playing d4, and now white goes d4, and Prag's idea apparently was to take with the knight.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, this is somewhat mystifying to me. Duda responded in the most natural fashion imaginable, just bishop b7, knight c6, and take with the bishop. I don't know, feels like black should be completely fine, but the engine actually says play knight f3, play bishop d3, play queen e2, I guess castle short. Still a little bit of a pull, let's say queen c7, bishop d3. I thought d6 will instantly equalize, but actually no.
C4 is like
Yeah,
lurking.
c4 is looming.
Yeah.
Once again, we played a3 very much with that in mind.
Right, of course.
At some point, maybe
Yes,
not
yes,
immediately,
yes,
but
yes.
at some. This actually is a disaster, apparently. We went from this position being like 0-20 to d6, queen e2 plus 1 for white.
Right. I was going to ask a question from the current position. In my mind's eye, just as you said, white wants to play knight f3, bishop d3, queen e2, and beautiful. I want to win the pawn on e5. Knight e7, knight g6. Oh, sorry. Whose turn is it?
It is
It's
white's
white's turn.
Oh,
move, yeah.
pardon me. I was thinking of
We
knight
can
e7.
still try it. I just think h4 is going to
Typical reaction. When the knight is aimed at g6,
Always.
this
Yeah.
typical reaction does start making a lot more sense. You can try knight g6, but shockingly, this works out anyway.
No way.
Because the machine says there's tremendous compensation for the pawn, because the bishop on f8 is kind of stuck. If you play knight c6, we'll just, I'm assuming we'll just, bishop a6 even, to also start hinting at some bishop b7 somewhere. Like, how are you developing your king side?
Good point.
You can't move the bishop. You can't really play g6 because after hg you'll have to take with the f pawn. This is horrible. You would maybe want to play queen f6, but you have to worry about bishop b7. Well, not worry, you lost the bishop b7.
Oh dear.
Because we control the b8 square, which means that this drops a piece. And if you go to d8, this drops a piece in a different way. Well, not a piece, but an exchange. Yeah. Maybe throwing in bishop h6 is even stronger. But I think knight e7 is a little bit too fancy.
Okay.
Yeah, the machine plays it. Knight e7. Now it's the second best move on my screen. The suggestion was to play a5 and follow it up with bishop c5. I guess we're playing a5 to disincentivize b2 before at some future point. Bishop d3, bishop c5. I will be a bit worried about this because it feels like once we castle, we lose to bishop takes h7.
Right.
But my guess is we're not castling just yet. Let's say castles, we play queen c7.
Queen
maybe
e2.
we throw in a5, a4 just to completely secure the bishop on c5.
But here in my mind's eye, Peter, I'd be leveraging the e5 pawn towards some kind of a kingside attack. You know, a bishop d2, rook e1, knight g5.
I'm assuming at some point it starts playing h6, but actually no. Interestingly, it goes f6 or f5. Ooh. I thought the idea would be to play h6 and then castle, but that probably runs into, once the king actually lands on g8, probably runs into queen e4 problems. Yeah. It goes like this. Says you have to pick up the, like if you leave it alive and let black castle, black will be very comfortable, so it takes en passant, recaptures with the pawn, not knight e5. And I'm assuming just goes long now. Goes long now and says I have a g-file and two very nice, almost Horowitz bishops, you know.
Aiming.
Knight f4 ideas.
Wow.
Just says very unclear.
Okay.
Kind of likes black, actually.
You know, it's kind of strange. Whenever you're playing a5, a4, I'm thinking to myself, okay, I know your king's not going long. Maybe it is.
Maybe it is. Now that the g-file is open, it feels like things happening here will be happening faster than whatever it is going to happen on the queen side. Now, this is a lot of fun.
That looks like
I don't know how easy it is to land on plans like this when you see this position for the first time for Duda.
Yeah.
But it's definitely something you could do. Or alternatively, it does this, which solves our issue of the Greek gift.
Looks ugly.
But after c4, knight e7, castles bishop g7, let's say rook e1, castles bishop f4. I'm not a huge fan of this, even though it might be okay. Queen b7 is always very annoying. This is a very strong bishop.
Yeah, maybe f6 is coming.
Yeah, maybe f6 is coming. And specifically, like, you either have to allow the
double
spoliation of your kingside structure, or have to make a very unpleasant move, bishop b2, which is like allowing knight f5, making black's life a lot simpler. So, unsurprisingly, this doesn't refute the Sicilian, but it's a lot more playable than I originally thought. I thought, okay, this cannot be anything at all for white. It might. It might. And it does require, like, you have to play with fantasy. You can't just, like, autopile the next 5 moves here with black. You might be worse if you do that.
Lovely. Thank you, Peter. And Prague's road ahead, for those of you who missed Peter's introduction to our show.
Today he's playing Duda with the white pieces. Tomorrow, interesting matchup, black pieces against Alireza Firouzja, then white against Wesley, and in the last round, black against Levon.
With the exception of his opponent today, you can see that all of his remaining opponents are on the top half of the field. Let's put it that way. A very challenging schedule for Prague there as we're looking at his approach with a2, a3. I would have been very dismissive of it like 30 years ago. What are you trying to sell
C3
me?
and A3.
Yeah, come on. But on the other hand, I'd like to say that the current position, and we have been looking at knight f3, is getting us some original flavoring here. And I like this bishop d3 castles. I like having a pawn on e5 when the knight doesn't have the f6 square. It always means that the black king is not going to be that comfortable on the king side. But we are seeing some very innovative ideas, including this whole a5, bishop c5, a4. That
And then
Peter,
castling long.
and then castling long with queen
What
c7.
I like from Jan-Krzysztof is he's playing quickly. I think it's very easy to start thinking about every single decision once you see a3, in particular followed by d4, knight takes d4, which looks honestly kind of weird. Yeah. But Duda is actually very comfortably level with Prague on the clock. Prague hasn't played knight f3 yet, My guess is he's considering knight c4 and/or knight e4. That would be the only other two moves you would maybe think of playing. The engine does insist it belongs on f3. Yeah, knight e4. I guess the problem is after knight e4 we can play queen c7, and the usual tactic, which would have been maybe
f4.
not bad, starting with knight d6. Black has queen e5 check in the end.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you could consider doing this, but unfortunately it just costs you a pawn because you're not winning a piece with c4. Yeah.
Oops. Oops. Oops, oops, oops.
So it feels like it does belong on f3. Even more surprising to a degree is the fact that Pragg is thinking.
Because he could certainly have
yeah,
had
a3,
this position
you don't come
on
up
his
with
own.
a3, d4, knight, d4
Yeah.
over the board. And Black's reaction, I mean, b6 is a choice, but once Black played b6, everything Duda has done since is absolutely the most straightforward, the most natural reply imaginable.
Maybe, like you said, Peter, we don't know if this variation of Sicilian is in Duda's repertoire, so this could have been prep for a different game.
For a different game, so he hasn't
not
repeated it today. Yeah, makes a lot of
Exactly.
sense to me. Yeah, that's a
Maybe
good point.
he's trying to remember now
That's a good point.
where the knight goes.
I'm going to interrupt our analysis here to flip over to the game between Nodirbek and MVL. And to you both, I would offer the same question. So in this field, nobody's weak. That's absolutely clear. But you have to look at the field and say who's performing poorly. And that obviously is Nodirbek. Don't you feel when you're in MVL shoes that now because everybody else is performing well against Nodirbek, don't you get that nervous feeling that to stay in contact with your rivals, that you also have to win? Which is asking a lot, right?
It is.
I mean, this
With
guy,
black pieces especially?
right. So what kind of pressure do you put on yourselves when you're playing the tail end?
I think you have to stay objective. If you get a chance, get a playing position, then yes, you should put all the pressure and take a little bit of a risk. But if your opponent plays a very solid game, doesn't matter if they're performing poorly in the event, there's not much you can do.
And
Right.
for me,
Peter?
honestly, I always felt like if I'm playing somebody in round 7 who is like on 1 out of 6,
For example,
you know, it's the I'm in danger meme.
you-
If we know this is I'm in danger,
I'm in danger.
because like it can't go on forever. This is a good player, you know?
Right,
With every single poor game, the probability of him playing good games sort of improves.
Right.
I know this is not how anything works,
Right.
but and there's also like apocryphal stories of somebody like Lasker. I think there's some anecdote about. I think it was Lasker who was playing somebody in those early round robins of maybe the 1910s or the 1920s, playing somebody who is on like 0 out of 7 legitimately and preparing very hard, like seeing to leave the bar earlier than usual to actually get a good night's sleep. And somebody says to him, "Doctor, you're playing somebody who has no points." He said, "Yeah, mathematically it means he is about to score some, so yeah, I need to take this seriously."
Right.
This has always been my approach. I am very worried about playing strong players who have a bad tournament.
Really. In my entire history as a chess player, I always look forward to top players, getting a chance to play Garry Kasparov or Anatoly Karpov. That was just absolutely, absolutely marvelous. But I was nervous about one game only. I was playing in a U.S. championship where Kamran Shirazi, and I'm not joking, started with something like 0 out of 8. And I felt like, because everyone was winning against Kamran, I had to as well.
Felt the pressure.
I just felt this pressure of like, if I blunder and I lose, and Kamran ended up scoring 1 draw in the entire tournament
Against you.
Gingy Ashwali.
I know.
But it was a nerve-wracking game that I was playing. I want to switch over, and Nodirbek, by the way, because you were saying after D3 H6, you correctly inferred that move, Peter, that he was
E4,
probably
yeah.
going to have to play E4. The funny part is, White's knight had already been on D5.
Yes.
Like it's coming back to
It's
D5.
actually quite remarkable. Yeah, it's the second foray into 95 territory.
Right.
Yeah, this is a kind of a pleasant position for White. Interestingly, one of the suggestions of the engine here is the move bishop e6 g4,
Now
kind
that
of
I
trying
can't
to
play
stop
H3.
h3, and actually sacrificing this exchange. This is what I wanted to check, because Yeah, I think you get mated here. Yeah, the problem is not rook takes a8. The problem is once the knight lands on g4, there's no way you can get rid of these pieces altogether. And knight d4 is coming in, h5, h4 is coming in, -3 on my board.
Nice.
So bishop g4, a kind of a way to distract white from whatever you're doing. And also creating, I think, a very strong threat of knight takes d5 and knight d4 with this perpetual pin.
Makes sense.
So machine goes knight e3. And
Knight e3.
you can maybe even consider going h6, h5, and like going all out on this, at least for the time being.
I don't like knight e3. We just played knight d5.
So what would be your choice here?
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3, I think, probably allows immediate equality, right? We just go knight d5, cd5, knight d4. And you will have to take.
Yeah.
This is
Just
like
to break the pin.
Yeah, you can't break the pin otherwise. You can never get to play h3. And yeah, I'm not expecting black to be much
we
better
already
here.
don't have any
Yeah, we just play
advantage.
queen b3, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Machine actually says black is better here.
Yeah,
which is maybe not surprising. Two bishops.
yeah.
No, bishop g4 is a serious option. Yeah. Otherwise, you play something like bishop d8. Like your typical play here is bishop d8, rook b8, maybe hint at some b7, b5 play, maybe try to provoke a4 so that you are less worried about b2, b4 later. Because for white, everything is very, very ossified in the center. You either play for some f4 play, or I think more usually you go for like a3, b4 ideas on the queen side. And in that respect, provoking a2, a4 makes a ton of sense, because then if you want, you can seal off the entirety of the queen side. So the choices appear to be like this. This might not occur to you, but if it does, I think it's quite attractive, because it maybe solves all of your problems in a very concrete fashion. Or some slow moves like bishop d8, rook b8 in some order.
The more you've shown us, Peter, the move bishop g4 becomes very attractive, especially after h3, bishop h3. Go ahead, take my rook, and let me play for checkmate. And you're sidestepping. You're prepping knight takes d5.
Yeah, exactly. This not being a fork is very useful.
Very useful.
Yeah.
So bishop g4, but it feels like somehow the battles have not yet started. I was going to go for that open.
These are interesting positions, but so far
Gukesh Alireza.
every game is balanced.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's going to get a lot more complicated.
Yeah, the battles have been postponed. By the way, when we left it, Gukesh had played knight d2. I think we were expecting bishop e6 or something.
And knight going to f3, right?
Yeah, but
And then
Alireza did
h6.
something very interesting, because he played bishop g4 provoking f3.
Bishop
And
drop
in
out.
that position, if you remember, with the pawn on f2, we were playing knight f3, which is no longer a legal move. Once you've, let's maybe.
Bishop e6, knight f3, no longer legal.
Yeah, this is no longer a move you can make, but alternatively, in this position as black, we were playing knight takes e4, which is also sort of no longer legal, because you're not getting that very important fork with d6, d5 later. Knight d4 seems very logical here, and white quite quickly played a2, e4. Actually, not quite quickly, incredibly quickly. We are at move 15 after a4, rook c8, knight e3. Gukesh is still above his starting time. People do work on chess, apparently. Shocker.
Some people do.
Some people, definitely not.
No, not me.
Yeah, not including myself in that list. But
Right.
People do work on chess, and this shows. And we are currently slightly stuck with this bishop on c1, and the knight on d4 is annoying. And those two factors do lead me to believe we are probably intending to play knight d5 to have the option of playing c2, c3. Is queen b6 not an option at all? Just king h1, I guess. It's just empty. It doesn't stop knight d5. It only postpones it maybe for one move, and it's somehow in the way. The engine suggestion is to play g6. Kind of a useful move, taking the f5 square under control, maybe preparing knight h5. And if knight d5, it actually takes with the knight and goes bishop d7 and gives itself the f5 square for the knight, c3, knight f5. Feels, now we're in a kind of a Sveshnikov-ish territory,
Absolutely.
Very much 7, knight d5 type positions. Gives white a slight edge, but honestly looks very healthy for black, to my eyes. Don't really think black is in any way in trouble.
This one looks like it's shaping up to be a great battle down the road, and I just, as we get prepped for...
Let's check in with the leader.
Yes,
Fabiano. Some Sevian. Is with the white. They followed the line Peter showed us. King is on d2.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's including a6 and b5 as well. So there you have it. I mean, It does feel at times that the players are so incredibly well prepared. Nobody is able to surprise their opponent.
This is why it's so hard to win games in this event.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
now kind of an interesting turning point for Sam, because on the one hand you absolutely do want, and this is what Yasser is showing you on the analysis board, you do want to contain the knight on c6. You don't want to give black easy access to knight a5, right? Alternatively, you can play queen d1 because you're expecting your play to be on the other side of the board, and the queen is kind of irrelevant on a3 to your plans of giving mate
Right.
to the black king.
We're playing h4 for a reason.
So the ancient does prefer queen a3, but queen d1 is not unreasonable at all. If you play queen d1, black pretty much always plays g4. And now you can try playing something like f3 or bishop d3 first, actually. Bishop d3, queen d7, takes on f5, perhaps h4, h5 with ideas of rook h4. It says black is comfortable after queen d7 because if needed, we can support the g4 pawn with f7, f5. Bishop f4, we play king g7, rook h4, f5. And I mean, if you give me two tempi here with black, I'm probably better. But things will start happening. The ancient says we can play queen c2, actually creating a threat of rook takes g4.
Oh, that's sneaky.
Yeah, which you can allow, and it's just a perpetual if you allow it. You can also try to stop it by playing something like queen e6. But then your idea of walking all the way to g1 might actually become relevant. It starts with king e2. Maybe not all the way to g1, but sidestepping this being a check does make sense. Maybe we play f3 later, like if knight a5.
The rook on h4 is so awkwardly
It's a
placed.
strange rook. But yeah, but the engine says, okay, now we can actually grab a pawn along the way and start getting the king to safety. I guess we're just playing with this rook on h4 having no moves. I'm a bit confused by that, but
Yeah.
we keep on returning to one fact here, which remains true throughout. Incredibly sturdy pawn structure for white. Very difficult to challenge. The bishop will come back to f4. And yeah, I mean, this is not a dream rook.
Right.
I don't know how long it will take us to bring it back into the game. But we are a pawn up. We have some ideas. The engine, if we continue the line a little bit, the engine will often play king g1 and then hint of maybe playing rook f1 and f3. The rook, if needed, will drop back to h2 or h1. You know, I keep on calling these positions Martian landscapes, but yeah, it is, I mean, recognizably a Ragozin, but a very unusual type of Ragozin where many things have happened which you don't normally see.
Exactly.
But also, of course, there is queen a3, which leads to very different positions. Like g4, you can immediately play f3, machine goes maybe h5, maybe queen d7, maybe rook e8, let's say. Choose a move, yeah. Takes, bishop d3. With this knight still kind of stuck and unclear where you're supposed to aim it at, I kind of like this for white.
Well, the king side, lots of...
We're about to play bishop
The
f4.
king looks weaker,
Rook-
right?
Yeah.
Rook f1 and the
Machine
the
goes
king
rook
side.
a8, I guess maybe preparing for b5
Hinting.
before we go bishop f4. Kind of doesn't care about the pawn h6 at all, says rook
I
f8.
care.
With ideas of bishop f5. No, every single position we discuss here is very exciting, very unusual, very difficult to assess at the first glance.
Peter, those variations that you've been showing us, where the pawn ends up on g4, you've been defending the pawn by f5. If you don't mind, queen d1, g4,
Okay.
h5 immediately.
h5 immediately.
I'm not going to play bishop to
Yeah, it goes
d3. I want to play bishop e2
Yeah.
and rook h4. Please.
Queen d7 for now.
Queen d7.
Let's say bishop e2.
Bishop e2.
But then we have king h7, rook g8.
And that's how you're defending.
Yeah, and then you run out of attackers, and then I will switch to the other side of, let's say, rook h4, rook g8. And not only is g4 is no longer hanging, I've also ruled out f3 for the time being, because the rook is on a very useful
That's
g
a
file.
Right on time.
And on the other side of the board, I'm about to play knight a5,
Knight
knight
h5,
c4, and
yeah.
start doing my own thing. Machine actually prefers black quite a bit here. if you do that.
Yeah, that's why we've been seeing bishop d3 in all of these lines. It's
No,
fine
fun.
because okay, hold on. Okay, new attempt. Da-da-da, bizarre. Bishop
F3? No.
Bishop e2.
Queen d7.
Let's play
Queen
queen d7.
d7. I'm not including. Am I including bishop f3?
Bishop f4, king h.
I want to play f3.
Yeah, I wanted f3 too. I guess black still goes king h7 and rook g8.
Yeah, I think I'm just
Regardless,
taking,
yeah. Take and
and
then
if you
go.
take with the pawn, I want to, as Nazi said, I want to play king h7, I want to keep rook g8 in reserve, and I want to play knight a5 c4 at the earliest opportunity.
Yeah.
Because I don't believe in you pushing in the center with the king on d2, you know?
Something tells me I don't believe it either. Yeah, queen d1, g4. Is there any way I can wrong foot you here at all? f2, f3, immediately.
Let's begin with queen d7 anyway. It feels like queen d7 is very
Okay,
rarely
maybe not
mistaken.
take on g4.
Bishop takes.
But then we're giving up the e4 square, which I don't like.
Yeah, it's... What I want to say about all of this is I think Fabi is very happy.
He's
Because,
getting a full-fledged fight.
Yeah, because compared to some of the other Sevian games in this tournament,
Queen a3, by the way, was...
today he is not as much in control. This does, when you do things like this with white, you do assume certain amounts of risks.
Yeah.
Whereas in a lot of the previous rounds, he was pushing, but he was pushing from a position of more or less absolute safety. If you look at, let's say, his game against Alireza, it did become quite sharp at one point, but mostly from the opening onwards, it was very safe, small advantages for Sam. Today is not like that.
It's funny, this feels like a battle across the whole chessboard. King side is action, queen side, and center. If the tournament was to end right now with everybody making a draw throughout, who's in the playoffs?
2 Americans, Fabiano and Levon, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Praggnanandhaa. Alireza's out.
Alireza's out, as is Wesley, Gukesh, and Nodirbek. We've reached that time in our show where we like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique. Let's see what we're going to celebrate today. Well, here it is. Celebrate the 2025 Sinquefield Cup with this amazing polo. The polo features the emblem of the 2025 Sinquefield Cup on the front and the emblem of the St. Louis Chess Club on the back neckline. It's available at qboutiquestl.com or come and visit in person. By the way, I like this shirt a lot. I've been wearing it.
Yeah, we all received it.
Everybody seems to have it on, exactly.
Let's do this Stump the Commentators question.
Am I in first or not?
Or not.
Or not.
Who was the first player to win a GCT event as a wild card? The first one.
I'm going to go with Hikaru on this.
Because Magnus is too obvious, right?
Right? Again, I mean, you got to avoid the obvious.
Hikaru
You know what? I'll
wild
take
card?
Veselin.
Veselin?
I think Veselin is the
first?
The shock answer.
Yeah?
Okay, I'll take Magnus, Hikaru, and Veselin. One of us will be right.
And that for sure, that's going to propel me into first place.
Well, and then as we go to break, Yasser had a chance to tell a story about the late night Najdorf. Let's take a look and we'll be right back.
Really? Let's see. That was... One of the great legends of the game is Miguel Najdorf. For those of you who don't know, you really, really should learn about his life story because it's a remarkable one. In the early 80s, I often visited Argentina, Buenos Aires in particular, but also Mar del Plata. Mar del Plata was a seaside resort in Argentina that hosted numerous events. And the chess players loved to stay at this old Hermitage hotel that had a really beautiful theater where we played our games. And during the day, there was the beach right across from our hotel and some of the largest casinos in the whole of South America. Anyway, the tournament's been ongoing for a number of days, and Miguel is playing in the tournament, myself as well, Anatoly Karpov. We're hanging out a lot because Miguel was a real raconteur. He was a storyteller, and he loved to tell stories. I loved listening to the stories, and for me, he was like this oral history, a bridge to the generation of Alexander, Alekhine, and all of the post-World War II great players. Anyway, the tournament has been going on for, again, a week to 2 weeks. Like most of the chess players, I'm a late nighter, if you will. It's about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and there's a knock on the door. And I think to myself, who on earth could that possibly be? And it could only be Miguel Najdorf. I open up the door, and sure enough, there's Miguel, but he's fully dressed. I'm in my PJs. And he comes, Yasser, we have to play. I go, what? Looking at my alarm, let's play some blitz, let's do it right now. Yasser, my mind is on fire. Come on, let's play blitz right now. I go, what? Again, looking at the clock. He goes, I'm sure that if we play right now, I will play the brilliancy of my life. Now, we don't think too much like that in terms of brilliancy. It happens. The heavens open up, the stars all align. We play this great game that ends in a magnificent victory, but we don't know where, when, how, why. It just happens. But what Miguel was telling me was it should happen right now, that he was in the mood, that everything aligned, and he needed a victim. I said, Miguel, go find yourself a partner and kick them out. I wasn't going to be the victim of a brilliancy. Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament. October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest-rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very special guest with us, someone that everybody knows and loves, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Great to be here. Good to be back. Big welcome. Thank you.
So good to see you, Maurice. So you'll be joining us for Grandchester Finals. Will you be doing the commentary?
I'll be in Sao Paulo, so I'll be hanging out in Sao Paulo and doing the normal stuff. Going to Brazil for the first time, which will be awesome, and just calling what is going to be a thrilling finals. We got all the players here trying to qualify. It looks like maybe MVL is in, but everybody else fighting for spots. Fabi's doing a good deal right now. But, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I can't wait to go.
Who are you rooting for? Sinquefield Cup.
Sinquefield Cup?
we made our predictions.
Oh, who would I predict? Yeah. Well, let me see. I'm thinking a birdie told me maybe Fabi would be a good pick. I'm just wondering if that's the right.
Yeah.
Oh, ECF +2. Oh, who knew?
There he is, of course, the guy who's leading.
Good pick, Maurice. Well, we know that there's a lot of excitement coming to St. Louis in October. A lot of events. What can you tell us?
Well, I mean, the Clutch Chess events, you know, we did it 5 years ago online. Now we're doing it for the first time in real life. I'm super stoked about that coming and having the legends play. You got Gary and Vichy, you and I, Yasser, we called their match back in '95 at the World Trade Center when they were the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
Just incredible to see them battling all these decades that have passed. And now they're going to compete against each other. So that'll be a ton of fun starting out the month. And then, of course, there's the U.S. Championship, which will be always fun. I love doing the U.S. Championship. When they said, Maurice, do you want to come back for something? I said, that one. I've seen so many thrilling ones, especially watching the women play. Nazi, your first win was one of the most emotional events we've ever seen. We were all in tears watching the joy you and your husband shared as you won that event. And then the Champion Showdown, where you get
Magnus.
What more could you want?
Hikaru,
Numbers 1, 2, and
Fabi.
3. Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi,
And
the world champion Gukesh going at it. $412,000 on the line. So October is going to be a fun October for sure.
And what a way to celebrate the opening of the chess club. Yeah, that's
As well. Oh, George Bray's going to kill me for not mentioning the grand opening of the club as well. After all these years, we've been waiting the reopening, if you will.
We had Alex on the other day. He is from the U.S. Chess Trust, and he was talking about Maurice Ashley, the Ashley Foundation. And what is it? Magic. You're saying, look, I'm going to give scholarships to make more African-American grandmasters. And the first guy you guys picked, Brewington, man, he comes through. He's a grandmaster.
Brewington Hardaway is a very special player, a very special talent. He didn't become a grandmaster after getting the fellowship. No. He did so before, but I had been a small part of his journey before then. But I recognized that players like him and others really needed a leg up of support. And to be able to put some resources aside and get others as well, the generosity of some patrons to make that a reality is really wonderful thing to see. And he just won the Blitz in Abu Dhabi.
Did he?
Tournament he just played. He went 10 of 11.
Wow.
Yeah. So
okay, that's frightening.
So he's showing his talent. We expect big things from him. He just came in second at the U.S. Junior Championship. So quite a remarkable young player.
Exactly. More scholarships coming too.
More fellowship money going to others as well.
Wow.
Yes.
Will be an annual?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Fabi's also on our
selection
committee as well as Rochelle Ballantyne. So we've got great hopes ahead for sure.
Brilliant.
And Maurice, in all these upcoming events in October, I've heard that there's going to be very interesting formats and different prizes and so on. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, it's pretty special. When you talk about the clutch chess events, well, to look at Legends, for example, Legends has this idea that they play every day, and any draw in any game rolls over into games 11 and 12. So
money.
The money rolls over. Thank you. And so you could have game 12 maybe be a 10 grand blitz game.
Right.
And that's very exciting, as every day the points are building, but also the money's building. And so that'll be a very exciting thing. And then in Showdown, there's a Champions Jackpot. So every draw is causing this progressive jackpot that the winner will eventually take.
Right.
So it's, usually draws are dull and boring.
Right.
And, okay, draws can be exciting too, of course. Right. But mostly nobody wants to see a draw. Well, now a drawn result, you'll take the money from the draw and just give it to the Champions Jackpot.
Right.
So even more mouth-watering, you win the $120,000 first, you win money for winning individual games, and there's that jackpot I think I'll take home with me as well. So it's a pretty cool bit of innovation.
The skins game, the skin in each thing. But the whole real purpose of clutch chess is we have hosted here in St. Louis a number of matches that have been very one-sided. On paper, the two players look similar, but then suddenly one guy gets off to a huge lead, and then the third or last days aren't very interesting. The entire concept of clutch chess is that even if you had two bad days, that third day, the points means that the guy still can come back.
Well, we've seen it even in tournaments. We just had to hear the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. We had Aronian win, and we knew this is over, and nobody's going to catch him 2 rounds to spare.
Right.
And that's that.
Done deal.
Clutch chess is designed with the idea that it matters the second to last game. Maybe you've won, but there's maybe 10 grand on that last game.
Right.
Don't sleep. Don't relax. You want to win that too.
Right.
So as a sports fan, and aren't we all competitive fans that way, we like to see the competition last as much as possible all the way to the very end. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, with the U.S. Championship, there's a new innovation as well, and that is the Finish Strong Prize.
What's that?
So the Finish Strong Prize, have you ever started on a tournament where you
started out really badly?
Never. Never. Yeah, Peter, join the conversation.
That's never happened. Look, okay, it's happened to me. I can tell you that much. Okay. So imagine you start off the tournament and you lost a couple of games. There's somebody else who's
Peter.
and you don't want to play anymore, right? You're like, okay, I'll play some, but you have to play or drop out.
Right.
In the case of a tournament like this one, for example, somebody like Nodirbek, I mean, he's got to get some rating points back, but he's not as motivated. So the Finish Strong Prize will take the U.S. Championship and the U.S. Women's and split the tournament in half. So after the first 5 rounds, that'll be one tournament, but then rounds 6 through 11 will be a separate so-called event where there'll be $5,000 up for grabs. And if you win that second half,
comeback prize.
It's like a comeback. You may not win the tournament, but you take home a little 5G in your pocket.
Right.
So now you might start off slowly and think, okay, I can't win the tournament, but you better be damn skippy. I'm going to try to win that extra money as a prize, in addition to the prize that you win for whatever place you end up. Gotcha. So it motivates the players to keep on playing all the way to the very end.
Gotcha. Wow, Maurice, it sounds like you're a man with all kinds of ideas, great innovations, the clutch chess, the showdown. I mean, Maurice,
I'm grateful. I'm grateful to the club to say that the St. Louis Chess Club. It's like a new day. I mean, they have a new club coming, and they said let's experiment with some new ideas.
Right.
We're going to see not only that in terms of the innovations as far as the tournaments are concerned. You're going to see innovations as far as even the tournament presentation, commentary. You guys have to maybe change your style a little bit.
No way.
Do some different things.
I'm ossified over here. Fossilized.
Well, it's just about increasing the fun factor and the viewership and making the audience have a fantastic experience, as well as the players, of course.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Maurice, for sharing all this fantastic news. We're all so excited for October and for you to join us again in the commentary. And I'm also excited you're going to Brazil. I'm excited for you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Put you to work. Put you to work. Stump the commentators. Tell me I won.
Let's see. So, who was the first player to win a GCT event as a wild card? We chose different answers.
With Hikaru.
I went with Magnus.
And Peter went with Veselin. Drum roll, please. As
I don't have high hopes, but.
Oh! The first time the obvious answer
is correct.
Is the
right answer. Yeah,
I'm sorry, guys.
There was a nice bit of double bluffing there. By the.
I had never seen such a big smile as she's saying, "I'm sorry."
We're actually
I was robbed. I was robbed. Jumping back into the game, I was a little surprised. Jan took a significant amount of time to play the move knight e7, Peter. It was something I thought about because I actually like the idea of routing the knight to g6 and keeping the diagonal open for the bishop, but Nazi's move h4, really, I wasn't happy with the resulting position after h4.
Either immediately or you can include bishop f4 and then play h4. But I like h4. You do have to realize this costs you. Like, if you don't play h5 here, the whole point of the idea is lost.
Yeah.
And this is a bit challenging because but normally you do this for an advantage in development, right? For some weaknesses. And here, each side has one piece developed, so there's not much in the way of development advantage for white. Black has the usual very solid, very sturdy structure you get in Paulsen's. And it's all about future development. It's all about just how stuck this bishop on f8 is, and by extension, if you can't develop the bishop on f8, you can't really get the king out of the center. The best line appears to be queen f6, bishop g5, queen f5, long castles. And it does get kind of scary because bishop f4 drops back if it's being chased away, and then maybe bishop b5 attacking the pawn on d7. And the problem of g7 hanging in every single position remains. So black finds it very, very hard, I think, to complete development here. But h4 kind of needs to be played. If you start with bishop f4, the engine doesn't go knight g6, but I think just generally, even this is not as attractive because you've also sidelined your bishop a little bit. Black can try something like h5, h4, bishop e7, although, as I mentioned, knight g6 is not engine's first choice. It actually keeps it on e7, keeps it flexible, plays queen c7 for the time being, indicating maybe that it wants to play f7, f5 while the bishop is vulnerable. And of course, if it drops back to g3, not waiting for knight g6, nobody's going to play knight g6 anymore.
Right.
After queen c7, once again, h4 is seemingly top move, f5, bishop d3. And we get a very unusual position, which my screen currently kind of likes for white, but I would assume it's just very unclear. So an interesting choice here in front of Prague. It's mainly between those h4 and bishop f4 ideas. There's also a really, really unreasonable line on my screen, starting with knight d4, bishop b7. And here the engine goes h4, knight g6, f4.
Whoa.
And says, yeah, all hands on deck, let's go, yeah.
Whoa.
I don't know if this is honestly something that even occurs to you. Playing like this with the king on e1, black, once again, it doesn't feel like black has done very many unreasonable things to, attempt a punish of this magnitude.
Exactly.
But it's not stupid, and black actually has to play quite precisely. Knight takes g4, queen g4, knight g6, bishop b3, intending to castle long is kind of threatening for black. You can play h5, but white once again probably just leaves it on h4 and tries to castle long and go for it. Not expecting this to happen, though.
Whew. And how did Prague get to the situation he's in?
Let's see.
Pretty reasonably, right? Undefeated.
Yes, he started with a big win against the world champion Gukesh. Since then, he's made draws. But yeah, what a start.
Yeah, but in those draws, again, great fighting chess. It's just so hard to get a victory these days. And we do have bishop f4, by the way, on the board. And as you say, Maurice, Peter, hi. As you say, Peter, not chasing the bishop right away, but
not yet.
But playing the move queen, that's a cagey little move, because you've got f5 on your agenda, taking advantage of the pin. And if the bishop drops back, this is the one I really like. We're waiting for the bishop to drop back from to g3 so we can attack it. Nice, nice, cute little point. Nasi, where would you like to guide us?
Go to Gukesh and Alireza's game. That's the only Sicilian we have. Well, not the only Sicilian. One of two Sicilians we have today, but that's the only Najdorf.
When we left it, we had seen the move bishop f4. Pardon me, bishop to g4.
We saw f3 being provoked, knight c4.
Knight c4, knight d4. So more or less a4, knight e3, okay.
Yeah.
And no g7, g6.
No g7, g6. Knight h5 was chosen by Alireza. Very understandable move. You maybe want to play for some g6 f5 breaks. You also hinting, I don't know what it does on f4, but maybe it's a better square than f6. Maybe this is the argument being made. The engine replies to this very concretely. It likes knight b5. If black takes, I think we're quite happily opening up the A file for the rook a little bit. The A5 might become a bit of a target, and also just very simply, we want to play C2, C4 and assume full control in the center. I was wondering if queen B6 was unplayable, but here very, very concretely, again, machine says we can actually do this, and we're not at all worried about D4, D3 discovered check, because after bishop B3, the attack against the queen trumps the ideas of D takes C2, and white is much better. In fact, after knight b5, yeah, it seems like queen b6 maybe is best, but in this position, instead of d3 check, you're forced to play something like rook c7, for instance. Now we, of course, take away the d4, d3 check. The bishop probably will come to d3. And at some point, maybe we will start thinking about playing g4, g5, and playing for mate, because for black, you can sort of see some very long-winded ideas of landing something on e3. But structurally, this is better for white. You also have ideas of including this rook via the a3 square. Instead, Gukesh made a kind of a natural move g3, and here Alireza's reply is a bit surprising, although I guess the main move in the position is potentially a sacrifice of material. You do want to play bishop g5. This is absolutely one of the ideas of playing knight h5 in the previous move, trying to activate this bishop on e7, but you have to figure out what's happening after f4, because everything is hanging.
Right.
But after e4, it turns out that if you go g takes f4, bishop takes f4, queen takes d4, queen h4,
rook e2.
Rook is hanging, h2 is hanging, you have to play rook e2. And now f5 is playable, rook c5 is playable. In particular, f7, f5 is what the engine likes, using the fact that if you go ef5, you have actually lost the queen on d4. But you can understand black not wanting to get involved with this, because if something goes wrong in those lines, you will just end up being a piece down for not very much. Instead, he didn't play g6, he played queen b6. And now, both of the two most natural moves in the position, because this x-ray is annoying. You would like to introduce the threat of knight d5, but currently, if you do it, you will lose to knight takes f3. Double check, importantly, double check.
And mate on g1.
And mate on g1, or knight takes c1 check if you play king g2.
Right.
So you have to choose between king g2 and king h1. Both appear to be quite good. Feels to me like it's more of a kind of a taste question rather than anything. You have to guess whether, overprotecting f3, or perhaps in some variation, rook takes c2 not being a check. Like, all of those are very ephemeral things you have to choose from. Let's say king h1. Now knight d5 is absolutely a very strong threat. Black has to play knight f6 back. You can't allow the knight to land on d5. And as in the previous position as well, we do want to play knight b5 with the intention of playing c4 next move. Machine, let's say, goes h5, white goes c4. h4, we can more or less ignore. We don't need to react to it. Something like this. Maybe with ideas of eventually, in particular, if the h-pawns come off the board, maybe we will be the ones giving mate on the h-file later in the game.
Nice.
Likes this for white, which is understandable because we have ruled out most of your typical knight of counterplay. d6, d5 is now never coming.
Yeah.
And white has kind of full control in the center.
I like the fact that Gukesh didn't ponder too greatly over king g2, king h1. He chose king h1. He just said, like, okay, I'll take my chances and I need my time down.
Exactly,
king h1.
I think you're never going to figure it out precisely. These are such minute considerations that you can spend half an hour and still not be sure whether that you're right. So you just make a practical decision, you choose one and you go with it.
Exactly.
And I think king h1 is more practical because it's sort of further away from action.
And by the way, I mean, because knight d5 and c3 look so strong, it feels like knight f6.
Well, I mean, you can play queen d8 so that after knight d5 you can take and the knight cannot get established on d5 because c2 is hanging. But you are actually much worse after he takes d5.
Right.
In comparison to the earlier position, the black knight does not have the f5 square, so c3 is, c2, c3 is a massive threat. It has no squares. And
exactly.
It's like really pawning stations already.
Right.
You kind of need to do this, but then you are much worse. Like, this is not a fun position. The bishops have 3.
Alireza just played queen b6. He didn't play with the idea to
of
go
course.
right.
Right.
Yeah, knight f6 is coming, and I am expecting knight b5. It feels very logical. You can also continue improving. The engine even suggests g3, g4. I don't know if that's how Gukesh likes to play chess. Knight d5 is playable. Bishop d3 maybe is also playable, just kind of further supporting your position in the center. But knight b5 does appear to be the strongest.
Is g4's idea to push g5 or go knight f5? Because why are we playing g4?
We've taken away the f5 square. Maybe this is at least one of the ideas. It improves our play against the knight on d4. If g6, it doesn't play knight d5 here, which I guess, although now it does. Yeah, just knight d5, bishop takes d5, e d5. And c3 we still have the b3 square, so I'm not sure what the threat is, but
maybe rook a3.
Maybe rook a3, then c3, because the knight on d4 is a bit of an endangered species here.
It is trapped.
Yeah.
Endangered species, I like that.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Knight f6 has just been played by Alireza, but we knew this was happening.
Yeah.
Our two Ragozin adjacent positions are heating up quite nicely as well.
Let's go to the Sam Sevian versus. Oh, sorry.
Levon, Wesley, we haven't looked at that in a while. Yeah. The position has changed a lot since we last checked it.
And again, it looks like another one of those Ragozin.
Well, now it does. Yeah. It was very much a proper Carlsbad, but now it is very Ragozin adjacent.
You mentioned that somehow, I always thought this dark square bishop for black on e7 was actually always good.
Today we're seeing black going bishop b4 and take on c3.
Yeah, get rid of it. Take it off the board.
So what about that e4 square, I believe?
Yeah, and just
and this is a stop here prior to g5. This was an interesting turning point because white has a very important, potentially very important intermezzo in this position. The engine very much likes queen b1 in this position. It says b7 is actually more valuable than g4 after h5. Black played h5. And I think Levon quite quickly played g5. But queen b1 was a very interesting other option. Hg4, queen takes b7 doesn't work out at all for specific reasons, but you can believe that, I think. The chain becomes very fragmented, and also rook d8, bishop c7 apparently is very strong, which is, I guess, missable, but Machine does say so. And then, whatever you do after queen b1, b6 or knight b6, we've improved our g4, g5 ideas. because we will now be taking on e4 and forcing you to take with a pawn instead of a queen, right? Which the engine feels is an important thing to try and achieve.
Instead, he played g5 very quickly, as you were saying, Peter. The knight jumped to e4.
The knight jumped, and of course now Wesley takes with the queen on e4, and we get a different type of position. Queen e4, white castled. It seems a bit risky, but as a matter of fact, I think the queen side is completely safe. You don't have to worry. Yes, the pawn is on g5, but the center is not stable enough for black to invest time into trying to corral it.
White hasn't put his king in danger, has he? I mean, it looks...
I don't see how. h4, bishop f4. You can try knight f8, knight e6, but in the meantime, white will do something.
You're not some going to... more moves, or no? Yes,
no, we do have knight b6, rook. So Wesley investing some time to bring his knight to
c4.
Proper outpost. I guess we're worried about the b7.
Yeah, I like queen e7. Does a double job of protecting b7 and also
just
sort
h4?
of glancing at the g5 pawn.
Yeah, I have to defend it, h4.
And then I quickly...
Yeah, and then we put the knight on c4.
Does white play for e4 since your king is still in the center? And you can't really castle short because h5 is hanging?
I think we do, yeah.
e4
I think we do.
That's the prep it?
But I guess you can play g6 and then try to quickly castle.
Yeah, I would do that as well, yeah. Is e4 already playable?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
d4.
Queen somewhere. Queen
Either
e2
queen
gets the pawn back,
d3
right?
or maybe even d4, d5 with the idea of queen d4 or queen e2. Queen e2 is very strong, actually. Just queen e2 takes e4. This looks very promising for white now.
Maybe knight b6 and the endgame is not so bad for black.
If we can keep our king...
Well, there's a5 in the end.
Yep, I lose rook b7 with a check.
Yeah, that, if a5 wasn't available, that would have been probably
I don't
just
have a
fine
good square
black.
for the knight.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back a sec.
After rook
e1.
e1, a massive threat of...
Do we actually postpone knight c4 for a move? Do we actually go g6 on a previous move?
Maybe you have to, yeah.
Then bishop,
just to avoid this line.
Are we worried about bishop e5, f6? Maybe not so much.
Because you can always kick me out with knight d7, right?
It's vulnerable.
Although b7 pawn.
Not right away. Probably have to put the queen on c7 and then go knight d7.
This is actually a very rich position strategically. I think.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But both sides have very good trumps in their position, and they can say, "I'm better because," and then use judgment.
Yes,
is
sir,
better. Please
draw your attention to Duda's last move. You remember he played knight e7, but then he didn't go to g6 where knight's supposed to go. He played knight f5 before bishop went.
And he didn't include queen c7 either.
Yeah.
That's very, very surprising.
Yeah. He wants knight h4. The idea is to meet bishop d3 with knight h4, and black probably is fine.
Bishop
Which
d3,
I guess my next
knight
sentence
h4.
will be very easily guessable, right? If I give you this as a preamble, what I'm going to say next should not shock you very much, right?
What are you going to say next? h4. Oh, just
we always
knight
play
h4
in any position.
Every position. It's a universal panacea. It cures everything.
And it's actually very strong here. The engine stops liking this for black altogether after h4. If you play h4, because you cannot take it. I mean, it's a very simple variation, but still kind of instructive, because a8 is constantly hanging. This is completely lost. And if you play bishop e7, it goes to h5. And now, I mean, you still have knight h4, but now it costs you dearly.
That looks terrible.
And white is now very prepared to play bishop d3 next move and start asking you, okay, so what's your plan?
Why did you pose your knight on the f5?
Yeah, and the options the engine suggests for black here, like you can castle sort of into it by playing castles here, and after bishop d3, perhaps you have to play something like g7, g5. How comfortable are you with any of that is a more relevant question here, both bishop d2 and bishop h2 being good replies. You can include h takes fg and hf, but why are you opening the file for the rook on f8 is unclear. Yeah, probably bishop d2 would be my choice. Black goes king h8, and I mean, it's still a mess. You can still very easily imagine this getting out of control for white, but you also know you're better. Like if you get this with white, you're absolutely certain you're better, although you do feel like you have to play precisely because there's a lot of sort of high-stakes questions being asked.
But in the current position, h4 is pretty much necessary for Prag to get an advantage?
Yeah, if you do this, you've thrown all of it away. Black is instantly completely fine.
Wow, it reminds me of a game that Hikaru played against Gadakamsky, the very, very first Sinquefield. In that game, it was this a6, b5. It's an early Sicilian with a6, b5. And Gada was seeking to trade knights, and Hikaru was playing knight to d5 and avoiding the knight trade. So knight f5. H4 looks very
The other option that gives white
obvious.
maybe a slight push, I think nobody really even thinks of. The engine says you can play h3 specifically so that you have queen g4 in this position. And
That's
maybe
funny.
maybe you're a little bit better in that endgame.
Okay.
Or alternatively, black can gamble with something like bishop b7, queen g7, castles long, but the engine says, since the queens are still coming off, it's probably not that great. So what ends up happening is you take, and this endgame, because of the open h-file, this endgame is a bit more pleasant for white, but I'm expecting, first of all, I'm expecting this to be more or less fine for black, and secondly, nobody thinks of h3, I don't think, apart from the engine.
No, I think h4 is begging to be played in that one. Just going to make a quick visit around the tournament hall. I'm going to go to the game between Nodirbek and MVL, and we left it the move knight to d5, and we had considered bishop d8.
Right, but we
but the
really
move that
liked bishop g4. Right?
really took our attention was bishop g4. Naturally, whenever you give a binary question to any of the top grandmasters, they have a third way. Rook b8, because actually, Peter was saying, in these structures, it's very common to see either a3, b4, or an attempt by black to play b5. So rook b8, by the way, it does sidestep knight c7. I'm not saying bishop h3 needs to be played, but it does stop by step.
So Nodirbek played a4 to
bishop h3.
and the b5 ideas?
Bishop d2. And again, I don't know if this is, it's a developing move. How can bishop d2 be bad? b7, b6.
It's actually quite pleasant for white now because the engine drops the knight back to e3.
Knight e3.
Yeah, in preparation for, I guess, playing on the king side and just removing the option of trading a lot of things in the center. And knight e3, bishop c3, and the plan, I guess, maybe is knight d2 and f4.
Okay.
And we're trying to switch the weight of the game towards the king side because the queen side probably gets closed. MVL is, by playing b7, b6, he's indicating that he is probably well prepared for whatever you're going to do on that flank. And we, while keeping some kind of an eye on the queen side, we probably do want to push for f4 more than we want to push for b4 now.
It's so funny, I see these positions, we call them the Botvinnik pawn triangle in the center. And normally speaking, we're kind of reluctant to play f4 because there's a bishop on g7 that's stuck.
Yeah.
You play f4, you bring it to life. But
Here you don't have that problem.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, I kind of...
Ours will be on c3, which is,
knight e3.
in terms of that conversation, probably more relevant even.
Yeah, exactly. Once you put the bishop on c3, f4 starts to be
But you know,
more
Yasser, one thing
attractive.
that stands out to me in this game is that they've only made 13 moves and MVL's down to 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
He hasn't spent this much time in any of these games
Wow.
that he's played in this event.
Okay, that is very unusual. Definitely so. And again, Nodirbek really, he's had such a poor outing. He's absolutely desperate for victory. And MVL says, but yes, I understand, but please, not at my expense. I mean, MVL, as we've been saying, all he needs is a finish of 6th place or better, and he's the first to go to the playoffs. He's really very, very deserving should he make it. And again, here's how MVL got here.
Very solid performance.
As Peter said, he's left a lot of equity on the table, though.
He did.
He had 2 winning positions, and that game against Levon,
Extra
we had
piece.
already called it. We're looking at everything else, and boom! Next thing you know, he's in a rook and bishop versus rook, ending, and he let a victory slip away there and elsewhere too. I think
He was
had
much better
two.
against Alireza in round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's doing just fine.
And
But
against Gukesh, he had a chance in the end game as well.
yeah,
Has he been in trouble in this event?
Not to my memory.
Yeah.
Not as far as I can tell. But he is in a little bit of trouble today. I don't like his position. I don't know if he likes his
Especially-
position either. And the speed of play he is showing so far is a bit of an indication he doesn't like it either. Because normally he would be playing much freer. And the very obvious kind of search for ideas is, I think, a bit of a hint that he is not in love with his situation right this moment.
By the way, we don't have to go there, but Prague did play h4. First move.
And is doing well now. Yeah.
B7, B6, and I really do like the suggestion of knight e3, bishop c3, knight d2 for white.
And then f4, right?
Because if you just like black castle, play knight takes d5, I'm actually starting to like black's chances. I mean, f7, f5. It's easier for black to play f5 than it is for white to play f4. And I don't think b4 is very meaningful.
Not for the time being.
For the time being, yeah. By the way, I wanted to go back to our tournament leader, Fabiano's game, because that game is actually heating up. And I'm not sure Sam is getting exposure on the king side.
Yeah.
Take us through this,
Sure.
Peter.
We left it after queen a3, g4. As expected, queen a3 was the machine's choice, and g4 is more or less forced. You're not opening the h file for white if you can avoid it.
Right.
And here Sam made what looks like maybe the most obvious move in the position, which is queen c5. Why not attack something while also
establish your
quote-unquote improving your queen? But actually, what you're doing is just making black make the move they were always making. And the queen on c5 really doesn't do anything it wasn't doing on a3. If anything, maybe you're allowing knight a5, c4 now in some positions. And after f3, rook f8, feels like maybe you're still supposed to take on g4.
Okay.
Bishop takes g4, bishop d3. But the engine already starts liking these positions for black. Approaches them in two fashions, like rook a c8, freeing up the knight, and then either this or this. Or alternatively, rook e7 followed by rook a8, and also c7 is protected, allowing us to play knight a5.
Sam has included bishop f4
Yeah,
and h.
and this is maybe even worse, because after bishop f4, h5, the engine very confidently is now recapturing h takes g4 and not bishop takes g4 at all, keeping the bishop on a very important b1, h7 diagonal, and not really caring about the quote-unquote passer on the h file. And says black is much, let's say after fg4, hg4, just gives a big advantage to black, actually.
Wow.
Because white's play is now completely stymied. We don't really know what we're doing. h5, h6, just, okay, black will play king h7, and it's completely safe.
If you don't mind, h5, let's go.
Yeah, king h7.
h6, let's go.
h6, it goes bishop g6, and then rook ac8, or...
Because I wanted to play rook h5 and
yeah,
keep
that would
your
be,
bishop a little bit stuck.
Yeah, that would be annoying, but bishop g6 is good, and let's say bishop e2, rook ac8. And now, as mentioned, this is probably the one you want, because then you will be able to play c5. And the conversation we had very early on today about how safe the king on d2 is. Once c5 actually lands on the board, the answer would be not very. And as for white, you're still stuck for ideas. The shocking thing is, even after rook h4, it still goes knight d8, bishop takes g4,
Doesn't
knight
even
e6,
include f5.
bishop e6, rook e6. And says this is much better for black. And honestly, you can believe that, because this king is very safe. The white queen is never going to be on e5. In fact, it's getting kicked away by rook c6 immediately. And this queen is coming up to f5. And with the bishop on g6 and the queen somewhere on this diagonal, the king on d2 will be very, very unsafe. It might still be okay. The king's, like, the machine immediately starts running towards g1. But the thing is, even on g1, it's not going to be very safe.
Wow.
So...
Could we run it to a1? Because in that position, a1 looks the safest.
Maybe, yeah, but you will get hit by b5, b4 somewhere, I guess. Sam played bishop e2 first. Rook ac8 is still logical. I guess maybe we play rook hf1. Now the engine plays f7, f6, a move that is not obvious to me, but I guess it prepares, like, why not immediate knight d8? Let's try to investigate why are the moves it doesn't like.
Right.
So if we do this, now, after bishop e5, knight e6, queen a3, I assume, we've actually achieved something. f5 is hanging, g4 will be hanging if the bishop goes somewhere. So it actually invests a tempo in f7, f6, let's say fg4, hg4. And now maybe it wants to include even king h7, just do some more gardening, basically,
Right.
because white is still not really showing, apart from this bishop a5 idea, bishop b5 idea, there's really not very much else you can call a threat. And now black is back to wanting knight d8, knight e6.
I'm not adverse to f7, f6, except for the fact it does cost a tempo. Peter, I like that idea that you've been showing. King h7 and just chilling.
Yep.
Maybe rook,
No, that
without
actually-
rook c8. Without rook c8.
Okay,
I apologize.
Bishop b2, king h7, let's say rook hf1. This apparently is a big mistake because now there are some threats.
Really?
I'm trying to understand what they are. Like, why is this suddenly bad? Because after bishop g5, our pieces, like, now we're no longer in time to get this knight to good squares, I guess, is the explanation.
rook
And the
takes
rook is
f5.
about to land on f6.
Rook takes f5. Oh, wow.
I think what this makes me think about the current position is this is a kind of a minus 0.50 that the engine shows that in practical terms just translates into completely unclear who plays more precisely ends up being in front. Because as we've seen, you shuffle the quote-unquote correct moves in the wrong order with black, and in 3 moves times you're busted.
Right.
So you do have to play this position very, very well in order to be able to claim those advantages that my board is claiming. It's still a mess.
Thank you, Peter. How did Fabi get to this exalted state
+2
of being first in the tournament?
He started with 2 draws, but then had 2 wins in a row, very crucial wins. And then the last round was also a draw before the rest day.
It was a shaky start because Fabi came off of Rapid and Blitz, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, where he performed disastrously in the last 2 days.
The Blitz section.
Yeah, in the Blitz section. So we didn't know what kind of form he was in. The first 2 games drawn, but great fights. But yeah, those victories, and especially over Nodirbek, because I felt that was a game where really his king
Could have
he
done differently
defended
for sure.
so well when your king is under that kind of a heat. He did, and maybe today he'll have to defend very well as Sam is building up an attack to try to break open. I'm surprised that the machine is advocating rook on H1 to F1.
What is the rook on C1 doing? And then we also clear the path for the king.
Yes, yeah. You're suddenly the king C1, B2, A1 path, and you never know. The H file something good might happen on the H file. Fabi's taking some time. Tell me about the times.
52 minutes for Sam and 38 for Fabi. Still plenty of time for both of them.
Yeah, and I must say that, again, for the wild card player, Sam, he's doing everything very well. He's managing his clock in this game particularly quite well. Who would you like to take us?
Something interesting is happening in the game between Levon and Wesley. They traded H and A pawns. I was not expecting to see that.
Okay,
reading my mind as usual, Nazi is, and a very big turnaround.
Queen E7 and
castles.
Well, we saw
We were playing G6.
G6, but we were getting a little bit worried about Rook E1 and E4, right?
Here you had time. We didn't play Knight C4. Yeah.
So castles, take
Wesley
my pawn.
just gave it up.
I'll take your pawn.
Wants to play on the queen side.
The bishop takes a big seat.
So white wants to play a4, f5 and checkmate, right?
Yeah, bishop e5 very strong and played very quickly. This may have been missed by Wesley. Maybe if he anticipated something like, I don't know, rook bc1 here, giving him time to get the knight back to the good squares, let's say. The swing in evaluation between bishop e5 immediately in this position is like a pawn and a half.
Oh my.
White apparently much better after bishop e5 and much worse here, which is honestly kind of shocking. I didn't think this swing would be. I mean, rook bc1 is just a poor move. It should be on the b file, but still. And just to finish the previous discussion, while you were talking about something else, or possibly talking to Maurice, I kicked this position about a little bit. G6 is good. You can also start with queen d7 and play g6 here. Even this is fine. with the intention of meeting e4 was just castling. We are very happily allowing e4, e5.
Of course.
Because this is not your normal type of like Botvinnik type structure where once the pawn crosses the Rubicon, some kind of a pawn attack on the king side decides the game.
No.
f5 will never be crossed.
No.
Black is actually much better here.
Clear.
Which is why, and the immediate g6 is also very, very playable. g6, white can start with e4, and we're never touching it. We're just not reacting to it whatsoever. Playing castles here, no, not e5. And let's say the engine suggests ed5, cd5, rook b5 is probably close to equality because there will be some play against the d5 pawn. You play queen f3, rook b1, try to play a5. But black obviously has their own trumps. a4 is weak, c3 is weak. Knight has beautiful squares. But now, returning to the game, bishop e5, bishop e5. And if you take on c3,
I got to take
which you kind of want to do,
right?
Rook b2 is even stronger than rook bc1. Just keeping it on c3 and intending to start moving up the board. Maybe f3 rook g2, maybe f4 rook g2. Best move by a distance appears to be queen d7 with the intention of meeting, let's say, f3 with rook a e8. Honestly, maybe in preparation of just giving up the that
I can imagine that.
Yeah, because let's say rook c1, knight b5, rook g2. I think it's time, yeah. It's time. You can't tolerate it for much longer. Yeah. The resulting position, while good for white, is still very much a mess. Black has a lot of potential runners on this side of the board. But you do prefer white. I mean, having more rooks is generally good.
Good thing.
Good, yeah. d4, some kind of a mess in progress, which the engine absolutely prefers for white, unsurprisingly, because there's this massive majority and the king on g8 is never going to be completely safe. But the game is not over. But this, as Nazi indicated originally, this is a massive swing. Right. This should not have been how this game is progressing.
You know, it's funny that you wanted to retreat the... thank you for that variation, Peter. I just... my mind is a little bit swimming because I wasn't at all looking at queen d7 and rook sacrificing for the bishop. I was really thinking that I wanted to get my knight back so that I could play f6 and boot the bishop. But maybe this is all just bad.
But you run into g6 though. Like you can never
Instantly.
play f6. Yeah. No, f3. Wait for you to play f6. And then I give mate in 4 with g5, g6, regrettably, right?
Sorry.
f3?
f3? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
96.
But the thing is, you're never threatening f6. So how are you, like, rook g2 here?
Rook to g2.
Yeah, rook g2. You can never play g6. You can play knight c4. And I thought maybe it's something to do with bishop f6, but no, it just goes f4 and fe5. And then I guess I won some of those things. Yeah,
yeah, Paul Morphy style.
Yeah. Appears to still be somewhat survivable if black starts doing something. It's not about the passer. I think we want to open the c file and start giving checks. And shockingly, there is no immediate mate. Like this is, white has achieved the maximum on the king side.
Yeah.
And now it's difficult to create a threat. Yes, you can play g5, g6, fg6, rook f takes g6. But this is why we played rook c8 and c5. We are just in time to play rook c6 and start disturbing the equilibrium. Because if you allow white a tempo to play something like queen g4, your position probably collapses, or queen h6 or something.
Okay.
But you are just in time to play rook c6 here. So you're running massive risks. I mean, I'm overusing the word massive. I will start using some other word at some point, I'm sure.
Wow.
Hopefully.
Nice. And it's all about getting to the finals, and this game is very important to that determination. Here's the probabilities chart.
For qualification, this was, I believe, before the first round.
Right.
MVL was a huge favorite.
Way up there.
Then after round 1, MVL and Levon definitely favorites. Prague, Firouzja, Caruana, those are...
Well, I'm looking at the extremes. Duda on the one hand, MVL on the other. I'm expecting whenever Duda goes to triple O's, zeros, MVL will go to 100%. So Duda's at zeros, but why isn't MVL good?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
but
good explanation.
After round 2, you can see Fabi was... And then after round 3, Fabi and Firouzja switched places.
Right.
Fabi won that game against him.
Prague now ahead.
5 players who are trying to make it to that top 4, and one of them, unfortunately, will have to drop out. After round 4, obviously, Fab is looking very good. And Firouzja and Prague still quite close.
I'm still so stunned by Wesley So. Like, look, Wesley is playing Levon. And you're kind of thinking to yourself, like, if Wesley could pull off a victory, you know, he'd be kind of jumping up to the Prague-Firouzja range.
Maybe he has less points in the current standings.
Yeah, he's, I think, 5 points behind Levon in the current standings.
Gotcha.
Which is quite a lot of points, actually.
He needs a lot of help.
Let's take a look at the standings currently in the Sinquefield Cup.
No results so
remind
far.
Everyone, Fabiano Caruana is the sole leader with 3.5 points. Levon and Prague are sharing second with 3 points, and then 5 players are sharing fourth with 2.5.
And Wesley did pick up the gauntlet. He captured the pawn on c3, and Levon will have to show his compensation.
Yes, he will. And as we go to break, Yasser had the opportunity to ask the players what are their favorite sports besides chess. Take a listen and we'll be right back.
Do you have a favorite sport yourself?
Yes, my favorite sport is football.
What position? Striker?
Striker, yes. Striker or midfielder, I would say. I don't like to be, defense or
goalie.
Goalkeeper.
No. Forget it.
That's not my responsibility.
That's right. And do you have a sports hero that you watch or you root for?
I root for Manchester City. Okay. They did great for for many years, but last season we struggled a bit. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing my team in a Champions League final.
My favorite sport to watch is tennis. To play also, even though I'm not good, still to play is tennis. I don't know why it happened, but I just at first when I started playing tennis, I hated it.
Really?
And I think maybe that was also kind of very particular to tennis, because if you don't have any skills at all, you just can't play. You can't really get the ball over the net, and then you can't have a normal rally. So there's a sort of learning curve. And once I got past that initial learning curve, then I started to enjoy it.
Any sports heroes that you follow, or even tennis heroes?
I don't know if I have a favorite among the big three.
Right.
I just appreciate them all in different ways. So I think that is pretty unique that you have three players who for a long period, they just completely dominated. They took nearly every trophy. I remember I was watching in 2018 during we were preparing for the World Championship, and it was during the US Open, and we were in East Hampton.
Wow.
We could have gone.
Wow.
But we just we didn't really have time. It was during training. But we watched it. It was Del Potro and Djokovic. I think that was the final. And I was really rooting for Del Potro.
Really? Okay.
Not because I think Djokovic is great, but just to have something a bit different. But yeah, I do remember watching that, and I've never been to a slam in person. I've had maybe some opportunities in Paris because we played the Grand Chess Tour in Paris during that period, during the French Open. But it was always very difficult to find time. It's always during a tournament or during training or something.
Yeah, I do. In general, I do love to play physical sports if possible. So any option of that, I'm always in. Yeah, cricket is big in India, so I do enjoy watching and catching it live if I'm at home.
Well, I like playing tennis, also to watch tennis. In Poland, football is everything. I mean soccer, not American football. I'm not really into it. I prefer, individual sports, so tennis, table tennis is quite nice. Well, I like Alcaraz from younger generation of tennis players, and Roger Federer was also, the guy for me. I just, like his style.
Hockey, basketball. Well, I cheer for New England Bay Area team, so.
Well, he's retired, but I was a huge fan of Roger Federer in tennis.
Yes.
But I still watch a lot of sports. I watch less soccer, I feel like, nowadays, but I still watch quite some tennis, a lot of NBA action whenever I can, because it's generally nighttime in Europe.
Right.
I like swimming. It's a favorite thing I like to do. But watching, I think better football. I like the PSG team.
I love basketball. I'm rooting for Boston Celtics, but I'm rooting for Jason Tatum. He's coming to return. He's from St. Louis, as we know. So it's a good feel that the player that is so good is from the city where you live.
I used to love watching tennis, playing tennis. Now it's like badminton or pickleball.
Right.
The pickleball, I got introduced to it during the candidates last year in Toronto. So, and then there's a lot of courts coming up in my city also. So whenever I get a chance, I try.
Interesting. Do you have like a sports hero or sports figure that you follow or really root for?
I mean, my childhood hero was the Indian cricketer MS Dhoni. But also recently I really admire Gukesh. And also I think recently Alcaraz and Sinner are like, they're out of this world.
I follow the NBA. I mean, basketball is very big in the Philippines. So I follow, and I like Kevin Durant. And he said also back my college days, I was looking up to him, and he said, talent beats hard work hard work beats talent. Hard work beats talent if talent fails to work hard. So that was one of the memorable things. Because Kevin Durant said a story when he was young, like he wanted to give up basketball because he was frustrated. Then he came home, went back to his mom. But his mom, Wanda, was a great woman. She really pushed him.
Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament. October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated Chess Club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 6 of the Sinquefield Cup. We're joined by fantastic Anastasiya Karlovich. Welcome back.
Thank you. Long time to see you guys. Yes.
Your timing is always perfect. The most exciting game ever in your own studio. Anastasiya,
yes,
welcome.
I know. Thank you so much. Thank you for
welcome.
having me here once again. Yes, social media is not sleeping, working all the time.
In fact, what is social media doing for us these days?
Some behind the scenes videos as usual, asking some crazy questions. And one of those questions was asked before the tournament started. We were looking forward to find out what is the most annoying opening for the players.
Of course.
Ooh, let's take a look.
Let's have a look at the video.
The most annoying opening to face is
Petrov. Berlin. 4 knights after e45.
because it leads to a draw.
Anything that has exchange in its name.
I would say Berlin. I don't like to play against it, or I would hate to play it. So
Catalan. Sort of London type.
Some when I play white, something solid from blacks. I don't know, Berlin, Marshall, Petrov, name it. Everything is annoying.
Well, I don't know, B3 first move or A3. Probably A3, yeah. Someone, I think Ali played against me in Lit. Lit here, yeah, I was not prepared.
Not prepared.
I was not prepared.
A3 is a very difficult move, you know. And Delis Lee also answered in Instagram. She said, maybe next time I'll play A4. Yes, so I'm looking forward to all these openings. And I think the choices, I mean, to choose Berlin, the idea is that they don't like to play symmetrical or really unbalanced positions. And I'm very happy. For example, all the games today, in the openings, everyone has some crazy lines. Yes. So what do you think? What is the most annoying opening?
Every single one that they mentioned. All of them.
Yeah.
Ooh. Peter, you have a favorite bad
Choosing one out of this list, I mean, definitely not A3. I'm fine with A3, but pretty much everything else. Yeah, I used to ban people for playing London against me in my short streaming career when I would do like arenas and things on various servers, and viewers would play the London against me, and I would threaten them with a ban. I don't think I ever actually banned anyone, but I kept on threatening them with a ban for that. Nice. But yeah, Berlin probably. Yeah. I had to pick one, Berlin probably.
Anastasiya, I'm so sorry. We have some really, really exciting games. Thank you for joining us. Please come back.
Thank you, guys. We'll come back, yes. Follow our social media accounts, everyone.
Thank you for sharing that video. That was fun.
I just wanted to get into this Levon game and also the Fabi game, actually. Or shall we start with the Fabi game?
Up to you, Yasser. Both games are absolutely
Okay, well, Peter, dive right in. Take us away. Sevian versus Fabi.
Yeah. Since I have this on screen, maybe begin with the Levon game versus Wesley, because Levon, I don't know if he miscalculated something after a 4, or maybe if he didn't believe he was better without it, because he was. But he went for a very concrete continuation. Knight takes b1, and we're pretty certain he is not intending to take on b1. That actually kind of loses to queen d7, and your attack fizzles because you can't stop queen f5 in any kind of sensible fashion. We're pretty sure he wants to play f5.
Which looks great.
Yeah, and now for black, it's a direct line to equality, but it strictly only moves all the way down. Knight 92. We actually haven't looked at rook f4, after which the only move that doesn't lose is queen b4. But once again, you probably get there simply by excluding everything else. And after bishop takes g6, shockingly, black has a perpetual after knight
here
f3
queen
check.
b1 was winning, actually.
Ah, okay, so
queen can go back.
It's g6 then. G6. And queen b1 now loses.
Yeah.
Knight f3, on the other hand, does give a perpetual, because let's say rook f3, queen e1 check, king g2, queen e2 check. And rook f2 doesn't really help very much, because now after queen g4 I will be able to finally take the pawn on g6. So rook f4, a very decent shot in terms of scaring your opponent, but once you realize knight e4 loses, knight f3 check loses, f6 is never possible because this is just mate in 3. You will have to play queen b4, basically, because everything else will be ruled out. And then there is the move f6, where the following sequence is all of them are only moves. This is only move. Now, if you play 5 e6, actually, knight g3 is not the only move, but it actually gives black an advantage, because the knight is just in time to get to e4, and that stops all of our shenanigans in the center. You can take the knight. This is strictly the only move. If you play g6, this is the only move, this is the only move. But now we're safe as black, because white has sort of run out of steam a little bit. Mm-hmm. You always have perpetuals. White is not risking anything whatsoever. It's not like Levon is likely to lose the game. Queen g5. Black never has time to start pushing the passers, because allowing something like h5, h6 will be lethal. But you play king h8, and you survive.
What's the likely outcome in this position?
Currently, it feels to me that, you know, against Wesley in particular, Wesley is a very strong player, very clean calculator. He should find his way out of here with a draw. I think he will probably save the game. Very interesting game from start to finish. Levon went for a very imaginative idea, but now it looks like Wesley should be able to save it.
Forced draw. There was one variation in particular in this game as Peter loads up the Fabi game that I thought was just amazing. Knight takes b1, f5, knight to d2, f6, queen takes e5. So this all looks very straightforward. And then I was really interested in this move because I've never seen, visually speaking, I mean, I'm threatening mate on h7, I'm threatening mate on f7. I mean, I'm not even sure I'm not threatening mate on G7, but it's absolutely crazy that after this position, I'm much worse.
Yes, because we can't win the knight on E3. Let's
Exactly. I mean, yeah, and
it's knight f5 and black is.
There are 4 connected pawns on the king side.
Too many pawns.
I may rue the day, but Peter, I want to throw it quickly in your direction because the game between our tournament leader has just gotten completely wild.
Yeah, rook a8 as expected has been played by Fabi. We were looking at rook hf1 and indicating that maybe f7, f6 was by far the strongest, although other moves are also available. But if you make a bad move in this position, the game could actually turn around and white could maybe even assume the initiative.
Okay.
But Sam went for a much more concrete idea. He went e4, of course you take, you have obliged to take, and now f takes g4. And it's very imaginative. He's playing in the right spirit, so to speak. It's not great, though. You can go h takes g, but I think the reason Fabi hasn't done it yet is lengthening the diagonal for the bishop is also very attractive. Bishop takes e3. Whoa. Very beautiful.
Row.
Rook e5 using the pin on the g file, followed by rook c8, completely winning for black. Resignable.
Rook e5. That's
not the only move. I suspect queen e6 is also very strong. H takes g4 is also very strong. But rook e5 is just winning, so you have to play king e1. And now we can take on g4. And white has bishop takes g4. This is maybe what Sam is trying to achieve, because this is just a draw. Maybe he's actually trying to bail with the c4 g4 idea, because this perpetual maybe feels attractive to him by this point. Maybe he doesn't like this position. But unfortunately for him, black has yet another very beautiful geometrical idea here. Knight e5, introducing something on the 5th rank that stops the perpetual. If you take on e5, I will just take on g4. And this is now quite bad because this king is much weaker than this one.
Can we castle, please?
It would be a very strong move, yeah.
But if you look at this position visually, don't you think that black's king is just toast? Yeah. I mean, you know, like
bishop f6, we just
queen g5.
We just calmly go king h7, and we're prepared to meet queen g5 with rook g8, and this is bad. Maybe
this is unfair. This is, chess is cruel.
And you can also do it in this order, and if bishop takes g4. Actually, you have to find the exact same line. Otherwise, it's a draw. Bishop takes g4 is the same perpetual. Knight e7 exists, but doesn't give you any edge. And the only edge available is, once again, e3, king e1, and in this position, specifically knight e5. Although knight e7 is also an option, but knight e5 appears to be stronger.
And once again, Peter, knight e5 in that position, followed by bishop e2. I'm just thinking, all I need is queen g5. Just let me play queen g5. You know,
g6, bishop g3, although this is non-obvious, in particular because in this position, seemingly the best move is knight e7. Can we stop touching this knight?
What's going on?
Why are we making only the moves with the knight? But it wants to be on d5, apparently, where it's a good square, it locks out the queen on c5, it supports our own play. But yeah, this is not that clear. I don't know if any of this will be obvious to even Fabi, magnificent chess player that he is. Because these are tricky calculations.
None of this is intuitively
it's hard
obvious.
to evaluate the positions too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think if you get here, you have no idea if you're better or worse or what happens. Yeah.
Wow. And by the way, what are the clock times between the two players on this one?
No time troubles yet. 44 minutes for Sam Sevian. Sam's actually playing really fast, and Fabi's down to 23 minutes now.
So a 2-to-1 time advantage in favor of the wild card, as Fabi's got to make some very difficult decisions. That bishop takes g, that whole sequence, I must say, and he is clearly thinking about the intermezzo e3 check, because otherwise he would have answered very quickly with captures. And this line with knight e5, my goodness.
Yeah, knight e7 is a little bit more human, actually.
Is it?
Sort of.
More human.
I mean, we defend the piece. We don't put any of our pieces on pre, you know.
It does make sense.
It does make some sense.
Right.
They're roughly equal in strength, actually. I guess white can play bishop e2, and maybe we still play. Oh, no, but here, of course, we will play knight d5 in one tempo. We will not do any of the stupid shuffling.
Right.
Maybe bishop f3.
Yeah, just to stop the knight
bishop
from
f3,
coming to
but
d5.
now I guess maybe we go knight g6, rook, bishop g3, and...
Like, visually, this looks better for white.
Yeah, I'd be very interested with white.
Yeah,
give me a couple of tempi here.
Exactly.
I'll mate on the king side somehow.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, call UPS. I'm going to deliver checkmate on the king side. I just want to go queen g5 and h5, and I know my business. Great stuff going on. Again, two huge games. Levon, Aronian, Wesley and Levon has sacrificed a pawn. He sacrificed a rook.
And Wesley's still thinking, hasn't made a move after f5.
28 minutes on Wesley's clock.
Yes.
I think it's very, very important to point out that you just cannot hesitate. If you play f6, Peter's already mentioned, f6 is always answered by g6, and then it's checkmate in an instant. You don't want to really dilly-dally with your counterplay because bishop takes g7 and f6 as well as f6. So you're really obliged. You don't have a choice. Knight to d2, attacking the rook. Rook f4 has been mentioned, but you don't play f4, f5 without following it up with f6.
But rook f4 also looks good because black cannot stop f6 from happening. So you think...
And again, because I guess bishop takes g7, queen takes e3, check.
Yeah, the threat is mainly f6.
Yes.
Or actually g6.
G6
or g6, yeah.
That you kind of think,
Here,
well...
only move is queen b4. Not
Queen e3 for some reason loses,
Yeah, for some reason that's losing.
I guess maybe g6, and after queen e3, king g2, you have no other checks.
But queen b4 makes more sense because you're looking at you're hoping.
After g6, you're not really helping from b1.
Well, in this
yes.
particular case, yes. Now you've got check and you've got the retreat, but you're about to tell me that g6 you're not helping?
Yeah, I don't see how queen... Well, I know the line because Peter showed us how it's a draw, but from afar...
It's not actually in this position. We were playing bishop takes g7. I'm trying to calculate this right now. g6, I guess we can actually go f takes g6 because we have rook takes f4 and it's no longer mate. Now that the e7 square is not blocked off.
Wait, let's check all the checks. King hides on e6?
How are you
Depends how,
continuing? Yeah, how are you continuing? Queen g7, king e8.
Queen h8? I don't know. I guess we don't have enough pieces left. It's just queen on the bishop.
We ran out of pieces.
Slightly running out of attackers there.
Queen takes g7.
Yeah, and then you have to take the rook now,
here.
I guess.
I think we might lose here because black has two. Queen can always drop back to f8 if needed.
Say what?
Queen f8
Queen
is
f8
available.
takes b7 though.
No, not right now. Just to avoid the matems. Wait, black.
But I'm threatening check and push. Or I'm threatening.
I have a feeling we're
I've got a perpetual.
Supposed to give a perpetual. Let's actually ask
the oracle.
There's also queen b1, queen f5.
Now that's more of a
maybe even with
an annoying attempt.
G6, fg6, fg6, knight f3 check -4. Regrettably.
-4. Wow, Peter, you're just...
The only thing, rook takes f4 is a draw, as we were showing. There's enough for the rook there with the queen on g7. White is not winning, but white is also not worse. Regrettably, knight f3 wins on the spot, because if you take with the queen, we now have queen b1 takes g6 very relevantly.
Sense.
And if you take with the rook, we play queen e1, queen e2, and we actually take the rook on f3, either with check or even without check, because once again, no mate on the other side of the board, and there will be mate on this side of the board now.
Right.
So knight f3, regrettably, just decisive.
Kills it.
As a response, yeah, which is why we were playing bishop takes g7. The way to actually even save the game, nothing else draws for white now. We've put ourselves in a situation where we're also having to make only moves. King takes g7, f6 now loses. So this whole thing is also... Weirdly, king g2 here is a draw. So now, having made those moves, king h1 is a draw and king g2 is a draw, which feels like the screen is mocking us, right?
Right.
A little bit. But yeah, mainly g6 is a draw. And the threats are so powerful that you have to go knight f3, and then you have the usual perpetual.
Perpetuals.
Yep.
Incredible position.
Levon has already played f6, though, yeah.
f6.
No rook f4.
Yeah, and this one is easier to understand.
I'm holding my breath because all of these moves are forced. Queen takes e5. Any deviation, I just lose.
Oh, yeah. He's taken.
He's taken on e5. Did Wesley? any deviation.
Fabi has done something very strange, by the way. Let's watch, because
and
this
he's
might...
taken the rook. So now it's 2 rooks versus a queen.
And a knight for now.
Pardon me,
Still
you're
there.
right. And a knight for now. And Levon's just taking a deep breath here, because I guess he always has a perpetual in his pocket, right? He can go check, and
G6,
after G6, he just forces.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense. So he's taking no risks. Levon is not taking a risk. He's only taking a risk if he plays G6 or
If he keeps the knight alive
Mm.
and
Yes.
goes straight for the mate,
right.
and then somehow misses an opportunity to give perpetual check.
Let's pause ourselves, and you mentioned, pardon me, Peter, I'm going to throw it to you. You mentioned Fabi did something amiss.
Yeah, he left himself 20 minutes and also made a move I really did not even consider. He took on G4, allowing the queen to land on G5 without the sacrifice of a piece. And now, not only is this allowing an immediate draw, we can't really avoid the perpetual. After King F8, which is stronger than King H7, actually.
Okay.
Apart from the fact that this is on tap, we can just go Rook Hf1. This is now very dangerous for black. The best appears to be going into this endgame, where after Bishop H6 check, King G8, Rook F4, you are going to be suffering.
I'm happy.
No,
I'm
this is
happy.
just bad for black. The question is whether it's already lost. Maybe not, but it really is very unattractive. So a very unusual decision by Fabi, because it's a poor move, which isn't even playing for a win. Like, you can understand him taking risks if it gives him winning chances, but he is immediately allowing a perpetual.
Yeah,
when he had 2 moves which weren't allowing a perpetual and were also stronger. I don't quite understand this. It's very unlike him.
Quite the spoiler alert for Sam, but quick question for you. Peter, bishop takes G4, question mark, queen G5, check, king F8, queen check. I always love these rovers. Rook H3? No.
Rook E6, G6.
Rook E6.
We do,
Black has his own rover.
Yeah, the rover on the other side is stronger than ours. Yeah.
Your rover is stronger than mine. Sorry.
No, it is very specifically with the queen on G5
that we take on G4.
Yeah, you can also begin with bishop takes G4, but that actually makes black's life a little bit easier, because we don't get the rook to F4 as quickly. The engine still prefers white after rook CF1, but it's an improvement after rook
Black does have an extra pawn for now.
Yeah, for now we have an extra pawn.
We sacrifice
We're not helpless, but
rook F1 makes much more sense. Sorry.
It's still, as I said, like I don't see Fabi making these types of. It's not even that the move is a mistake. It's also that I don't quite understand how you arrive at it, because it doesn't seem like we should be worse. So why not play on?
Right.
Sort of regardless of how the position is evaluated after the moves which allow you to play on.
I must also say that the inclusion of E3 check seems so much more
honestly
useful.
Let me just check something.
For
let me just check something. So if we do this and then play bishop takes G4, we're still worse actually, but not as much worse as there.
Still rook
Queen
F1?
G5, King F8, and now queen. Yeah, rook F1 anyway. Yeah. F1 anyway. And white is still pressing, although the engine actually prefers the inclusion of E3, King E1, which is maybe not a shock. The rooks are disconnected.
Right.
You know, you've pushed the king to E1. You can get the same endgame, but here it doesn't hate it as much. If you play check and rook F4 after knight E7, shockingly, it's not a weakness. Like, it gets supported by the knight. Here it's equal, and the same position with the pawn on E4 was much worse for black. So. No, but these are very difficult considerations, but just like, why are we allowing this draw so easily?
Yeah, quite the detail though, too. We got to take a look at the other games, because even though these two games look like they may be heading to victories, I want to go check with Nodirbek and MBL just to see what kind of structure we have. And by the way, big changes taking place here. When we left it, whoa. Did you see this cute little move that Nodirbek put in? I don't think we considered that.
He forced king F8.
Right, and he's just kind of.
This is the third time the knight appears on D5. This is move 15, and the knight has been on D5 on 3 discrete occasions. Yeah, very, very odd game in progress.
Okay.
Different purposes each time.
Yes.
Yeah. And a 4 met by f5, which is the correct, as is often the case, the correct procedure here for MVL, stopping the advance of the white pawns, and also importantly creating a threat of h4.
Yeah, such a bad bishop, right?
Yeah, my
But
first consideration
horrific,
is like, okay, terrible, terrible bishop. But the next consideration is, oh dear, what am I doing about
I think
h4?
we do have queen f3 and shouldn't get mated.
Yeah, we can play queen f3. We can even play e4, e5, h4, and then queen f3 if we want to.
Oh, we can include queen f3,
Yeah.
h4,
If you start queen f3,
e5.
yeah, black plays h4 anyway. You have the option of playing. You have the option of creating this really beautiful center here with the move g4, queen takes g4, queen takes g4 of g, and now something like, I don't know, it goes knight c2, tries to get it over to c4,
which is a
actually
brilliant
very
square.
sharp endgame. Very sharp endgame. Like how do you assess an endgame like this, where like everybody has pawns everywhere, and like, white is about to maybe start pushing in the center.
But I'd be fearful as black that my pawns on the king side might not give me enough
But there's
play.
actually decent counterplay on the king side. You play h3, maybe you play rook bf8, you play, I don't know, bishop h4, g3 or something. This is a mess. The engine, as usual, gives us triple zeros, but we can, I think, safely ignore that and just assess it as a, very unclear position. I would not want to play with either color if this was my game.
Can we win the queenside pawns?
Yeah, rook a3. Well, rook a3, rook a3,
He
rook
was even playing rook
b3.
f8, so I'm like, let's just take the
Let's
pawn.
go
Rook
h8,
b3.
rook b3.
Let's go munching.
Can take a5.
Hold on, we can take d6.
D6 bishop c7, I guess, and 4 is vulnerable.
A5
You can
looks
take on
good.
a5, but then I also generate some counterplay of my own. Still somehow equal. Knight
Just
takes, and
take
then
on
king
b6.
f2, g3.
Yes.
Makes sense. But then we start pushing on the
Somehow
other side
black
of the
is
board.
better?
Oh, stop.
Yeah, we're trying to play b5 before and play a rook up, right? Which is going to be a problem.
Stop.
Like, if you allow me to play b5 before, this is never coming up.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it is kind of funny, yeah. I think we should wait for them to make some moves.
I think so too.
We are getting very carried away. It's a fun endgame too.
And that's just one game. We've got two others beside
Right, let's
this.
check Gukesh and Alireza.
And again, a huge game for these two
Yeah, no.
participants. When we left it, we have seen g3, pardon me. We saw g3, king h1, that was where we left it.
Knight f6.
Knight f6, just to stop, to protect the d5 square. A move we very much liked for Gukesh was knight b5. Ideas of c2, c4,
yeah.
and clamping down.
Knight d7. And
Alireza says, you got your ideas, I've got my ideas. Rook
a3 is not great, but the position is so weird that I think finding the best moves here
Over to you, Peter.
was difficult. The engine of the things that are available here, first of all, you could actually, apart from knight b5 in this position, it also likes knight d5. But having played knight b5, the move it liked the most was b2, b3, with the intention of kicking the knight away with bishop b2. And importantly, if you play bishop g5 here, would have been a sensible idea, but it kind of loses to knight. Well, not loses, but it's knight f5 is very painful because bishop takes e1 loses an exchange to the intermediate check on e7. Rook a3 does let black slightly back into the game. Knight c5. Once again, likes b3 here, likes c4 here, but it seems like Gukesh was just not in favor of playing c4 altogether because he played knight c3 back here.
Whoa.
Now after queen d8, the engine says, having played knight c3, you should actually play knight cd5. It's a bit of a shocker that he hasn't. I'm sure he didn't like bishop g5, but we can play c3, knight c6, and in this position, even b4 is playable, just trying to push the black pieces back. If knight d7, we can maybe throw in f3, f4 even. I mean, we're kind of playing everywhere. You're never entirely comfortable doing this in Sicilians because, like, your pieces are all over the place. What is this rook doing on a3 is unclear.
Right.
But we have made some progress in the center. It's a very strange position, but a position which apparently is decent for white. Instead, he played knight e5, and now after maybe he missed knight a6, but now he is stuck with this knight on c3. c2 is a kind of a perennial weakness. The knight is coming to b4. Pretty much against anything. You don't particularly want to play bishop takes a6. It's an important bishop, and we also played
Gukesh
g3.
made a very, very difficult decision. He did take on a6.
And played bishop e3. And now he is much worse, apparently, specifically after bishop takes d5. If you take on d4, if you take on d2, the bishop escapes, and then we play f7, f5. And once again, we provoke g3. The same position with the pawn on g2 would have been okay for white, I guess. Maybe not better, but okay. And also d6, d5 is coming, actually. It's even bigger problem. So what you have to do is play takes d5, and then black plays rook c4. Maybe much worse is an overstatement, but once again, this is kind of frozen in place because c2 is constantly vulnerable. And black wants to start playing on the king's side, yeah.
The Sveshnikov.
Like, we want to play queen c7, queen c8 and start pushing f5, bishop f6. I want to play g3, g2 in every single position here, but yeah, the engine suggests it's time to actually kind of close your eyes and do this. But yeah, you're not going to enjoy this very much for white. Like, this is going to stay on c3 forever. You can't abandon d5.
There's one weakness though, a6. Can we go rook b3, rook b6?
Rook b3, allowing rook b6 is possible, but I can also stop it with rook b4 and then play f5, bishop f6. No, this is just a very comfortable Sicilian now. Maybe maybe I overstated the advantage a little bit, but it's definitely advantage black. And this means that the entire concept by Alireza today is quite sort of, it's working out because he took significant risks, but he kept on, like, 30 pieces were on the board until very recently. You know, very complicated position. You have to watch out for a lot of things. You know, like, there's all kinds of very unusual calculations going on in your head.
Yeah.
And it did provoke a mistake.
Well, I love the way Gukesh was playing it. He had this really, really nice maneuvering. And I thought, seriously, I thought that his intention of c2, c4 made such great sense because that really shuts down, pardon me, it really shuts down the play that we've been witnessing along the c-file, right? You're also making sure that you'll always have d5 as a grip. But when he didn't play the move c2, c4, that was when I really questioned what he was doing. He played the move rook a3, and I didn't like that move, and I don't like this move either.
But at least here he had to follow up with the knight c3 to d5.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would have made a lot more sense.
By the way, is it just me, but Nodirbek is playing knight d5 like 3-4 times, and it seems to me like this d5 square has been the theme of the day. He did play it with the wrong knight, if we're permitted to say that. And do
rook
we
c4, rook c4 very strong, but also very obvious. I don't think it's a difficult move to find. There's no reason to go knight f5.
Isn't there? I mean, I agree. Rook c4 is very strong, but
he's about to play.
Yeah. No, knight f5, bishop f2, followed by bishop queen d3. I think would be a massive, big relief.
Well, we just like the idea that we're keeping the knight a little bit frozen because c2 is hanging, and the variation that Peter proposed, queen d3, queen c8, again, looks.
f5 is coming, yes.
f5 is coming, f3 is hanging.
Very comfortable.
You have to spend a tempo
position
protecting f3.
For Sicilian players. The only thing is you have doubled a pawns, but here it's not really a problem.
Yeah.
Even gives you open b file. You can even
people
maybe
actually
use
used
that.
to do it. You normally would get the structure in a different fashion, like let's say in classical Scheveningens. You would play a6, and then at some point you would play b6, bishop b7, and against white setups with the knight on b3, Gary, for instance, would often play knight a5, knight takes a5, b takes a5, resulting in this exact structure. It opens the b file for the rook. I think it often is more relevant to have both c and b files open than the fact that the endgames have become slightly more problematic.
Absolutely.
One more game.
Please.
Pragg and Duda. They've only played 16 moves.
Who are these two players you speak of?
They've only played 16 moves, and they both have spent more than an hour already.
Yeah, well, we like Duda's position after h4. Do we like it, Peter, after bishop takes f5?
Well, Pragg made a couple of questionable decisions earlier, because after bishop h4, bishop b7, we were very happy with the move h4, h5. Instead, he played bishop d3, giving Duda the opportunity to play g6, which was gratefully accepted. Importantly, now you can no longer play h5. I mean, you can, but you like this a lot less because you've allowed the pawn to progress all the way to g5.
Agreed.
And in this position, you can continue playing quietly. The engine actually does something I would be very reluctant to do. It plays g3, queen c7, queen e2, allowing queen b7. I guess the point being that we have bishop a6, otherwise we would be losing material, but this somehow hangs on. But Pragg understandably took on f5. But this is an improvement, I think, for black, because now there's like well-defined counterplay. We have two very nice bishops. The king is always going towards c8, b8, pretty much, or stays on e8, but like it never goes this side. And we have the g file for the rook. The engine still likes it after queen e2 followed by long castles.
You're going to love what just appeared on the board, Peter. Go.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Yeah, okay. Knight d2, bishop queen c7, and whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
This wasn't required. Yeah, the machine says you can take on g2, drop the bishop back to d5, allow rook g7, and just castle.
Now get out of dodge.
Yeah. And after rook takes e7, f7, by far the best move, you can play even rook dg8 is now possible, creating the threat to your rook on a1. It's a mess. Or bishop c5, which is slightly more controlled. Honestly, doesn't. I would be very worried with white. Let's put it like
exactly. This. I'm not sure the rook on f7 is that great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that the only thing that equalizes here is long castles, which allows bishop takes a3, among other things, would be making me quite panicky.
Yes.
If this were my position, I would be very panicky. I would not be having a fun time. Apparently, we are completely fine after queen e2, but once again, the usual shrug emoji is very appropriate here. I have no idea what's going on. But bishop f6, I mean, it's an understandable decision, but it also makes white's life a lot easier because we can take on c6 now.
Okay.
Force you to take with the pawn, importantly. Now the control over the long diagonal is relinquished. And then we go queen e2, we go g3, and we play. I don't think it's as good as my screen suggests. I think black probably holds after long castles, let's say g3, bishop,
e7.
E7 or g7, whichever one you prefer, yeah.
E7.
I would probably also put it on e7. Yeah, the engine says queen h5, and the pressure against the king side is still quite unpleasant, but doesn't look
you
that
again?
Yeah.
I mean,
but mainly it's a kind of a strange decision because you have, maybe for the first time in the game, you have very well-defined counterplay, which is very much based on the fact that this bishop has no counterpart.
It's a beautiful bishop.
Put it on d5 and go from there. So yeah, I did not expect bishop f6.
Also, if you don't mind me asking, the most obvious, bishop takes g2, rook g1. If I now just defend the bishop, queen b7, I'm sidestepping ideas.
B7, we're both forgetting f3, I guess, right? Because it gets stuck. Yeah. It gets. Because I also didn't know the answer, but then.
Yeah, f3 is okay. So that was why you retreated immediately.
Yeah, bishop b7. I guess he didn't want to allow rook g7, but really, with the king on c8, why are we supposed to worry about this at all? f7 is not that critical to our well-being.
Absolutely. No, it is not.
Yeah, rook g8
I loved what you were proposing. I didn't even see bishop a3. I thought, oh boy, my king is going to be very, very safe, and maybe on a good day I get to go queen to c4 to a2. I didn't see bishop a3. Shame on me, but yeah. Wow.
Yeah, bishop f6 is a very, very unexpected development there because Duda, he is obviously not having the most fun here. He is not having a particularly good tournament and just generally expressing some skepticism about his classical game at the moment. But he is generally a player who plays for a win in every game when allowed.
Exactly.
And he has been allowed by this point.
Give me a point total before the move bishop f6. Like, what did the engine's assessment, I mean, of course.
Bishop takes g2, it gives triple zeros.
Okay.
I mean, those are very strange triple zeros, but basically triple zeros. Bishop f6 is +1. It's a full pawn swing, yeah.
Okay, because of knight takes c6 and queen e2.
The immediate queen e2 is also strong. Bishop e7, just castle long. This is also an improvement for white.
Right.
Because now
we lost the tempo.
Yeah, bishop takes g2, we go rook g1. Let's say bishop g5, we now have to worry about knight f5.
Oops.
We're not getting the same positions anymore with black.
No. Yeah. Oops.
It's just not a good move. It's not even specifically one particular. Even long castles here is playable, apparently. Long castles, bishop takes e5, bishop takes e5, queen takes e5. We go rook h1.
This looks the most natural for white because you're winning back the pawn on f5.
Yeah, the engine survives after queen f6. Suggests that bishop knight takes f5, you can maybe munch or... long castles is not suggested, but bishop takes g2 apparently is playable and king f8 apparently is playable. But even this, as you can see, is kind of dangerous for black. Not really very enjoyable at all. So, like every single move we nominate here for white gives white a pleasant game, and this wasn't the case after bishop takes g2 at all. So yeah, I don't know how to explain this decision. It doesn't seem to be a particularly good decision at all.
But for Prague, good news for Prague's fans because he's got the advantage. Sorry.
I want to draw your attention back to MVL's game against Nodirbek because the last couple of moves that Nodirbek made, I think, were questionable, and now his position might be worse.
We left it at f5, and our main move, I think, was queen f3.
Right.
Yeah, but
he
wanted,
played
I
knight
guess,
f3.
to keep the queens off.
G4, okay. Whoa.
GH second best move, actually. Only slightly worse than Queen E1. GH is not such a huge mistake. Already Knight F3 wasn't great, but you're still sort of under control after Queen E1.
B3.
Yeah.
Okay, I definitely didn't.
But B3 isn't great.
Anticipate. No. I mean, he's looking at Rook A2 and Rook G2.
Yeah, and for those of you who perhaps have not seen the beginning of this game, this is a very quirky game which featured the white knight doing a fantastic job of moving to d5 and back from all points of the board. And while it looked very sedate and positional game incoming, this is now a very sharp tactical battle where the black king is on f8, will never castle, but the white king is actually the unsafer of the two. And MVL suddenly enjoying, I think, maybe decent winning chances even. Nodirbek slightly losing control once concrete play began, and now having to solve quite significant problems. There's also, I think, a decent chance for big time trouble looming.
What are the clock times, Nasi?
It's 16 minutes against 26, and still 14 moves to go.
And it's who's got the 16? Who's
Nodirbek.
Nodirbek. Okay, so why? I mean, I don't like the knight being on f3. I love the knight on c4, by the way. I'm not even sure about the move, but okay, if I make a silly move, I play queen e2, you attack, MVL attacks the pawn on e4.
Queen e2, queen g4 check thrown in, because you cannot play queen g2. Bishop g3 wins the pawn on f4.
Okay, is that the end of the world?
No, but it is an important pawn, and you're probably not going to enjoy not having it.
There's a king at the end of that line. Oh, rook a... No, what am I going to do? I was going to play rook h2.
Is a threat, yes.
There's queen h5 in the end, right?
Yeah, okay, so I go rook a2.
Bishop f4 maybe?
Bishop f4. Can I turn the tables because of this king sitting at the end of the
Not really.
rainbow?
It's quite safe on g8, and also even kind of nominating a threat is not that easy.
Queen h5.
Queen h3 or queen h5, both are kind of winning for black.
Okay. Whew.
Interestingly, by the way, if we want to, this is no longer relevant, but perhaps it will be an instructive idea for our viewers. MVL did the most natural thing in the world, attacking this guy.
Right.
But you keep on mentioning there's like a potential X-ray on the F file.
Right.
The engine, both in this position and actually even here, it was already suggesting as a very strong idea for black, playing king g8 and playing rook f8. Because it says this one is maybe even more vulnerable than the one on e4. And it really dislikes this for white. And after b3 as well, in this position, f4, d4, king g8, remains a very strong possibility, because after rook f8, let's say you play rook a2, which is what you play b3 for. I go rook f8. If you play f5, this actually costs you the central pawn.
That's a big one.
So machine says queen c1 only move, but you're still losing the f4 pawn. And the resulting endgame is still very, very poor.
I'm not happy.
You're getting your dream of a knight on c4, but the position is, significantly worsened. Like bishop f6, rook h3 coming in. This is not the same position
as that crazy game that we were.
You're absolutely, fighting tooth and nail to have drawing chances. You're in a lot of trouble here with white.
For Maxime, this is kind of a dream come true, because he's the one who's landed on his feet. Sorry.
Absolutely. No, I think we should go to Levon and Wesley, because we might see a draw very shortly.
Right.
Levon decided to go in the line where he can give perpetual check.
Okay, sorry. So for those of you joining us late, I mean, Levon went in and he sacrificed the kitchen sink. First came one rook, then came another, and now after king takes g7, queen h6 check, king g8. We're expecting, is it king takes? No, it's g6.
It's probably g6, yeah.
And the idea is we're threatening checkmate in one. That pretty much forces Wesley to capture. And then, because we're massive amounts of material down, we'll take the perpetual check and say to one another, that was a heck of a game. And it really was. It was quite an impressive game. And there you see the players going for the perpetual check. But you know, it was a combination that boomeranged in the sense that it was Levon who had the advantage. He went bang, 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 sacrificed 2 rooks and a pawn, and all he got was a perpetual check. So he took an advantage and he turned it into equality.
Wesley did find a lot of only moves
He did.
to make the draw. But you're right, Yasser. Levon didn't have to force all these lines and end up in a draw.
Yeah, and there you see hearty hand clasp between the 2 players. That was a really good game.
That was exciting.
Very much so. Sam Sevian versus our tournament leader Fabiano. By the way,
Fabi is playing king h7. He obviously is allowing the perpetual, but he is allowing it by playing king h7 already twice. And rook hf1 was strong with the king on f8. It's actually even stronger with the king on h7. And
let's start with rook f1 now.
Yeah, rook f1 here, and Black's best play remains taking on e2 and playing queen g4 check.
Okay.
And at the end of that line, the machine goes bishop f4, g5.
Okay.
Attacks f7, and then I'm assuming plays rook f4, rook cf1. This is really dangerous for black.
Easy play for white.
Rook f4.
Gift me the pawn.
Yeah.
Gift me the.
And
my king, the king on e2 is actually
look
very,
at it being completely safe.
Very,
and
very nice.
I think Sam knows he's doing well, but he doesn't know how well, obviously, because he has no access to.
And he also knows he's got to draw against the tournament leader in his pocket.
And it's one of those.
Do you think there's a good chance he'll repeat third time?
A chance, yes. Good chance, I don't know. I think he is quietly a very ambitious young man,
going
actually.
down on the clock as well. It's
Yeah.
taking a lot of time. Now he has less time than Fabi.
Oh, that's an important consideration. If you were going to tell me he still had a 10-minute edge, I'm playing rook h1.
He actually had a 20-minute edge not long ago, 2 moves ago.
A deep sigh just now on our screen. Like, I've been in his shoes so many times.
Haven't we all?
In my career, and you sometimes, and then you curse yourself and you have a very, very bad evening. Like I know this intimately.
Why am I such a coward?
Yeah.
Why am I accepting a draw? Yeah. And for this game, well, we've kind of seen the advantage go back and forth. By the way, it was a really sharp Ragozin where both sides had big positional trumps. And at one moment, we were really thinking Fabi was going to take over the game, but 2 poor decisions by Fabi back-to-back propelled Sam into a position where he now has an advantage, and a big advantage, but he's repeated the position twice. Should he take a draw? Should he be proud of his undefeated score after 6 rounds? He doesn't want to lose to the tournament leader. These are the thoughts that go through your mind. But if you just look at the position after bishop takes.
No, you start with rook h1.
Oh, pardon me.
Bishop takes is also decent, but rook h1 is much stronger.
Yeah, rook f1, bishop takes, king takes, queen g4 check, and you just recognize that, wait a minute, I'm a pawn down, but everything, the pawn on f7 is hanging, the knight is actually goofy on this c6 square.
Pawn on g4 is weak.
Pawn on g4 is weak. It's 100% you're picking the pawn back up, and then in the bishop versus knight ending. And maybe there's even checkmating ideas against the black king.
We still have
right?
a good bishop on g5.
Okay.
But it is hard to know for Sam how much better his position is, right? That's why he's considering to take that draw.
I mean, he clearly suspects he might be better, or he would have taken the draw already. And I thought for a second, if we go back to the current position, rook hf1, I thought maybe he is worried about knight takes d4, but it's completely unplayable. We just take and go king e1, and there are no more checks, pretty much. And then we start giving mate on the other side of the board. It's just, e3, let's say bishop takes e3, and the unfortunate threat of rook takes f7, unfortunate for black, I mean. It makes this completely unplayable.
Monster threat, yeah. Mate is coming. So
I was trying to figure out what he could have been afraid of.
And why am I using this rook on h1 and not exactly? I'm not exactly sure, because
rook cf1 is also strong, but if anything, it gives black slightly more counterplay because now b5, b4 maybe becomes slightly more relevant, although it's not good. They're
b5, b4?
They're actually about the same strength. They both are very decent. Rook CF1 is also strong. No real reason not to play it.
Okay. I was just wanting to keep Rook H3 in my pocket if I ever got the chance to do it. But I'm going to stop because, well, the old man is with us.
Levon, welcome back to the studio.
Thank you.
Today, you and Wesley gave us a very exciting game. For us, it was exciting. How do you feel about the game?
I felt it was so close, but then when he played 92, I missed this move from distance. And then I kind of felt Black is holding.
But it was thrilling. Did you feel at
yes.
at the moment that you have sacrificed the rook in your heart of hearts?
Yeah.
You felt
no, I
you were
thought this
going to win
doesn't
a
work
brilliant.
for Black. I thought castle doesn't work because I take and. Okay. But maybe Bishop E5 is not the right move.
No, it is.
No,
it is.
You did.
F4 is the wrong move.
You can go Rook B2.
Rook B2, yeah.
You're just asking Black to make a move.
Oh, Rook B2 is winning.
Not winning,
advantage.
But you are better, yeah.
But come on, once you see F4, F5, you're compelled to do it because you think, if I don't win like this, you know. But there were so many beautiful variations. Share with us what you had hoped for.
I only really considered Queen A3, and then after Queen A3, I went beautifully with Bishop G7.
Queen A3 it makes sense because. Black is thinking I need to make a counter.
Then Bishop G7 is a beautiful win. Because Queen E3, King H2, takes F6 and G6. And he doesn't have a check with the queen.
So you dream.
There's one check and you hide on H1?
On H1, yeah. I was kidding me too. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, but 92, it came as a big surprise. And I realized that, he just takes on F1 and somehow everything works. I mean,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
It really is.
F4 looks like a killing move, yeah?
Right?
Yeah.
It was crazy because we were just taking a break and I was rushing out to the bathroom and you left your rook hanging and I had to come back. We were looking at it and VAR joined us and we were all
I hope you didn't have any bathroom accidents.
We had a big problem.
You know, Ponchik gets excited and he gets the
puppy.
accident.
Accidents happen. That's the way I felt. Let me tell you something. But no, seriously, the queen takes E5. We were looking visually. Hold on. I think we saw. Have you ever seen a pattern like this?
Takes.
No. Pardon me. Apologies.
E6?
This one.
Yeah, knight G3. I also thought E6 wins, but knight G3.
Yeah, but also this one? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I know. I saw it. It was beautiful, but it's still a draw, yeah?
Yeah. Well, actually, you're losing now.
Yeah. Well, you're worse. You maybe not. FG and Rook F7 and Rook is better,
It's crazy.
Yeah, but I still knight G3 is good enough.
Yes,
for
exactly.
Equality.
So after knight D2, did you suddenly have to reconcile yourself that the game was going to be drawn? At this point, did you realize?
Yeah. No, because Rook moves Queen B4, and then Queen B1 and nothing.
Oh no! Why did you reject Rook F4?
Queen B4.
Sorry. Okay, and let's say G6.
No, G6 loses.
Takes knight F3.
That's
correct.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Exactly right. That's exactly. And then it loses. So wow. Well, it was thrilling.
Yeah, no, it was an exciting game. I mean, maybe I didn't play well in some phase of the game because it felt like an advantage somehow.
And it was,
so Rook B2,
but it was Rook B2.
Rook B2.
It was Rook B2.
Rook B2, Queen D7, and just King H2, yeah?
Rook B2, sorry, say that again, please.
Queen D7 and King H2.
Queen D7 and King H2.
Yeah.
And the plan is the
I got too tempted. I don't know how much time would I need to calculate to find knight D2 ID, actually. Maybe I would spend at least 20 minutes on playing the move Rook B2.
Right.
Yeah.
It was interesting that the Queen D7, Queen F5 was the defensive idea.
Yeah, there are no other ideas.
It's a knight E4 coming back doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's all, and even we had been looking at ideas that Black should just eliminate this bishop, just take this bishop off the
Well,
board?
I mean, it's probably better for white, but I won't say it's that clear.
Yeah.
Black has its own trumps, of course. I mean, the queen, the pawns on the queen side.
there are four of them. I mean, you don't want to dilly dally with the attack. For you and Wesley, you've played each other so many games, head-to-head games, and this one, it was a thrill for us to watch. You felt
Thank
it
you.
well?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was very excited when I saw this F4 idea, giving the rook.
Nice.
Yeah, it was so tempting.
Exactly.
Did you enjoy your rest day, Levon?
Yeah, sure. Spent it with family, so it was great.
We were discussing earlier that everybody loves the free day, but some players feel like it takes them out of the rhythm of the tournament. How do you feel it?
I wish there were more taking out of the rhythm days.
You'd prefer more.
To have some normalcy.
But hey, wait a minute. You had a lot of free days in this tournament already. You had some days where your preparation was so incredibly good.
Well, I wouldn't call it a free day because before the...
Sorry to interrupt, Levon. This game is a draw. Fabi did make a draw against Sevian.
Oh, I thought he's worse.
Yeah,
yes,
he was. Yeah.
And you're absolutely right.
Well, he was better before, but now
he made a perpetual check. Quickly, I won't let you escape without giving your assessment of the position after rook h f1. How would you? What do you think Fabi could do in this case?
After rook hf1?
Yep.
Looks like a difficult position for black. I mean,
exactly.
Maybe before was kind of...
he has to do something, yeah?
Scaring him, because the endgames are horrible. Yeah, if you take on e4 and go queen g4 check, you're in a lot of trouble. Yeah.
Oh, even rook cf1, wow. Oh, to hide the king. To hide the king on c1 and just
one more
attack.
game is about to finish, by the way.
What was the other game that's about?
Prague and Jan-Krzysztof Duda are going to make a perpetual in a moment, so we are getting...
Today is definitely more exciting than the other day when there were draws. I think these draws are very combative. It's just, I think maybe Sam was down on time or he didn't feel confident.
Levon, thank you so much for joining us, and we're going to take a look at the results thus far in round 6.
We do have 2 draws. Levon and Wesley drew their games, and Sevian and Fabiano just drew their game. And we expect a 3rd draw between Prague and Duda.
It's crazy because the 2 draws have been so eventful, and even this 3rd draw between Prague and Duda. Why are they drawing their game, Peter? Because it was
let's briefly put this up on screen.
We thought
Prague did something
was better.
Yeah, Prague kind of bailed on his advantage here a little bit. If we look at the current position on my screen as we're watching for him to call an arbiter, I guess, because what he did was take long castles. We discussed a similar idea, but with a knight and a bishop still on the board. This is actually still better for white, but you have to play bishop. Whoops, bishop g5 is also not that bad, but bishop h6 is the best move. The difference being that the bishops, if black wants, they do come off the board, but the king is stuck on e8 now, and the agent suggests you still retain some kind of a pool. Instead, Prague traded the bishops off, and now the king will be quite safe on g8. White wins the pawn on c6 in response. Black went rook c8, rook d6. Honestly, you can maybe even play on with black, but Duda took an immediate draw here, because you can't cross the e file. Well, I mean, you can, it will cost you a rook, but if you want, you can give...
the perpetual yourself.
Yeah, you can choose to give the perpetual or receive the perpetual here, but a perpetual will happen, because otherwise you can do this in perpetuity.
Is it better to receive or to give? I think I like to give the perpetual as opposed to receiving the perpetual.
Whatever ends the game the shortest, I think, is the answer.
Yeah. So a 3rd draw is expected there. Tell me about the other 2. Max. Whoa! Okay, Maxime's position just blew up. I don't know what happened.
On the 5th rank, but did Duda just leave to call the arbiter, or?
I think he's allowing Prague to make the determination to claim the draw or not. Yeah.
Okay.
Because, by the way, MVL's position just blew up after G5. Oh, Wow. Wow. Okay, but we do have, once again, another special guest in the studio.
We have Sam Sevian with us. Welcome back. Tell us about your game today. How did it go?
Yeah, I mean, very complicated opening. He surprised me and I decided to play this knight d2, which was quite interesting. And my king's in the center, but I have the bishop pair.
Sam, in this position, was this, I mean, prep? I don't want you to go too deep into your analysis, but king on d2, a little bit unusual.
Yeah.
But common for this opening.
And I mean, knight d2 is played a lot in this structure.
Yeah. Tell me when you got to a position that
yeah, I mean,
intrigued you.
I kind of liked this f3 bishop f4 because
f3 bishop f4.
I think in some positions I can play king e1, king f2 if I need to. Yeah, then he played this rook a8. He wants to play knight d8, knight e6, or knight a5, knight b7 maybe.
Yeah, we were focused. Our attention was really focused on the knight d8, knight e6, what you just referenced.
Yeah, but I kind of got excited when I saw this e4 because
it's very interesting.
Yeah, because of this game continuation. With hg.
Our focus was at e3 check.
Yeah, e3 king e1.
Yeah, e3 king e1. And I think we were mostly focused. Oops.
Sorry to interrupt. This game did end in a draw. Pragg and Duda have repeated.
So that was our third draw. So we were focused here. How did you assess this, and what was your intention if you got here?
So obviously I have bishop takes g4, but I was thinking rook f1.
Right.
Black has to go.
Was it king h7 or something?
We didn't really look at rook f1 properly. Maybe knight e7.
Yeah, I think knight e7 is correct.
Okay.
And now if bishop g5, he has knight d5.
Yes, that we recognize was a massive improvement. The knight moving from c6 to d5.
Yeah. I mean, there are so many moves for white here. Bishop g5 right away.
Bishop g5 right away. Another one of those.
It just felt that it's very difficult for black to hold f5, g4, and everything together.
Right. In the game, the final pardon me, I wanted to ask you about right here, because queen g5, king h7, and the alternative to the perpetual check was?
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3. So why are you, so you're stopping e3, but you're opening up the
Yeah, or I'm stopping
file.
knight takes d4 as well. Yeah.
And you're stopping knight takes d4. We had focused our attention on the move rook f1. We didn't see a good move for
knight takes d4.
Fabi.
Yeah, we were wondering if this is what was troubling you, but takes and king e1 just works.
e3?
Bishop takes e3.
Oh, we just take.
And this is our hello, our greetings. Oops.
Instead of knight d4, there's also b4 that black can play, right? Also looks scary.
But apparently we can just ignore it. Bishop takes g4 is very strong. I checked it briefly. Yeah, there's. But this is a lot trickier when you have the engine, of course.
Well, the other thing, though, if you include rook f1, you're not giving up your perpetual check, right?
Yeah.
And if he plays knight takes d4 and you get scared, you know, then you go with your perpetual check. If he goes b4 and you get scared, you go with your perpetual check.
Yeah, somehow I forgot I can still give perpetual check after.
Yeah, always. Always. Bottom line, we thought the final position that you did make the draw.
Yeah, I was thinking about bishop e3 instead of rook hf1.
Okay. And what was your analysis thereafter? Because again, I mean, he has to do something, right?
So he can take on e2 and go to the ending, which is
what
he was suggesting.
Right.
Queen g4, take, rook hf1.
Right.
Rook f8. Rook f6, knight e7. But, I mean... Okay, he puts the knight on d5 and plays f5.
Right.
Yeah, so he might be okay here. But I was also thinking about rook e5.
Sorry, you were also...
Yeah, instead of bishop takes e2.
Right.
Which is very dangerous, but...
We had seen a line where your queen was on c5, where rook e5 was a real showstopper, you know.
Yeah, if my bishop's not on f4, yeah. Queen h6 check.
Yeah.
King g8.
Yep.
Rook hf1.
Ooh. Okay.
Sorry, bishop takes g4 first.
Oh, pardon.
Bishop takes g4 first.
Now, I guess I have to keep the...
We can't take with the queen, right?
Well, there is g2. So...
we can take bishop takes g4 first, after rook e5.
Okay.
I mean, we basically...
Let's include hg4, shall we?
hg4, queen h6.
Yes.
King g8.
Yes.
Rook hf1.
Yes.
b4.
b4, yes.
b4 was a move, yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah, this is the position where I couldn't figure out.
Right. This one double-edged and things could go wrong.
So what if rook hf1, he takes on e2? Right away.
Then we take, and we play bishop g5 in the end once the queens come off.
And then there's no knight e7.
Sorry, rook hf1.
No, prior to bishop b3.
Yes. Yes. And this is a massive difference because you have this, instead of your bishop being on, instead of your bishop being on e3, it's actually really nicely, it kind of dominates the knight in some positions.
So if he goes rook f8?
Rook f8.
I thought rook f5 maybe.
Yeah.
I really don't want to allow knight e7.
Yeah, rook f5 is a good one.
Yeah. And you're the one doing the pushing here.
Yeah, I just missed this idea.
Yeah. Nice. Sam, it's a nice tournament. You're playing the top players in the world. You're kind of cruising through the field without problems. Today, once again, you left maybe a little equity on the table. You're feeling good about everything, right?
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
What did you do on your rest day? Don't tell me you've prepared all day.
No, definitely not. I just, I relaxed, I walked around a bit.
Okay.
Just, yeah. Stay calm.
Stay calm. Thank you for joining us. Good
luck.
luck
In the last 2 rounds.
Absolutely. Results. My goodness.
Wow, we
great
had
games, but nobody's getting anywhere.
Not so far today, yes. We had 3 draws. Levon and Wesley drew, Sam and Fabi, and Pragg and Duda as well. But in all 3 games, could have been a different result.
Crazy positions, and none crazier than the game with MVL going on right now as we speak, Peter.
I've been trying to book up a little bit on our 2 remaining games. And this is the MVL game. After rook e8, we left it here. White played e5. Black has a bunch of very attractive options. g5 is definitely one of them. You could also begin with bishop g3, which I thought was very logical. This is a very simple line mate along those files. So you play probably queen d2 because rook a2, bishop takes f4 really is very unattractive.
Okay.
So you probably play queen d2. And black can just take on e5 twice. And rook e1. Even bishop d6 is better for black. You can also do a rook lift, indicating that rook g6 might happen. Like if you take on e5, I can take and then play rook g6 check, right?
Thank you.
F1 is very vulnerable. So you can do this first, and the engine suggests you actually have to enter this endgame, which, yes, you will have some drawing chances. You will take on e8, you will play, I don't know, h4, I guess. And once again, there are dreams of, at some point, swinging it over to c4. This is not a very beautiful bishop with all of our pawns on the dark squares. But black is a healthy pawn up, so why not do that? Instead, MVL went for this very ambitious move, g7, g5. Rook a2 was suggested by the engine as a potential alternative, and g4 is actually weaker than g takes f4. I think from aesthetic viewpoints, you would rather play g4. But interestingly, white can go rook g2 and say, I would like to checkmate your queen.
Oops.
On h3. But after gf, black is better. Or f takes g5, which is what Nodirbek chose. Once again, you would like maybe to push in the center, but d5, rook a2 is a mess. Bishop takes g5 is actually stronger. White went e takes d6. And now there's a number of options available. Currently, the engine prefers this the most, which doesn't create any immediate threats, but it locks everything down in this box, right? White will never have any active moves anymore. And eventually, I guess both the d-pawns will fall. Our threat maybe is just simply queen f5 takes d5. We've taken away the g1 square from the rook. We lock down the f-file. We will lock down the queen. Best appears to be queen e2. Rook g8 is playable. Queen f5, as I mentioned, maybe is even simpler. Rook A1, queen takes d5. Black is in control. It's even difficult for white to move. Machine goes rook f2, trying to at least somehow access the G file.
G2 square.
Yeah, but black is better after most things here. Rook e6 is fine. You can throw in rook h3. As I was giving all this speech, MVL played rook d8 here, and now rook a2 d2. Rook a2 g2 does appear to give white decent counter chances because, yes, we're losing all of our passers, but
now we're kind of getting coordinated, aren't we? Yeah.
We get squares. We want to play knight e5, maybe. If rook takes d5, whoa. Best move is b4.
Queen
with the intention of playing queen b3. And saying, I am actually going to develop some counterplay.
Yeah.
No, this is a very fun position to watch, but maybe less fun now for MVL because he is sort of relinquishing at least some control, and it doesn't look anywhere near as good as it was.
But also Nodirbek's down to 5 minutes. Will he be able to find ideas like b4 with such little time on the clock?
Yeah.
He played b3. If he doesn't play rook a2 and rook g2, I'm going to seriously question, dude, why did you play b3?
Those two moves, I think, will come quickly, but the whole b4 idea.
We have to keep an eye on this, but a very big swing happened in a game between the world champion and Alireza. So let's briefly revisit that.
Let's go there.
Yeah, we left it somewhere here.
In fact, I didn't.
We've seen a position similar to this.
Right.
White went rook b3. The engine kind of oscillates between including bishop g8 and going bishop g5 immediately. Likes bishop g5, frankly.
I think you liked rook b4 previous.
That was a slightly different position. Rook b4 here was also strong, but this is an attempt to sort of win the game by force. Yeah.
Really.
And also, like, at least provoke rook d1 and then play rook b4, so that the knight cannot return via that square if the capture happens. And here, Gukesh thought, okay, I cannot tolerate this any longer. Went f4, e4, queen e6, a check. And this is an important turning point because, of course, you don't want to give white this passer on e6. But the position after rook e8 appears to be much better for black because it's only really dangerous if white gets knight d5, and white never gets knight d5. This is such a gorgeous piece. It controls everything. And like rook b6, f3, you've lost pretty much because this will actually cost you more than whatever you will gain with the pawn on e6. You have to include king g2. The engine takes, goes bishop f6, and says eventually I will play bishop b5. I will take this off the board. There's always rook d2 hanging in there. Line could continue rook b6 check, and for instance, like rook d2 check in response, king somewhere, we have bishop d4 as well. It really, really dislikes this for white. Right. Says, with absolutely perfect play, we're still much, much worse. Like we are fighting to be alive here.
As well.
But none of this happened, because Alireza instead played king h8, and now after takes, and rook b6, which was instantly found by Gukesh, it's still unpleasant, but it enters a territory where I think those evaluations you transcribe into human language as slightly worse, but we're saving it.
Gotcha.
Because you have to give up on d6. You have no good way of protecting d6 because of, like, if the pawn was already on h6, it's probably a completely different position.
Story, yeah.
But as such, the engine still plays h6, gives it up, perhaps plays bishop d2, but rook e2 is okay. Rook e7 is, I guess, even more natural.
Yeah.
Generating counterplay. Bishop takes c3. And there's always this very cute tactic as well.
Hello.
Yeah, because b takes c3, rook takes c3 is actually still lost. Because this king is getting mated faster than this king. Rook takes c2, rook d1 happens incredibly quickly.
We're getting really deep in this variations. Sorry to interrupt, but I think Nodirbek made some mistakes and MVL might be winning again. If we can jump back to that game.
Yeah, let's go.
Wow, let me just bring this up on my board, but huge swings going back and forth in this game. And it now appears that with the queens off the board, that MVL has complete domination. The bishop on e3 is simply, it's too strong. There's no other way of putting it.
Good bishop versus bad knight?
Yeah, and we're picking up this pawn. For MVL, this is a dream come true. As we know, all he needs is 6th place in the Sinquefield Cup or better, and he's booked his flight to Brazil in the playoffs. But with the victory, he's going to be tied for 1st. isn't he?
I believe so, yeah. He's currently tied for 4th, so.
Oh, no, sorry, it's +2. He'll be tied for 2nd. Apologies.
Right.
Apologies. Rook A2. What happened here? Where did he make his mistake?
Yasser, you said you would be surprised if he didn't play Rook A2.
I'm surprised. I don't understand. I mean, because B3, he was telegraphing his very, very clear intent to bring his rook to G2, where finally, once the rook is on G2, I do start to think about moves like knight E5 and knight G6 and maybe opening up the F file. He played queen E2, rook takes D6, knight G1, forcing the trade of queens, where he's clearly worse.
Yes.
He's very, very, very clear.
Actually, not even forcing the trade of queens. MVL, queen h5 is a strong move, but I guess maybe he doesn't have very much time on the clock and it's a messy position. But Mashin says, keep the queens on.
Play rook h6.
Yeah, like rook a1, it even throws in king e7, just getting it over to the queen side. And then we will, you know, d5 is doomed. We can also continue attacking on the king side, like rook d6, h6 at some point. And
that I love.
f5, f4. Why are they still completely boxed in?
Paralyzed, yeah.
No. This, the machine says, is completely lost. Okay. There is no counterplay. There is a continued attack on the king side, and eventually even all the endgames will be bad. What we got in the game is also very, very poor for white. But maybe you can imagine some scenario where like the wrong pieces come off and white maybe ends up with a knight against this bishop, and yes, black is still better, but because the queen side is still very, very locked, maybe it's not so easy to win. But of course it's a very, very pleasant endgame for black, just a pawn up and knight f3. You need to find a way in. I think really the only problem we have here with black is
finding a way.
Is finding a way how we're going to win it. White doesn't really have any counterplay.
If I just play king f6, I mean, I'm not even sure what white is supposed to do.
I don't think we should be allowing rook d8.
You want to stop rook d8.
Yeah, let's keep everybody locked down. Yeah, Mashin goes rook d8, I guess with the intention of playing king f6, and then everybody really is completely stalemated.
Right.
And if you want to do something like this, you will probably lose by force after 4, and then rook h3, f3, and so on. So, no, I mean, it's still very bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to criticize queen h5 very strongly because it's a very, very bad endgame for white.
But queen h7
I thought queen
maybe
h7
more
was playable.
Salient question. Wow. And Gukesh and Alireza, these are the two remaining games.
Alireza's down to less than 2 minutes, but his position is looking very good right now after Gukesh's last move.
After rook b6, he included, you know, it was funny. I actually thought he wanted to keep f3 and rook d2 in his pocket. No. Alireza captured, h6.
Yeah, but this is the wrong one. You should have taken on d6.
Precisely. Isn't that a much more important pawn than this guy?
I think he did not see that idea of bishop takes c3, rook c6, because I think the reason he took this one is to meet bishop d2 with knight b5. He needs the b5 square for the knight.
Bishop to d2 with knight b5.
I'm pretty sure that's the point, yeah.
We can take on d5.
But he is worse after rook d5. Nazi is completely correct, yeah.
Pause, because he can take on e1, he can take on f5.
F5 is
apologies.
And then d6 as well.
But taking on d5, give me
rook d1.
Taking on c2.
Yeah, rook c2 is strong. There's also f4, rook h5 ideas, and if we want to unpin ourselves, we can also go h4, rook f5, rook h5.
f4, rook h5. That's nice. If we want to win pawns on our journey, not bad.
Yeah, here, yeah, this also looks much better for black, honestly. I don't see why this wouldn't be the solution.
For Gukesh, our world champion, is really struggling. I liked his approach to today's game. I really did. A very restrained play with rook e1, bishop f1, and I thought he was going to clamp down with that Maroczy-Bind-like move c2, c4. When he didn't include that move, and Alireza got his knight to c5, it seemed like black was the one with the much more dynamic chances, and that's been the case up to this moment. But time is becoming a factor, as it is always with Alireza's games.
It is, but he only has 6 more moves to make, and next couple of moves make themselves, right?
Yeah, it's actually a bit messier than we thought. It's knight b5, rook d5, rook e2. Of course, rook d1 was horrible.
Knight b5?
Rook d5, rook e2. Rook e2 is much, much stronger. Now, if you take on c2, I think rook take d6 equalizes.
Rook
I feel like it has a very good chance of equalizing at least.
And pardon me, what was played?
Knight b5 was played. They're following this line so far.
I think rook d5 is going to be played. There's nothing else that makes much sense.
Minute and 20 seconds for Alireza.
Sorry, this is the current position.
Yeah, let's just
we
say
could take the rook,
also,
but then we lose our rook.
Is also rook a4 available?
Yeah, there's so many. At each turn, there's like rook takes a4, bishop takes e1, rook takes d5, of the 3 captures.
But he has to play intuitively just because he doesn't have enough time to calculate all these options.
Of the 3 captures, I must say, rook takes d5, as played, seems like the most forcing. But you said rook e2.
I think rook e2 is the strongest option white has. Yeah.
Okay.
I think everything else is much worse.
Now I find myself drawn very much
a4,
to
and the
this
line
idea.
continues. Rook takes d6.
Rook takes d6.
Nothing really wins, so you have to play rook h5 check, king g2, bishop e3.
Can't guess any moves.
Yeah.
I'm really struggling.
Honestly, I think it's probably a position white can hold, but it's unpleasant. The engine goes g takes f4, and then rook d takes e6, d6 e6, and says, we are sort of connected now. We do have our own 2 passers potentially on the queen side eventually. Yes, the bishop is stronger than the knight, but this is not as good as I originally thought. Might be manageable for white. But you have to get there first, of course. King of 3. I think if a pair of rooks come off, it's not even really worse for white. Like takes, king g2. Why am I supposed to be worse here?
Agreed.
Those pawns are still on g7 and h6.
Yeah.
G4 and h4.
Yeah, and the black king is still on h8 as well.
Yeah. I think I'm
true that.
fine here.
Rook takes d5 on the board. Sorry, I know Alireza has a minute or 2. He's down as usual.
Gukesh has plenty of time, more than 11 minutes.
More than 11.
Just for 5 moves.
Okay.
But he has to find rook e2, otherwise he's much worse.
Yeah. You would maybe consider rook takes d6, but I think it instantly loses to rook takes b5, among other things.
Rook takes d6. I didn't even realize that was legal.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it loses to more than one thing, but I think the cleanest is to take on b5 and take on b2. And that rook ending looks completely lost to my eyes.
Copy that. What is it?
Although rook e5, maybe we don't want to allow that. But yeah, rook d6 is, I don't think rook d6 is going to happen.
But it was really funny because I saw that and I was like thinking to myself, wait a minute. That's 3 connected pass pawns for black.
Oh,
yeah, but I will play b4 immediately, and it probably costs you a bishop, right?
A long while down. No, maybe not such a long while away.
It's a few moves.
A couple moves, yeah.
It's a few moves.
Dang, maybe not such a long time. And
this
by the way,
I think we actually saved with white.
Yeah, they kind of stuck a little bit, aren't they? Okay, apologies for that. So rook takes d5, rook takes b5. Well, we are definitely talking advantage black. I mean,
yeah, but having seen rook e5, I would like a cleaner solution because this looks like it might actually be salvageable. Rook d6, maybe just take on.
I think everybody's playing
bishop e1 after rook d6.
Yeah.
Bishop e1, rook c2
yeah,
is
that
just
seems like
minus
the
3.
cleanest. Yeah, I think. Nazi
Thank you.
Nazi is correct.
That is very.
Not my line. It was the engine.
But that's very clean, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
we are.
Yeah. We're already a pawn down, and both b2 and g3 are hanging. This doesn't look good. Yeah.
And this knight looks like it's really out of business over here. So rook takes d5. Our main line has been rook e2.
Yeah. Seems like it's the only chance, really.
Yeah, after rook e2, it's still not easy for black.
No. Let's take a look at rook takes c2, though, because I was trying to figure out how to make a clean draw after it.
Rook d6.
Yeah, take on b2.
And probably take on f5. So you only have 1 extra pawn.
Yeah, but aren't we kind of winning after bishop c3?
Bishop c3?
I mean, or rook b1, but even like from a purer standpoint.
Right.
If the
Knight
rooks come off, aren't we
bishop,
winning?
Extra pawn.
Yeah. I mean, these types of positions normally are even kind of simply winning. Because you end up, I mean, people sometimes lose them without the extra pawn on the king side, I want to say, you know.
Right, you put a pawn on f2 or
Apparently
whatever.
after g4, this is a draw. Without g4, it's worse.
As soon as white plays g4.
Okay, so I guess the argument is g4 eventually forces us to create a passer on h5, and then we go knight jump on a5, and the king never leaves h1.
I guess maybe the draw.
Yeah, maybe this is why this is a draw. It is still very non-obvious to me, though.
You're right. All right. And this is our current position. We're expecting rook e2. Once again, just pursuing that. But why aren't I doing our old beautiful routine of rook and bishop versus rook and knight? It's supposed to favor the rook and bishop.
Or rook b1
So
c3.
actually, instead of knight f5, it's more accurate for white to start with king g2 because of this.
But then you haven't played g4 in that other position, right?
Sorry.
I'm very confused.
Instead of...
But h5 is not a good move, I guess.
well,
So
you
can't
guys
stop
are
me.
way too fast for me.
Rook d6?
Just don't play knight takes f5.
Just don't
Play
play
king g2 first
Play
to
king
avoid the check. So
Yeah.
you'll be forced to trade rooks.
I gotcha. So you're threatening knight a4, and if I
Knight
play
c4,
bishop, pardon me, knight c4, and if I play bishop c3, then you take. But then you don't get
But
g4
apparently
in.
h5 is not a good move for black right away.
It's
So
not?
still
So you're
a
getting
draw.
in g4 regardless?
Mhm.
h5 is not a good move. Why is it not a good move?
It was still sane. Maybe.
g4?
Maybe we actually hold this 2 against 1, but I don't know.
You're a little skeptical, I hear you.
Yeah. And also, like, I'm trying to model this onto a practical game where I'm playing white, and I am not happy. You know, I am not really loving my situation here.
Exactly. You've been telling me that Gukesh was at 12 minutes now.
He spent half of his time here.
That's what I'm
6
talking.
minutes.
It's getting a little bit nerve-wracking, isn't it?
He has to
for him?
find rook e2. Yes, that otherwise he's just lost. So it's good that he's spending most of his time on this move. This is absolutely critical.
Right. So rook e2.
But rook e2 is not a natural.
No, I must say, sadly, rook d1 is the more natural move because you're thinking in your mind's eye, I'm pinning the bishop to the rook. But in fact, that's not happening at all. Rook takes c2.
Yeah, there's
in
no
some
follow-up
cases,
there.
f4 is escaping the pin. Yeah. Oh boy.
Is today the day of black pieces? Because we have 2 games left and we expect black to. Well, black has advantage right now in both games.
On both boards, yeah.
Right.
Currently, I think it's 4-2 in favor of white. I think we had...
Yes,
Yeah.
oh, in terms of the victories,
Mhm.
yes?
First day was only white victories, then we had a 1-1 day, and then 2 days were only 1-1 a single game.
Down to 5 minutes. Yeah, critical moment. Will he find rook e2? And I think if he finds rook e2, he will save this endgame.
I'm still...
Maybe even 5-1.
Let's have
Still hard to
another
believe
look.
that
Yeah.
this is a draw.
Take.
But it's kind of all forced in rook this. Even if you think it's lost, like that knight versus bishop,
Yeah.
you play and it's a draw. Even if going into it thinking you're worse,
Exactly.
then it turns out you're holding.
Okay, so rook takes d6, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's...
It's all forcing. And he's found it, rook e2 on
Wow.
the board.
That was a big moment. He used half his time to find the only move in the position.
Time well spent.
Very well spent.
Rook c2 came immediately. Now rook d6 has to be the next move, which I think is not hard to play.
No.
Just before it disappears, I want to show a very beautiful mate on our other board, just briefly. This is a current position in MVL's game. MVL is now completely winning. I thought, why not knight takes d4, attacking the bishop? There is a very good reason.
Oh.
Yeah, just wanted to show this and then
That's a
switch back to
visual.
the other game, because there's actually more content in the other game, but this is a good picture.
And MVL, as you said,
Yeah,
now
and
is completely
then the rook
winning.
lands on e3, and once the rook lands on e3, the game should be quite easy to convert.
Well, the nightmare for Nodirbek continues
Absolutely, just not a
in
good
that
turn.
particular case. So we're looking, we're awaiting rook takes d6, which happened. Rook takes d6, knight takes d6.
Yeah,
is
we're
on
getting
the
this
board.
entire line on the board, and then we'll
And
see
now
if he
it's very
holds the
important
game.
after rook takes... No, I have to play rook takes b2. What
You
am
play
I saying?
f4. You could play f4. It's playable.
Oh, good. Thank you. Why don't I play f4?
And the best move is king g2.
Nonetheless. And if I take...
Actually, no.
What?
The best move is king h2, and it wins the bishop.
King h2, so that we...
With the idea of fg3, king h3.
King h3.
Okay. That's not human chess.
No.
King h.
But anyway, rook takes b2 has already been chosen, and it's a much saner option, frankly. Now king g2
king
only
g2
move.
Crucial.
Yeah, king g2 only move. Yeah. Knight f5, rook b1, you are probably lost.
Yeah, knight f5, rook b1, then it's a rook and bishop versus rook and knight ending with the extra pawn for Alireza. We think that is losing. But if you play king g2, you get a bishop versus knight with very few pawns on the board after bishop c3. And this we're thinking is closer to a draw, or maybe just a draw, than it is a win for Alireza. Well, our world champion Gukesh kind of skirting on the precipice of defeat there, Peter.
Yeah. And even if you understand that you have to play king, there it goes. He knows it's his best chance, but you're not doing it with any sense of particular excitement, having to hold that resulting endgame.
I mean, it's exciting. You can force the rook trade, because you know rook and bishop versus rook and knight. You're get tortured.
Right. We call that the Bobby Fischer ending because of his victory over Mark Taimanov, where he had the rook and bishop and won a very, very nice ending.
Very nice technique by Gukesh so far in this rook endgame. He was much worse earlier, and he's made the best out of it. Now Alireza's probably like, how am I not winning this? I have an extra pawn.
Well, for Alireza, I mean...
right now he has 2 extra pawns.
Yeah, he's kind of feeling like, what do I have to do to win a game? I mean, I'm getting advantages, but the moment I get an advantage, then my opponent plays perfectly, right?
Well, he should have taken queen takes e6, but that's really, and that's very hurtful, because that really is his one mistake in the game. Apart from a slightly ambitious opening where he was worse, once he resolved those problems, he played a very, very solid game, pretty much no mistakes whatsoever. And he had his big chance after queen e6 check and appears to have missed it.
Dang, Peter, you're talking about an incredibly narrow window. I mean, he's saying he played a great game, an accurate game. He had one single half move that wasn't perfect.
No, but this is
just reached move 40, by the way.
They've made their time.
This is what happens in fields of this strength.
Yeah.
Your inaccuracies get punished at a much higher rate. You don't get very rook e1. By the way,
we can switch to the other game because
it's a very beautiful tactic again. Yeah.
And Alireza's going to take his
MVL
time.
did find it. Yeah. Same tactic landing there with rook h4 and rook e1.
Well, a huge sacrifice there we've just seen by MVL. Rook takes h4, and now he's got everything, a completely winning ending.
2 pawns up in an endgame, you do have to find a clean, you do want to find a clean decision right now, because if you allow rook takes b6 and then maybe even rook takes f5, it becomes a lot more interesting for white. I wonder if you actually win by force by playing rook e2, rook h2. Yeah, rook e6 also exists, actually. I didn't even see rook e6 existed.
Rook e2, but...
Rook e2, king f3, rook h2.
Where's
king takes f4. Rook takes h4, king takes f5, rook h5 check, rook g5. I want to take. I want to play king e6.
Don't we get to do our famous?
Yeah, but maybe we have to wait a move.
Because I can. What?
Because the b pawn will queen, But actually, after king e6, king f4, the d pawn no longer queens.
That's a problem. Now you're in the.
And if I have to play king c6, b5, maybe I'm not winning at all. Maybe we don't even enter this. MVL has, I want to say plenty of time, only for but they've passed the time control. Everything I wanted to say is completely incorrect.
Say it anyway.
I wanted to say he has plenty of time to calculate this before the time control, but they're already on move 41, so he actually has half an hour.
But shouldn't this be easily winning, or am I Zeus-wanging myself? Why am I switching?
I want to play like king e6, b5, king e5.
King e6, b5,
king e5. Is this winning at all?
It's like
before is winning. No. Before.
Now you have to
king
come.
e4.
King d6.
Yeah, probably is. Although there will be some correspondence
Sure.
players.
Yeah, king f4 after king d6. Because if you play c4, I take with the d pawn. If you play king d5,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
king
Hold
d5,
on.
c4.
I'm not sure this is winning, and I'm not sure he needs
King
to
d6,
bother with
king
it.
f4, yeah.
This is hilarious. Yeah, tell me why I'm not winning this.
King f5, you don't have c4 because I take with a check. And then come back king e4. It's so frustrating, right?
Yeah, the easiest.
Was amazing.
We should have mentioned this
Please.
option actually, and I think this. Once you realize it is an option, you take it. You can go rook e3. Yes, you're giving up both b6 and f5, but this passer decides. I mean, I think the moment you see this position, I think you stop looking at anything else because like d3, d2. After king f2, apparently we can also play king e8, but like d4, d3 is just.
Not even sure you'll be able to give up.
I mean, you can put a knight on d1, but after rook h3, swinging it over and putting it on h1, like, this never holds.
No.
And I guess maybe you need to see this very cute idea, but it's not difficult either, because we have rook bishop d4 in the end,
right?
And this is a queen. But let's actually ask the engine: do we win?
Apparently not.
Rook takes g5 is not on my screen, which I guess means it's a draw. Yeah, not in the top 3, and it would have been. Yeah, feels like it's probably just not winning it.
Wow. Ladies, gentlemen, we made time control. Shall we sneak in the break?
Let's take a short break as players are taking their time to think on move 41. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament. October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest-rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you're new to chess or have just started learning the game, Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club is right for you. Mondays from 5:30 to 8:30, you can learn the basics of the game in a friendly, judgment-free zone from experienced instructors, and get valuable practice going head-to-head with other players who are also starting their chess journeys. It's never too late to learn the game, and now is the perfect time to start. Join us for Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Store, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 6 of the Sinquefield Cup. Let's take a look at the results so far. 2 games are still going on, but we have 3 draws. That was between Praggnanandhaa and Duda, Sam Sevian and Fabiano Caruana, and Levon against Wesley.
All eventful games, to be sure, but 3 draws. We're expecting that Gukesh and Alireza are probably going to draw, but there's a beautiful victory in store for MVL. And the rookie 2 check.
As you were saying that.
That wasn't the move. Oh, that wasn't the move I had expected. During our break,
let's show
Peter.
the one
Wait up.
What?
Are we about to see another miraculous save?
King F3
Before
by
we
Nodirbek.
Guys, I think this is a draw now, Frank.
Yes, sir. Can you show our audience the Rook B1 line we're looking at?
Yes, exactly. During our break, we know that MVL has already played Rookie 2, but during our break, we had Peter and I had focused our attention on the move Rook B1. Give me the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously, you're going to play Rook takes B6, not only winning a pawn, but defending a pawn. But now we have the move C4, and of course, we're threatening to capture this pawn, so you take, and this beautiful pawn breakthrough.
Mm-hmm.
Threatening D2, D1, you have to play knight F3, and if you remember the game of MVL and Levon, we're back to being a piece up, but in this particular case, already our pawn is on A5. Easy victory. This has not happened, Peter.
No, and I'm wondering what he intends to do here, because they very quickly progress to this pawn ending. And of course your brain is kind of conditioned to think a pawn-up pawn ending is not a very exciting thing to discuss. But I really do think it's a draw after Rook takes G5, and we had some time to look at this with Yasser.
Yes.
We discussed the not pushing B5 immediately. I was also curious what happens if we actually do play B5. After B5, you have to pay attention to this passer. Now King E7, White plays King F4. Now, interestingly, the only move that makes a draw for Black is specifically King E6, because if you play King E6, for instance, you have now lost
the bar just went right through the roof.
You've lost the opposition, and you lose here. So you go King E6, White goes King E4. You very specifically now play King D6, but shockingly, you do get the pawn on B5, but this position is a draw, because King B4 is always met by King B2. And yes, you can remove the A5 and B3 pawn, but the remaining endgame continues being drawn. I assume you can do, all kinds of shenanigans trying to lure the king away from the good squares, but there is not even any kind of a tricky study like correspondence square problem here for White. Every single move draws. I thought maybe only King D2 or only King E1 draws, as sometimes is the case. But here, no, you can choose any square.
That's shocking.
Yeah. And he's already not done this. He played Rook H3, White plays Rook G6, only move. And
Rook check?
Rook F3 check on the board.
Rook.
That's the live board.
This is the live board?
Yeah, King E4, Rook E3, King F5. It's a draw, guys.
Actually, I think he played King G4.
He played King G4.
Yeah, and MVL has captured the Rook. Well, obviously, we have to capture
and this is
the Rook.
also a draw, but Rook takes D3 was winning. What is happening here?
We're confused as all
This is so confusing. MVL is, I keep on repeating, he's one of the best endgame players in the world.
He believes this is winning, but
yeah,
actually
obviously he does. This could be the 3rd game where he had a winning or won position that he didn't achieve it. Explain the concept of shouldering and triangulation and those ideas, Peter, in King of Pawn endgames.
In the current position, obviously, White has 2 big problems. White needs to pay attention to the idea of B5 followed by some pawn break and creation of a passer on the queen side. And you also cannot allow the Black king get to the D3 pawn. Therefore, this is very easily lost. Yes, you get to the B6 pawn, but you're nowhere near fast enough. This happens a lot faster. The D pawn is going to decide. So you always play King G3. And I guess MVL calculated up to here and thought, okay, now that I've shouldered the king away, I don't have to worry about the king running to C6. I will just play king over to C6 and play B6, B5. And yes, you can do that. But even King G4 is a draw. Yeah, this is a problem. Like you can get all that, and now we get to a point where only moves make a draw, but basically White needs to play King E5 in this position. The situation is, I think you can describe it in more, without showing move-by-move variations. Now that the black king is so far away, all those ideas of b5, a5, c4 do create potentially a decisive passer on the a file, but the b pawn will also queen, so this never works. So you have now restricted yourself to the idea of pushing b5 with the king on c6. And you do achieve it, and if the white king at this moment is not being put on e5, you win. But if white's move specifically in this position is king from f4 or e4, if white goes king e5, this I'm guessing is a position of mutual Zugzwang. I think if it's white to move, we lose. Because king e4, we will, I don't know how to show this. Let's go like this. Yeah, this immediately loses to ba, king d6. And the king gets shouldered away from d5, we play c4, we win very, like, this requires no thought anymore from black. Right. But with the king on e5, you can play b4, but then the king can go back and stay on the e4, f4 squares, and you never make any progress. Like, we can even go king f5 and then back to f4, and we stay on these squares.
After king e5, instead of b4, can you show us c4 after king e5?
Yeah, but c4 he takes b5, right?
Okay,
check.
Take. It still looks bad. King c5.
Oops.
a4. Are you in time?
But we're in time.
But queen h1 at the end?
Yeah, but we include king e3.
Of course.
We include king e3, and then let's show what Nazi is talking about, because it's
that's
important.
A beautiful skewer.
Yeah, it's important because you have to watch out for these things in these pawn endings. Yeah, here you lose because the queen takes a8 is coming. But including king e3, and then playing a6, we get to a position where
we both
black cannot connect. Black cannot connect our. Yeah, I mean, only move king f4, but it's not going to be difficult to find. No, this is... We actually spoke about this on air a couple of days ago, right? The absolute nightmare of liquidating into a pawn ending which is not evaluated the way you think it is evaluated, yeah?
Wow.
MVL is going to be a very unhappy person today.
I don't think the players know that. Not yet, anyways. They both probably think black is winning. Because Nodirbek doesn't look happy. He should be so relieved, right? He's surviving this.
Well, he should sort of, he should remember the cautionary tale of the life of Peter Svidler. And the way you lose this position is by resigning. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And I think I've provided enough material for people over the years for them to know deep in their hearts that you never resign until you see why you're supposed to resign. No, but also I want to come back for this for a second, because even after he went for this, he was given like a third chance of it, because instead of king e4, rook e3, king f5, which is a draw, Nodirbek actually played this side. And now after rook d3, rook b6, king e7, king f4, king d7, king e4, rook e3, check, you would like to play king d5, but you lose to d3. King takes e5, rook e5, check, and this is a queen.
Right.
He was still winning. He just needed to... But I mean, he was so certain the pawn ending was winning that he didn't even pay attention to where the king went.
Right.
But this is still completely winning for black, because the king is cut off, as is often the case. When the king is cut off from below, you just don't save these positions. Right. You can play rook b8, but I mean, rook e3 is winning, king c7, king c7, rook b5, king c6 is winning, rook b8, and now rook e3. And eventually you will start pushing. Like, eventually I will play something like rook e7 and start pushing the d-pawn.
Mm-hmm.
It's just...
Wow.
This is... I mean, he kept on being very relaxed and sanguine about these things. But today I think MVL will feel like, what have I done?
Right. And again, from the late middle game to this ending, he was always in control.
Yeah. He played a really, really good game as well. It's just...
Wow.
Just very difficult.
I like the win that you had showed with rook going after the d3 pawn, but I also liked the win we had shown with the rook going after the b
Yeah, let's, while we still, the other game really is not providing us with anything new to talk about. So we showed this, which does absolutely win. It's completely fine. But there's also, in a way, maybe a cuter victory here with rook b1. And the best chance is not even to take on b6, but if you do take on b6, there's a very beautiful idea of sort of storming the strongest point in white's position, using the spin on the rook. And if dc, this costs you a pawn, and as we were laughing with Yasser,
right.
This kind of reminds us of the game against Levon, but the pawn is already on a very well-protected square, so there's no way he will blunder it later. And it's on the right square, like you can even trade rooks.
Yeah.
As opposed to that game where you had to avoid the rook trade, but this is the right bishop. So yeah, this is very easily technically winning. No, this is I don't know what's happening with MVL in this tournament, because he keeps on missing technical victories, which is something the amount of Berlin games he won by being incredibly precise and very, very strong at specifically technical things is...
I think it's maybe because he feels so safe in this tournament that he's pretty much qualified for the Final Four.
Maybe, but you still like to win games of chess.
Of course, I know, but like today, in this game, he had no reason to rush to trade rooks, right? He still has 30 minutes on the clock. You can double check, but I also understand you have an extra pawn in opponent game, you assume it's winning. Why would you... Like, we were shocked when we first saw that it wasn't winning. Yeah.
Absolutely true. True that. I'm looking at the game of Gukesh and Alireza. I mean, Alireza has not played the move h5. He didn't try to play g6. I'm assuming he's hoping to somehow get his king to c4.
I think Gukesh is over at the other board calculating the opponent game. More interesting position over there.
Exactly. G4 just has been played?
Yeah, exactly what you're saying. The reason I assume this would be winning is that we don't even need to create a passer just yet. We can keep the pawns as are and try to get our king over to the other side and push to win the a4 pawn. And like all of these Zugzwangs, where white will be forced to give my king some squares.
Yeah.
I guess we go knight e3 and maybe swing it over to c4, and then the squares are not as forthcoming.
Sorry, I was daydreaming wrongly that I could get to play my king to d6.
Let's start with bishop c3. Okay, let's protect the pawn.
And once again,
knight c4.
But you have to move. I guess you don't have to move your knight.
King d4. Maybe.
Yeah, you can move your king.
Stay on those squares.
Yeah.
And then back to e4 f3.
It's funny, haven't I somehow marvelously wrong-footed your king?
Yeah, now you can actually create a G passer, so that knight takes a5 is no longer such a safe draw, right? You can play g5, gh, king takes h5.
Yes, I was actually thinking of putting my pawn on g5.
We do have a knight, so we don't have to let you create a g pawn. Knight e5?
What do you mean? On the previous position.
I understand. I was thinking that I'm going to play g5 followed by h5.
Put knight on g6 for now.
For now, yes? You're going to have to move your knight.
If I check you, are you going to h2?
Yes, of
and
course.
do you want a pawn? Are you going to go all the way to...
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
it's hard to believe.
But I'm keeping my pawn on g7 with the idea that I'll always be able to defend. I mean,
that's why you're not pushing.
Yeah. And as Peter said, like if we ever get in a position where I do have...
It's probably still a draw, but I didn't want to let you get the G passer.
Right.
No, here it's,
This is the idea that with my king, with my king somehow beautifully escorting the
I'm not even sure this is so winning.
I'm not even sure this is a winning either.
Like h6, g4, king e4, g3, knight e6. Honestly, probably is a king e4 maybe.
King
I wanted to give myself that checking square.
Yes.
King e4, g3, knight e6. Probably is just a draw, right? h7. Why am I even worse?
Bishop c3.
Knight f4.
Knight d4 is enough too.
Knight even, knight d4. Even though I queen with check, you're not forced to walk into a skewer.
Also, knight f4, knight g2 is very safe, I think.
And?
Wow, we were expecting the last two games black to win, but now we are looking at two more draws.
It's so hard to win a game in Sinquefield Cup. We started with a bang. We had 2 wins in rounds 1 and 2.
And we were sort of
absolutely
short-charged.
Spoiled.
Could have been more.
It could have been a lot more. The first round might have even been four victories and 1 draw. But we got shortchanged on that. Then it went 1-1, and then we had the notorious 5 draw.
5 draws, yes, before the rest day, and possibly after the rest day as well.
And for us, the big shock is MVL leaving a lot of equity on the table in this game.
All of the equity, frankly.
Oh.
Just all of the equity.
That is just so very,
maybe
very
it's
painful.
finally lucky break for Nodirbek. Who needs it?
Yes,
He needs-
yes, maybe it is. At last we can talk about it in those terms. King F3.
So we have the Nodirbek MVL game, yep,
Yeah.
pulled up. And I think MVL now realizes he's not winning, and his body
That
language
is-
completely changed.
That is,
Yeah, that is
a shocking realization too, right?
Yeah.
That you're kind of going, wait, what? Okay, so let's try B5, right? Is this the
Eight
one?
takes. No, that here we can do this, yeah. But this is the one where the king just rushes to C2, yeah.
Goes down, yeah. King B6,
Rushes
King
to
B2.
C2.
I mean, for me, actually, just coming to this conclusion that this, I mean,
It looks so winning.
you think in your mind's eye that, okay, I've got my king already.
Yeah, maybe this is what he missed, because instead of king b4 there, go back a few steps. Instead of king b4, black plays a4. And I guess it's specifically king b2, right?
Yeah, because this.
Yeah, this we know we're winning.
wins, yeah.
This
We're winning it without the pawn on c5, actually.
Exactly.
Which
We
is
just-
how winning we are.
And we firm up, but we do have that, as you were saying, Peter, we do have the move king b2. I mean, this is just, this is too cruel.
Is Nodirbek calculating this with his eyes closed? I'm looking at his body language right now. He has fully covered his face, so I'm assuming he's just calculating all this out?
Right.
Yeah.
And maybe he's thinking to himself, could I actually be saving this?
Yeah. No, but I think for him, he's already solved, as we mentioned, like the biggest problem of this endgame, he's already solved.
Yeah.
Because, he could have resigned after rook f3 check, and he didn't, so.
Have you done that in your career, Nasi? You had a very big advantage, and you thought to yourself, okay, let me just trade down to being a pawn up in a king pawn endgame. Easy win. And you got yourself there. And
I
it was
once
still
even
a
had
draw.
an example where I was up a pawn, I
You were up
traded
a-
everything,
right.
in a pawn endgame, I was lost.
Oh no, that's much worse than I had imagined.
Since then, I'm so terrified to go into pawn endgames.
You were a pawn up
Yes.
and you lost. Oh dear. Oh
How
dear.
about you?
Oh yeah, I still remember it to this day. I was playing for the International Master Norm in Lone Pine, California. I completely outplayed a top grandmaster in those days, Leonid Shamkovich, who had just emigrated to the United States, and I played a terrific game. I had all of the advantage and all of the pluses, and I saw a pawn end game, and I went to it with an extra pawn, and wouldn't you know it, he had these lovely little triangulations at each and every moment, and he played them instantly.
The moment you realize it,
It was
your
the
heart
worst sinking feeling
sinks,
ever. I mean, it was like, no.
and you can't blame anyone but yourself.
Well, I tried to blame everybody else that I could, but yeah, that was pretty sad. That was a very, very sad moment, to be sure.
By the way,
I think everyone's experienced
king
that
c6.
once.
Say what?
King c6 now.
Yes.
I'm just curious. No, we're not fast enough. I was going to ask, does king e2 lose? But of course it does, yeah, because we're not on c2 yet.
Yeah.
We're
you
one
have to
tempo
go up,
short, yeah.
King e4 here.
And this is losing?
Well, ba, king d5, of course it is, yeah.
Exactly.
Just one
King
tempo
d5,
behind.
and now it's c4.
Yeah. So on king c6 we go upright, king e4, or even king f4 I think was enough.
Yeah,
to
even king
draw,
f4 is fine, yeah.
Which is surprising.
You just need to play b5, king e5. It doesn't matter from where.
Yeah. Because usually
king
when you're
c6.
saving opponent game down a pawn, you have to make the only moves. Here you have even more than one option.
The flexibility.
Exactly the same, yeah. And by the way, after c4, that line that we were showing, yeah, I can
Take
go
on
b
b5.
takes c4. I don't even
And
need to
that's-
calculate that.
Oh yeah, king
It's weird.
king walks
Like,
back.
time to bail out with bc, because I think everything else might lose, you know. This definitely loses.
Yeah, this is not good.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. And again, for MVL, those of you who are joining us late, we've just seen a really, really crazy, stunning turnaround. MVL had a beautiful advantage. Then he had a big attacking advantage. Then he had a material advantage. Winning ending, he had transposed into a king and pawn endgame, which is now drawn. Pardon me, Peter, what?
He did actually find a way
to
ask the
present a
question.
trick?
Now, the only move you want to make, but it's actually the only move.
King e4?
Yeah, king e4 draws, because after b5, you can play king g5, king b6. And now the only move that makes a draw is king e4.
Whoa.
Yeah, but
that is not.
But if you play king f4 here, then after b5, king e5, ba, king c6 is winning. And obviously, if you go ab, you're not in time to get back to c2.
c2, yeah.
But regrettably, the most natural and the most obvious move in the position does hold. You go here, b5, you force the king away from the c6 square. And now, once again, only one move draws, but like you need to be on e5 when black plays king c6, so it's very easy to solve. It's not really a problem even.
Right.
Because you have to be playing king e5 in this position.
I think it's easy for us because we know the evaluation is equal.
Sure.
They're still
But
not
at the
100%
board,
sure, you know?
And, just like you're fearful to be on the wrong side of a brilliancy, that you think to yourself, oh, this will be repeated. I'll be immortalized, as losing a brilliancy. You make a mistake in the end game, and in every end game manual, there it will be, your technical failure to find a draw or to find a win.
This is going into books for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
As an example of how you can sort of lose concentration for a second and liquidate into something you're absolutely sure is winning and it's not. And
we could co-author modern chess failures.
Oh, I can provide. I can provide enough material for a book for sure. Yeah.
I mean, we need content, Peter. You want to join us on the modern day failures?
So much content.
Nice.
I think at some point I was contacted by somebody. It's not like I am trying to hide who it was. I'm just not entirely sure anymore in the midst of time. But somebody contacted me and said, do I want to provide, I think, maybe a foreword for a book of like really stupid decisions, which wanted to feature like all of my resignations and draw offers and winning positions, and And normally I don't decline, but I thought, that's a bit too mean, and I said no.
No. That is a bit cheeky. Like, come on, guy. I mean, it's pretty.
But I am a kind of a poster boy for this.
Yeah.
So wait, so a book like that actually exists?
I think something along these lines came out recently. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, if he won't provide a foreword,
maybe it was a book on successful
published.
swindles, but I would be very much on the side of the the swindlies, not the swindlers.
Nice. I'm going to flash back to the game of Gukesh for a moment, because despite how many ways we try to twist and turn, the reality is that MVL has let his winning advantage slip. And now...
Alireza's down to 2 minutes again. He
it
spent all
doesn't
his time.
seem to matter what position he's
guys,
in. Yes?
Let's go back to this, because this is actually very interesting. Let's bring up at least the board, because why is this losing? It's losing for a very specific reason. King c6, king d2. And now I guess you can shuffle forever, but the point is king d5, king e2, and in this position c5, c4 wins. This is maybe how Nodirbek loses this game. This is the only way he loses this game. If he goes king e2, thinking that he is now in time to get to c2.
Yeah, this is a draw.
Let's assume he knows this is a draw.
Perfect.
And then he decides, why do I even need to go king e4? Why not just park my king back and go for that drawing mechanism? And this loses very, very specifically, because now you can't go forward or you will lose to b5. You have to rush towards the other side.
Which you think you're still making a draw.
And you're losing to this consistently in all of these positions.
Because if you take with the d pawn...
If you take with the d pawn here, king c5, king b4, and d3 wins. Correct. And if you go king d2, now c4 doesn't win, because this now is just in time. But you can start with king d5, wait for you to play king e2, because you need to stop king e5, king e4, right? You need to go in this direction. And now c4 wins, because dc4 I will go this direction. And then d3, king d4, king c3, the usual method.
Beautiful.
So there is still some intrigue left, because you might be fooled into thinking king e2 holds just as well as king e4.
That's
and
an easy...
It doesn't, because there is a break in the strongest point.
That's an
so
easy
this is
one.
I wanted to show this because it's actually kind of relevant.
So
no, it's beautiful.
3 moves that you are considering here, king e2, king e4, king f4, 2 of them lose. Only king e4 draws.
Only king e4 draws. King e4 draws rather straightforwardly, but if you realized that the king on c2 draws against the b5 break, you might be tempted into thinking, why do I need to even calculate anything else?
I think for those chess coaches out there who have lessons coming up today, you can give this position to your charge and say, okay, king e2 loses, show me why. King f4 loses, show me why. King e4 draws, show me why. You're not my coach anymore because I'll hate your guts.
Yeah, king e4 play. Yeah.
The only move to draw.
King
e4. Maxime didn't look happy about that either. I mean, no. Wow. But it's so easy to go wrong. King e2. I mean, oh my goodness.
For
I'm
us,
just kind of stunned.
This is great that we're getting such endgame to
and
show.
We're so happy we're not the victims.
Oh, exactly. That's what I was thinking. If I was a player.
Yeah.
Oh,
definitely better us than them.
Exactly, better them than us. Yeah, exactly.
Talking about it and not playing it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. One healthy look. You're going king e5.
No.
Right?
No.
Back to f3. Back to f3.
Or f4, actually. I think f4 is still fine.
Okay. c4?
How is
B
it
takes.
still okay, b5?
B takes?
No, B takes and then king e4. And like, are you sure you're not losing? I will play king c3 and... I mean, maybe you still save it with b5, but... Like, do you want to do this to yourself?
No,
Yasser?
no.
Yasser?
No.
Yasser, do you want
Yasser?
this? Yeah.
No, I don't. b5.
b5, d4?
Yeah.
I think maybe you lost.
Maybe I don't want to do it. No. King e4. What will MVL choose? Wow.
What a relief this is for Nodirbek, but he still can't relax. There's definitely more accurate moves that need to be made.
Because again, if you think about it, we're way back here. Now there was nothing he could do. I mean, excuse me. Sorry, Nodirbek was in that situation that after check, he had no choice. He had to take the bishop and go into what he hopes is not a losing pawn ending.
But he got another chance here when Nodirbek went to g4 instead of e4.
Right.
And rook d3 apparently completely winning rook endgame.
Exactly. Rook takes d3 was, as Peter was showing us, black is just in time after king e7 to get back over, dominate the rook.
This is trickier than the previous wins, but if you realize that, like, the problem is not that he couldn't understand this is winning. He thought he just doesn't need to think about it.
Right.
Because he found a win. He solved the position.
Exactly. And then when you're playing against an opponent who is playing so confidently and assuredly, you think you're losing too. Then at a certain moment, the realization dawns upon you both that, hey, what the heck, man? I just saved the game. Isn't life wonderful? Did I lose the game?
Mate in 25.
Mate in 25.
Yeah, this is, we actually lost with black.
Yeah.
C4, like, no way back. Yeah. You play C4, you can resign. Yeah.
Exactly.
No. Not going to happen, though. This is one swing too many. This is, like, we're not talking about that.
We're not doing that. No. I'm going to go back to the game of Gukesh and Alireza, because
played g6.
He's still intimating that, okay, GH king takes, and he's going to try to escort his g-pawn. Any chances in this one for Alireza?
Well,
I wouldn't think so.
The machine says it's a draw. I'm wondering if it's such an easy draw that you never go wrong. Like if we look at, let's say we imagine the situation where black gives up and just trades the g-pawn for the h-pawn, creating importantly the g-pawn so that knight takes a5 doesn't make an immediate draw.
Right.
Well, the machine says we switch to just keeping the knight here. You can play king g5. We go even king g2. Yeah, okay, this is because of the forks. But let's say we try to move towards the other side. Yeah, the problem is, and I've seen this before, this mechanism.
We just want to take.
We are always prepared to take on a5 and then go king g5 in all these positions.
Exactly.
Then it means, let's ask a question, right? Let's play king f3. Yeah, we instantly lost to king e5. Yeah, this is what I thought. It's still move by move, because if you abandon control over the center, and if you don't have this mechanism of knight c4, knight a5, this you will not save anymore, because the king will get to d4, the pawn will be on g5, he will never be able to take it because the pawn innings will be lost, and the king ends up running towards this side and you lose. So it's only a draw, because the king cannot actually comfortably cross. We always play knight c4, and we wait for you to go with the king further away that you need to be. And then we take, and we go king g5, take g6.
Right.
So it's still very concrete, but you find it because you realize you cannot afford to allow like the king to land on c5.
Right.
And we have some moves in the other game. So far, all correct moves. Envil played b5, king d6 first, then b5. Here we are.
Yeah, king f3 only move, but once again, what else can you play?
And now king d2, of course, only move. Are there any
I think
tricks
king
left?
d1.
King d1 is the same position. Yeah,
strangely enough, I mean, I'm with you 100%. You're thinking there are only moves, and then the machine says, "Yeah, king d1, king d2. You got a choice."
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Yeah,
really?
No, this is just such heartbreak.
Poor Envil, yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, how he is going to be feeling after this, and it's just absolutely unbearable.
Well, if you want to feel better, think about how Nodirbek's going to feel after this.
Yeah. So, once again, for the edification of everybody, including myself, how exactly are we not losing this?
King c2.
Yeah, we never go forward.
Yeah.
We always
long
keep
opposition, right?
Yeah. King g5, and
I would play king d1.
Yeah,
Okay.
no
That's
difference.
different.
And after king e6,
King
once
e1?
again, shockingly, both of these hold. You can't even ask a question. And after king f7,
King f1.
both of these are like just not king f2.
Yes.
King f2, king f6, you've lost.
Yes.
But any of the other two. Yeah.
It's a very instructive endgame.
It is, yeah, and you have to know it, and you have to, and like if you think this is lost, you will not simplify into this. Like you can actually lose half points very easily by thinking, 2 against 1, I will lose, and doing something else to preserve drawing chances. And
I mean,
yeah.
why could resign? It looks so lost.
Yeah,
it does.
We know some people. Yeah, we absolutely know some people who could resign. Yeah.
I think he's thinking here whether to play king c2 or king c1, and I'm guessing both of them are drawing. Because what else could he be thinking, right?
Yeah, there is no other question. Yeah, he's trying to figure out if there's a difference, but there's no difference at all.
Just as long as on a4 you have king b2, and that holds.
I mean, there are so many ways still of going wrong. King d1, king b4, king c2, king a3 is one where you get out-tempoed.
Yeah,
and you lose.
That's easy to spot.
You need your king on b2 in these positions. That's why we're playing king c1 and or king c2.
He's playing king c1. Well, almost.
Holding.
Making sure, yes, king c1.
Yeah. A little emphatic
slap on the clock.
That wasn't the slap, but that was, I think, a clock press of a man who knows he got away with a massive
and by the way,
steal.
King b2 is necessary.
Right? Absolutely, yes.
Because this is another way you could be...
King already has to be on a2 here to not lose.
Exactly, and here you're getting wrong-footed once again.
Shoulder in, right?
As Peter said, you don't even need the c5 pawn suddenly to win this one. Your king is just going to march over and swallow the pawn on d3. Wow.
Yeah.
Tense moments
Chess
here.
is too hard.
Just when you think it's safe too, you're pawn up, you're dragging your opponent to their doom, and then suddenly you get a position like this where you can't win with an extra pawn.
Yeah.
You start to think, you know, the world is against you,
You really start to think that because MVL did play a very good game from start to until the rook trade.
Yep. Yeah. But I'm still kind of surprised he missed that rook b1, c4 idea. It was very...
It's very much MVL style of
He really
calculation,
is.
right?
And he's a tactical genius. He makes those pawn breakthroughs all the time. So what a big miss. What a big miss. He could have been tied for second. And again, the remaining
With only
game,
3 rounds to go, he would be definitely already qualified.
I think he would have clinched if you...
Now, you know, he still has to worry. If he loses one game, he might somehow not make it to Brazil. It would be a miracle.
That would be crazy, but yeah.
Yeah, considering how huge this tie for on 50% is, if you go to -1, you will be like tied for 9th.
Right.
And he really doesn't want to be tied for 9th.
Right.
Yeah,
so here he's in pole position right now, but what we're talking about is in this tournament, he's only at 50%, and there's a lot of people in a chasing pack that could pass him, and he wouldn't score enough GCT Tour points.
Yeah, this is prior to the tournament beginning. Let's maybe, if we have it at our fingertips, show the situation currently if the tournament ended as is, which is
After round 5, I think we have it.
I think we do.
And then you can very easily imagine, as you can see, he is still very comfortably in second, but people have caught up.
Right.
And imagine Alireza wins a game somewhere and he loses a game somewhere. I'm pretty sure that actually knocks him out of the top 4.
Exactly.
If then nothing else happens.
Right. If MVL loses, then suddenly the points that he currently has will go to Levon and Prague, and.
And here's how many GCT points are up for grabs. First place, if you win outright, no tie breaks, 13 full points.
And let's assume that Fabi, just for the sake of discussion, grabs that. At the moment, Prague and Levon are grabbing 10 and 8.
9 each, yeah.
9 each. And that means that MVL, who's tied for the 4th place at 7 and 6.
He is currently getting 5 in that
4.
tie.
Yeah, but he loses one game and suddenly he might be getting 3 or 2.
Yeah, he's getting like 2.5 maybe.
Yeah.
And Alireza, if he wins, gets into that tie for second, gets like 9.
Right.
And yeah, the whole thing changes completely.
Totally.
And Alireza definitely knocks him out. And like, it's one of those, the famous, I mean, maybe not really all that famous in, I'm not sure if it translates into American ball sports, but in soccer, there's definitely a saying that if you don't score, your opponents will probably score against you eventually.
Exactly.
If he keeps on leaving half a points on the table, and today's was maybe the most blatant one, but even the previous ones, were also. And like, if this continues happening, you also start, honestly, you start feeling very down. You start doubting your decisions.
Right.
And
you lose objectivity.
Yeah, and
mistakes happen.
I mean, he probably has 2 whites in the remaining 3 games, which is important because it gives you a bit of a safety cushion. Yeah, he has whites against Sevian and Fabi in the next 2 games, and then black against Duda. This is not like, as far as schedules go, this is a decent one. He is playing Fabi but with white, and he's playing the wildcard and Duda, who is not having as much fun as he sometimes would in this tournament. But still, like, people might actually catch you at some point.
Okay,
just recovering from this game could be impossible to do.
No, that is.
Can I try to out-tempo you on the king side? One more look. King d5, king d2. Yeah? King e5, king f3. Yeah,
king e2.
King e2. King f4.
King f2.
King f2. King g4.
How far are we going? King g2? Yeah.
If you play king h4, you might lose to king f3, though.
Right? Yeah.
Because in the end, you'll play king e3, I'll play king c4.
Right.
And that will not be an enjoyable circumstance.
And now I'm really crying.
Yeah, that would not be good.
I did 1d3. So I get to g4, and unfortunately, at g4, your king is still in
we're still comfortably in the
square.
In the square, yeah.
Nodirbek now looks confident that this is a draw, and he's calculated it all out.
Oops.
Yeah, I do feel bad for MVL.
And he can't resist the temptation to look up at MVL every now and again, like, you know what you've done, buddy?
buddy.
Do you know what you've done?
Yep.
Both king d2 and king d1 draw. He's not even spending any time anymore, king d2.
I think both of them know by now. But like, and Viel is of course correct in playing this out. There's no harm in playing this out. But
King e2 or king e1, both draw. King e2 played.
Since his resurrection and saving this, I'm seeing a little bit more flair by Nodirbek with
absolutely. It's very noticeable.
With his hand motion has picked up a bit.
It is very emphatic now.
It feels like a victory when you save a game. Like that.
Right. Oh, oh, yes, it does.
Such a moral victory right there.
Yeah. By the way, this is where like Viktor Korchnoi was at his worst, when he's let his opponent, "You're an idiot," or something that he might be tempted to say, and he just leave you.
Start insulting his opponents.
Leave the chessboard. At that
I think I told that story once on air, and I think we had such a lull in action that I even tried to recreate the position on our large board. But even without the position, basically, he played a game against a buddy of mine. And he was better for most of the game. And then after the time control, it's a team match as well. Our team is playing a very critical match, and we're leading 3-2 with one board still remaining. So him making a draw is kind of important, because we do want to win the match.
Right.
And then in a position where he has a perpetual on the 7th rank, at any point, he abandons the 7th with both rooks, gives his opponent a protected passer on d3 with black, still makes a draw. And after the round, I think it was maybe his teammates, or maybe actually his opponent, asked him, like, why Viktor Lvovich, why did you do this? And he says, "You're such a bad player. I wanted to show you I can make a draw even this way."
Oh dear! Ooh! Oh dear! Viktor had his moments, didn't he?
Yeah.
Ooh! Oh!
Only King G1, but yeah, you don't go wrong here. People do know about the opposition squares.
Yeah.
And this is what Peter's talking about. If we make the move King F2, then we have King F4 in what is called opposition. The kings are opposing one another, but White's king has to move.
Sorry, one last test. MVL played King H4 in the current position,
and if you have King G2, we have King G4 once again, the opposition, and I'll update the current.
Why does King H2 lose?
Not King H2, but King F2 is a draw. Okay, and he's found it.
Yeah, King H2, I guess C4, because I wanted to show
Finally, this was the breakthrough.
Yeah.
C4
and the pawns queen at the same time?
No.
No, deep
Don't
pawn.
No, but we go B takes C, A4,
no,
C5.
then I go into
you
the
go King
square.
G5, of course. Yeah, of course.
Into the square.
Sorry,
yes.
I thought it was some kind of a study with with Black giving the first check, but yeah, no.
And so far, Nodirbek is passing all the tests
with flying colors.
With flying colors.
Or E2, yes, it's the same.
Wow.
For MVL. Any changes? I see there's no changes in the other game.
Not really, no.
Gukesh
And they're playing very slowly. Actually, they're not playing at all. Alireza played G6.
No moves made.
Yeah, and there's been no moves since. Alireza is on a minute, by the way. It doesn't really matter. You never lose this with black, but
still.
I think MVL is going to try A4 on this side now.
Maybe, yeah.
He tested the other side, walk. Yeah. And now after King B2.
King C1, I guess. You don't want to play King.
Well, King B2 is King B4, right?
No, King B2 is completely lost. I wonder if King B1 is still a draw, but why put it this far away?
Yeah.
King C1.
I know, A4, King B2.
Yeah.
And this is the crucial moment, King B2.
And he's played it?
Nope.
Not yet.
Not yet.
No, A4.
A4, yeah. And he's got to play King B2. Everything else loses.
I saw his hand movement. He's calculating with his finger.
Right.
Okay. Yep, King B2. It's going to be a quick draw from
and
here.
And now a very important decision in front of all of us. Who do we ask for an interview?
Whoever shows up.
Yeah.
King takes B3, instantly played.
Yeah, King C6, and yeah, important not to go forward. If you go forward, you lose, but King A6, really trying to provoke King C4. Yeah, No.
King A2.
No.
King A2.
Was King
Playing far
C4
away.
losing?
Probably. Yeah, I guess. King B6?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
King B1.
King A2 was the only draw.
King A2 was the only draw, yeah.
Not even King C2, yeah, King A2.
I once attended a lecture at the Seattle Chess Club by International Master Herman and Riemsdyk, and the lecture was on corresponding squares. And I think halfway through the lecture, like, I got lost. for the poor club players in the Seattle Chess Club, it was a rough lecture.
Yeah. Some of those examples are really mind-boggling. Yeah.
Truly.
You get some studies where, like, there's a starting study with the white king on A2 and the black king on G8, and like every single next move for the next 15 moves is the only move to win.
Right.
And you start by king A2, A1 or something.
Yes. Typically, Paul Benko liked to torture young junior players with these types of studies. And at last, C4. Well, this is not going anywhere.
No.
King C2.
Going to give us
Even
stalemate.
King D2 draws.
And even King D2 draws. Only one move to draw.
Yeah.
He's played it. Only one move to draw.
Here, yes.
Yes. He's played it.
And we're going to finish this game
And
with a stalemate.
only one move to draw. And look at them furiously updating their score sheets. Again, only one move to draw. Wow. What a game and what a disappointment for MVL, as he had a winning position for quite a while, transposed into a king pawn endgame, a pawn up that is usually a win, but unlucky, it was a draw, and perfect defense, really perfect defense by Nodirbek. And very, very happy, gleeful smiles. I agree, I was lost if you had played that move.
Yeah, MVL's still managing to smile. I mean, he is a very, very proper sportsman. He is not really showing any of the bitter disappointment that he must be feeling. And he is
When
truly.
you're as experienced player as MVL, you just learn to smile through the pain.
Yeah.
Through the pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not Nodirbek's fault. So yeah, he is doing the right thing and not expressing any kind of frustration at Nodirbek. But
Exactly.
he is very frustrated with himself, that's for sure.
We call it the howler after this nice, beautiful exchange of formalities and signing. MVL is going to go downstairs, quietly open the door, scream so loudly that it can be heard in the next county. You know, why must I draw this idiot?
Get somewhere where he's not around people.
Yeah, exactly, far away.
Yeah, and then break something.
I think he needs to wait until he's back in his room.
Exactly. Now we are down to Gukesh
The only game
versus
left is Gukesh against
Alireza.
And we know it's a draw, but Alireza is still trying to create a G passer, not H.
He wants to play H5, recapture with the king, but he's also thinking, if this knight goes far, far away, I'm going to play an incredibly bad series of moves for white for just a moment, and this is how things can go wrong. Suddenly the king, you get to go G4, G3, and the king escorts the pawn when your knight is way out of bounds. So Gukesh has to maintain the knight close so that you can't just play H5 and G5 and away you go.
I think as long as you keep it close enough, it doesn't matter exactly where it is, right?
Well, I don't know. So, in fact, I'm just kind of coming to grips with the position. Would you like to try knight C4 and just kind of hang around
It's a tempo
there?
move, why not?
Okay, knight C4. I don't want to see knight E5, so I'll drop back with the bishop.
Say I go back to E3?
Right. Now I'm wondering.
I can play knight D5 and come back again.
Knight D5 and come back again. Yeah? Like something like this. Okay. So, I'm going to try to chase your knight.
Knight C4.
Okay. And this is how I lose. Boom, boom.
Knight E5 though? I still don't lose.
No, this is how I lose as black.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know, like you go H6,
yeah,
and I'm the guy, I'm the player who's taking risk. Like, this is how I take risks.
Mm-hmm.
H7 actually here, yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty
that's
good,
even check.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oops, this is how I lose. So Alireza can't overdo things.
But in this current position, besides knight c4, I think even knight f1 is good enough. But I don't want to play a passive move.
Right. The one thing you want to avoid is this domination, right? Like in this position, the idea is that the knight could be dominated by a move like bishop f4. Here you have king takes f4 clear, but yeah, you just want to be careful not to allow a bishop f4 type of move. Like this is where things could go wrong, right? If you play moves like this, again,
if you
find
make your knight worse and worse, yes.
Yeah, you find your knight getting dominated. Yeah.
You're probably still fine, but you never put it on c2. I don't think you want it dominated as much as this. Like you want it around the c4 square at all times.
I think I've told that story so many times. You probably hate me for it. Hans Rey, in Vachier-Lagrave, there's a traditional Tata steel chess festival. Hans Rey, has a tavern named after him. It's Rey's Pard, Hans Rey's horse. And I said, wow, it's so nice, Hans, you know, they honor you. They said, no, the tavern owner mocked him.
I remember this.
I mean, he has played knight a1 in Western and has put his bishop on a4. And it dominated Rey's part.
And it's like on the shield, like when you enter, there's a knight on a1 and a bishop on a4 on a sign. Yeah.
The tavern owner mocked Grandmaster Hans Rey. I just thought that was hilarious. I mean, it's a country that appreciates chess, that could have a tavern named after your most embarrassing moment as a chess player. I mean, like, oh dear. I don't suppose that there's a syndicated tavern for Peters.
No, but I remember I also told this story in the studio, but I guess our audience rotates, so maybe not everybody heard it. But there's a famous coach who coached beginners, but I think mainly was coaching people who were like kind of the master strength, which is, I guess,
trying to get
international master strength these days. Named Havsky in Leningrad. You wouldn't have ever heard of him even. And he was famous for many things. He was a very good trainer, but also kind of harsh. He liked to swear and swore with great ingenuity.
Excellent.
At pupils as well, not recommended. I'm not endorsing any of those behaviors.
Right.
But the point of the story is, at one point, one of his pupils with black put his bishop on a7, and then something was hanging on the queen side. I'm sure there was a reason. You don't do it voluntarily. Maybe the pawn on a5 was hanging and couldn't be protected in any other way. And he played b7, b6. And it kind of got stuck because b6, b5 became unavailable later in the game, I'm assuming, and it was there. And I don't know if those things existed in the West, but in Soviet Union, like if you bought school textbooks, you had the 48-page and the 96-page textbook, and the 96-page textbooks were kind of thick. And they were lined, or occasionally they would be, what's the word for the ones that have squares in them?
Right.
But like, a line is for pretty small handwriting. They're not largely spaced, And so Havsky, after that game, he bought a 96-page textbook, gave it to the guy, and said, until you fill it with bishop a7, b6, bishop a7, b6, not skipping very many lines, don't show your face in the Pioneer's Palace ever again. So yeah, there are some stories about poor pieces, but no cafes, because
Isn't that like thou shalt not play, you know, on the chalkboard, right, at 100 times?
It's like that Bart Simpson's intro, but much more painful.
Much more painful. King h4. What is happening? Nazi, bring us up to date.
Gukesh has been thinking for a while. Either he's calculating knight c4 all the way to the end, like he's looking at every option.
Okay.
Or he's considering some other move, like a passive move. Like I said, knight f1 still draws, but you don't want to make a move like that.
I don't think there are losing moves here, maybe apart from king g2. And I was wondering if even king g2 loses. Because you can play bishop f4, I will play knight c4. I'm not sure if I trade a5 for g4. I suspect I draw anyway.
Seriously?
Yeah, let's because we've discussed everything else, let's discuss this as well.
That's one
Knight
I'd be
c4.
reluctant to
No,
try.
of course we don't do it. My question is whether this is still a draw, though.
Wow.
Because I will be, like, the a-pawn, you will not be able to ignore it for very long, right? It will distract your pieces. At least you will have to dedicate a bishop to it. And then I will start to give checks, and maybe all I need to do is to give up a knight for the g-pawn, right? Knight c4?
Yeah. Or not even knight c6.
I think knight c4. I want it closer to the pawns, yeah. And I want to not give you the e3 square. a5? King h1.
Oops, sorry. I don't.
But this is already, I think, a dead draw, right?
Dead
a6,
draw.
bishop b8, knight e5 check.
Exactly. Oops. That was easy.
Have you lost, by the way? I have knight
I don't
c6.
know. Yeah, you have
I
knight
have knight c6 there.
Maybe
He's gone king g2.
That's what he was talking about.
Wow.
He is a very concrete player.
Wow.
Even if this is a draw, I would never have done this. There's just no reason to allow any of this. We can have the same position with the bishop on c5 even. Like, you can play bishop c5 here and get the same version with the bishop already on the correct diagonal.
Much better diagonal.
Yeah.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Bishop c5.
Knight
Let's have a
c4,
look.
only move. King takes g4, knight takes a5.
This is so scary, yeah. He
Why
just
would you
calculated everything
voluntarily-
move by move.
He must have. He must
Yeah,
have
of course.
calculated this.
Yeah, and yeah, I can see on the screen this steal is a draw, but this is not the way anyone from our generation would have approached this. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, king. Where are we putting this?
C4, I guess.
C4.
Yeah, exactly. Like king e4, king g5 now.
I mean,
and you will have to abandon the a-pawn, but you will have time to play on the other side. I guess just a5, knight, king g5, knight g2 or something. And I'm waiting.
Isn't this the way we lose? I mean,
Well,
yeah.
I guess not, because eventually I will be able to give up the knight for the g-pawn.
Hopefully, yeah.
Right.
Why not h4, g5? No, yeah.
This is
It is a draw, yeah.
incredibly scary.
Okay.
And just so unnecessary as well. Like, why are we doing this to ourselves?
So, Alireza starts with bishop f4. The knight is going to c4, no choice. The bishop is moving back to c7, which has just
No, we
occurred.
can come back knight e3.
Okay. So did we improve our... No.
Same
not really.
position, yeah.
No, he's just gaining time.
And by the way,
He
how
could
much
try
time?
h5 right now.
Oh, I see there on your board. I see the 120 for Alireza.
Yes, and 8 minutes for Gukesh. Would you try h5 or would you take g-pawn and give up a-pawn?
Taking the g-pawn, giving up the a-pawn, turns out to be absolutely nothing. So I'm probably going to have to go with h5. By the way, we had this very funny experience on a party before the rest day. I was really intrigued by that whole game between Alireza and Levon. So I'd set up the position, people were coming in, it was getting very crowded, asking Fabi about his opinion and so forth and so on. And then Alireza, he came in and he showed us all of his ideas on why the game was a draw. And he volunteered. He said, by the way, Peter, he's so fast. I have a hard time keeping up. And I thought to myself, let's see, which number in the world are you?
I am not.
Hard time keeping up.
I am not a
with me.
believer in this.
Yeah.
Seven
Is he actually
seconds.
down to 6? Please don't lose on time,
He's
Alireza.
down to 4
3
seconds.
seconds.
He just looked and played a bishop e5 with 2 seconds on the clock.
And he did it kind of quiet.
Oh dear.
2 seconds. See, this is where trainers get,
Heart attacks?
Heart attacks. Like, what? Knight c4. So we expect that he's going to transfer his
I
bishop
guess
to
bishop c3. He tries bishop c3 now, but yeah, I don't know whether it changes.
And
like,
well,
what
the
was
bishop-
Gukesh worried about that he moved the king to g2? He didn't want to allow king h3. Your idea, I guess, the king to h3 and then some passer somewhere.
he was worried that that would happen. So where are we going here? We're going to go...
We've tried everything.
You can go to d4 and then just take the g4 pawn and try that.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's what it basically has to come down to now. Bishop to d4, knight to c4, king takes g4, and knight takes a5. And it's 2 versus 1, but the clock time suddenly becomes very, very relevant. Will he go down to 2 seconds again?
Well,
Bishop
getting
b4.
close, yeah.
Okay, so now it's time to play
Bring
king.
the king back up.
King
Which
f3.
does it allow king h3 or can Alireza try it? We know white is still fine, but since Gukesh was avoiding it so much,
Yeah, right.
maybe try it.
Well, sometimes you're drawn, right? When your opponent is trying to stop you from doing something, then you say, well, I wasn't even thinking about doing that, but now that you mention it. So maybe.
King f3 only move that draws here.
Okay.
But he's thinking.
King h3, I guess.
Probably
Knight
back,
c4.
yeah.
Threatening check, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Pause, pause, pause. G4?
G5?
Sorry, G5.
Knight b4 and white wins.
No. Is it that bad?
It takes and king e2, yeah.
Oh, you're in the square. Sorry.
I'm in the square.
Oh, dear.
We managed to lose it.
How
with black.
awkward.
Yeah, king f3 absolutely has to be played.
Yeah, by the way, what I wanted to say with that Alireza story was I was saying to Alireza, oftentimes I slow Peter down and I say, for my audience, could you just tell me what you wanted there?
And I think Peter calculates way more lines in his head that he's not even talking about.
Exactly.
In some
his fingers can't keep up in those moments.
Ah, so, okay, but yeah, not a shocker that king f3 is the only move that draws here, actually. Ah, no, maybe it is a shocker.
What other move? King h2?
King h2, but this doesn't lose to bishop c5. It loses, apparently, on your screen, I can see, and we should show this because it's instructive. It loses to king g5, king g3, king f6.
Also loses to other moves too. Bishop d2 even is one.
But that's a repetition, and then you play king g5 anyway. It goes back to before. And the point is, after king f6, you need to be playing king e4.
Yeah.
You can't.
Which you can't, and it gets to e5. And if it gets to e5, it suddenly becomes lost. So what Alireza has done is not just shuffling; he's actually asked the question. Once again, like you shouldn't be playing king h2. Yeah, like there's no way you should be playing king h2. But considering he's gone king g2, and considering, I mean, we seem to think he's worried about allowing king h3.
Right. And
so for him, it's a choice.
So king f, but I'm coming up empty-handed after
Yeah, I
king
don't know what the
h3,
threat is. I don't know why
knight
he's so worried about it.
Because this is a check. I'm forking the pawn.
Bishop d6.
Well, I managed to lose after g5.
Yeah, you really g5.
Knight takes king e2.
And king e2, yeah. No, but yeah, bishop d6 is still fine, of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
You can come back knight e3.
Yeah, just go back. Yeah. We don't have to worry about any of this. I don't know. Is there one final twist here?
Sure, there's more ideas that we haven't considered yet. Every time we think we looked at everything, then they come for the interview, they share some line like, oh, right, we didn't look at that one.
Well, I like the one where Alireza came. It was this knight f4,
yeah,
and
we
he was
completely
going
missed it. Yeah.
smother mate. That was special.
That is a big miss because the entire narrative changes if we realize knight f4 exists. We were saying, why is Duda not playing? Why is Duda not playing knight e4? It seems like such a straightforward win with only one variation to calculate and a very straightforward one. It was not straightforward.
No.
And Alireza and Duda, because pretty clear Duda did not play it because of knight f4.
Clear.
He would have played it otherwise.
Right.
Yeah. They saw way more than we did.
Down to his last 4.5 minutes. He seems really worried about king h3.
Sorry,
but
I've got the wrong, the current position.
Has to allow it.
Yeah.
Yeah, king f3, king h3 is definitely what Gukesh is concerned about, but we're pretty confident that knight d5, with the threat of knight f4 check, provokes
even
bishop
without,
to d6.
I think knight c4 is also a draw. I just don't understand what he's worried about there.
Okay, let's see what he could be worried about in this position after knight c4.
Yeah. Like king h2, king g1, king f1 or something, but it's never fast enough, I don't think.
Can we somehow wrong foot you?
Knight e3 back?
Yeah, that's the thing. If you do, I'm not even sure.
Yeah, maybe like if you imagine black actually getting the king over to e1, maybe you start becoming a bit concerned, but yeah, I don't know.
Something like this.
Something like this, and I can't play king f2 because it loses to bishop d4, so it forces me to allow king g1. Sort of, because actually after 95, maybe we make some kind of a draw by force.
So how do I run?
This already looks scary, but still 95, right?
Ah, 95 is.
We had it also 2 moves ago. Where
yeah, I'm trying to avoid. I don't.
Yeah. You can't allow it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want you to be forcing me to play.
Maybe now knight d6.
Yeah, there are immediate draws along the way.
Okay.
I've been checking this on my screen, and like 95 draws in pretty much every single position here. G4, G5 starts making a draw in many of these positions because when you go on with the king, I can play G5, H5, 95. The H pawn doesn't queen, and I pick up on G6, and that is a very comfortable draw as well. But also, as far as I can tell, I can continue like even if knight c2 check doesn't exist. Like if I play knight c4, even this is still a draw. Okay, now you have to play G5. Like you can't do it forever. You can't allow king b3.
Right.
But at some point, like g5 is still a draw. Shockingly, even this is still a draw. But now you have to play g5.
Again,
like
G5.
At some point, it will force you to play g5.
Right.
But we basically passed for like 10 moves, and we're still holding now with only moves, but we're still holding. So yeah, I don't know why this worries him that much.
Well, because he doesn't have the engine. He doesn't have the valve bar. Because it's crazy. You can pass for 10 moves and still draw. That's incredible.
Oh,
and
well,
he's played
settles on the correct decision, though. Yeah.
Right. And it took maybe 60%, 70% of his remaining time to settle on that move.
Yeah, he's down to 2 minutes.
Yeah. He was somehow in that 8-minute to 6-minute
most
zone.
Of his time,
yeah.
But by now, I think he's calculated all possibilities, so he won't need that much time. King
And there
H3.
we see King H3.
Yeah.
The
Knight
one
D5
move
moves.
that was maybe upsetting his equilibrium was this
Knight
move.
d5, knight c4, they all look good.
Knight c4. Okay, here, if it's white to move, white is absolutely ready to play the move knight e5, attacking the pawn on g6.
And after g5?
Well, we have to make a move, unfortunately.
I think black's playing g5, right? Is that
Yeah.
So, okay, so you can start with g5, shall we?
Yeah.
Sure.
And
Knight
then we
E5?
go
Knight e3.
back. And we pause.
Sure.
And we go back.
h5?
Yeah, I think the way the engine holds is it puts the knight on e3 and starts going knight f5 and then back to e3.
Down to 7 seconds, he's played h5.
Ah, okay. This at least cuts down on the things we need to discuss because after g5 is now completely unplayable. You still don't lose, but barely. He will play gh. And okay, maybe this is why Gukesh was worried because now his immediate draw with knight takes a5 is not available. You won't get to h1. But you can't
make progress.
Yeah, you can't make progress. Pretty much any, like, is knight b2 losing? No. There's so much leeway. Because, you know.
So the winning method would be to get your pawn somehow to h3, right?
Yeah, get the pawn to h3 while not allowing white to do anything. But,
Exactly.
But that's not,
How
not happening.
We simply can't engineer such a
Yeah, let's try to make this happen for black. So let's say I do this, and then I do something like remarkably stupid.
Right.
And then, I don't know, back to b2. Have we lost? No.
h4?
Have we lost yet? No.
They've traded the pawns?
Because after h3...
Hold on, you have bishop d4 suddenly. Oh. Dominating.
Yeah, but this is a draw. This is what I mean.
I can go after the h.
This is the a pawns. This is still a draw.
Yep.
King g3, king
Yeah,
g1.
but I'm in time.
Because your pawn is on a4.
I will be
not
on c1 in
a3.
time, yeah.
Wow.
There's just so much leeway.
Okay. GH on the board. and our dreaded 5 draws. But again, such an eventful games, including this one. Alireza played very, very nice middle game and got a decent advantage. And I think Gukesh just defended
very well,
incredibly well when his back was against the wall.
Yeah,
absolutely.
From a certain point on, he made a bunch of only moves. From between moves 30 and 40, it felt like he made every single only move he needed to make.
Alireza will have every reason to be bitter and like, what can I do? What do I have to do to win a game? It's really, really hard.
Yeah. Appears to be a problem afflicting specifically the French players in this tournament.
The dreaded draw-itis? Draw-itis?
For the first time, Gukesh has last time on the clock.
Yeah. In that respect, Alireza has done incredibly well, by the way. Yeah, he actually got this to a situation where there is no immediate forced draw, and Gukesh will be playing on increment now.
Yeah.
He seems a little bit nervous, yes. You're still not 100% sure this is a draw.
As we know, we can pass for 3 or 4 moves here and still be completely fine, apparently.
Right.
But yeah, he doesn't know that.
Nope. It's easy to see ghosts.
Yeah.
When you're material behind and
15 seconds.
By the way, I wanted to ask he's definitely in the tank.
10.
He's under 10. I can see on the clock.
Good news for him that he doesn't have a bad move.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Unless
something like King
blunders a
E4
knight.
probably is unnecessary.
Sure.
That might be
but
really.
But I mean, why would you do that?
Yeah,
He played that with 4 seconds.
Keeping the king locked in, so to speak. Like we're being a little bit jocular, but the
Does
idea
it lose,
is
by the way?
I mean, it has to. If that doesn't lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does lose.
That should
to
be
any king move. But of course,
Yeah.
like, it's unthinkable. You never ever do that. So.
You never release the black king from a kind of a prison. So knight e5.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're on Alireza's shoes, how do you give your opponent another? If I play h4, can I lose it with knight g6 bishop?
Yeah, I wouldn't push h4 right away.
But I can lose
You're
it.
trying to trick.
King
Right?
f2 though.
He's playing
Why is this
some
involved?
bishop move, bishop
Yeah,
d6.
maybe it is.
King f2 is not important. King f2.
Let's ask.
Oh, sorry. H pawn is. No, it's not.
Oh, it's not hanging.
Wow. Maybe I can play king f2, king h2.
Just briefly in this position.
If yes.
Yeah. Only move that makes a draw is knight h8.
Oh God.
King f2, king g4, you lost. Not because the h pawn wins, but because we're now once again switching. Actually, we're just catching the knight. Like we just go king g5
sorry,
and
it is
catch the knight.
trapped. Yeah.
But as long as you don't allow the knight to be trapped, you're still holding, amazingly. Even doing this to yourself. But of course, there's no reason to do this to
He's
yourself.
played knight f7.
Yeah.
How much time did he have on his clock when he played knight f7?
8 seconds.
8 seconds.
8, easy peasy.
8 seconds is so much time.
Really?
Alireza
For
really
these
did
players,
scare
it
me
is.
that one time where
Yeah,
he
2
began
seconds.
the movement, I think, on like 2.5 seconds.
Truly, it was really close.
Now we can give a check.
Yeah.
Or go knight h6.
I must say.
Probably even knight h8, but
Check.
not looking well.
Check and knight e4, re-centralizing the knight and just
King's
king
going
h2.
forward.
Swapping the
Or
score
do we
sheet
go
for the
knight
one.
e6, e4? Doesn't matter, right?
Doesn't matter.
No. King f2? Ridiculous. No. No.
Knight e4, h4.
Knight e4, h4.
King g4, I thought maybe bishop g3. I mean, I'm assuming this is still a draw, but it gets a bit awkward, right?
Yeah, I keep. Yeah.
Yeah, although king of3 is a clean solution. Yeah.
My goodness. And I'm thinking the players keep going under 10 seconds.
This last 2 endgames will make you think that every endgame is a draw.
Yeah, right.
Extra pawn apparently means nothing.
And I live for the extra pawn.
What's happening to modern chess?
Yeah, I know. I mean, my brain hurts.
Bishop. I mean, black can still play this for a long time, right? You can try bringing the king all the way to d1, c1. But then it's easy, of course. You give up your knight for the a pawn, and well, as long as you take.
Yes.
As long as your king stays on the king side, yeah.
Right.
To go to the corner. 94.
So knight e4, in my mind, has the threat of playing knight f6, and when you're not ready to play h4, because the king could easily
You're right.
go
I
to
believe
g4.
that's why Alireza played bishop d8.
Right.
Now any knight move again is fine. Knight f2 even looks good.
Makes sense.
Just don't touch your king, right? Because that's always a bit risky.
Is this bad?
Knight g3? No.
Trying to provoke the pawn to go to
Totally
h4?
He's played knight f2. There's actually already table base. Yes, and it shows almost every move is a draw.
Really? It's like...
Yeah, you currently can't blunder a bishop, right? For black. Because it's black to move, every move is a draw because there is no way to blunder a bishop currently in one move.
Or to walk into a checkmate
Yeah.
some crazy way. Yeah.
But you try, right? King g1 and you start running.
Definitely.
It's the only try you have.
Let's get on our running shoes and do it. King to g1, and as you say, king to f1.
But then I guess knight h3, f4, king g4, and I go hunting for the a5 pawn.
So you can make a couple of waiting moves with the bishop,
He
then
just
go
did
king
one.
g1.
He just did a waiting move.
But you can always attack h5 pawn, knight d3. You'll always stay close enough that you can attack that pawn.
I like that move. I like that move, especially because of what you're saying. With knight d3, I'd probably play bishop to d6, trying to dominate.
No, you just
the
go
knight.
back knight f2.
Okay, did I do something extra special by putting my... No.
No, nothing's
No.
changed.
No.
Still a draw.
My Jedi mind tricks are not working.
The only thing that can work is, as we players know, when you play a game for 5-6 hours
Oh.
and under time pressure, sometimes you just suddenly see a ghost and blunder.
Yeah, it's an energy slip.
Mhm.
I remember, Peter, were you there in Kalmykia during the Olympiad when it was the last round and the Dutch were playing? And it was so hot in the playing hall, I think that Jan Timman just...
That was against me.
Yeah, that was
That was
what I'm
against me,
thinking.
and it's a bit of an embarrassing story, yeah.
That Jan just
and I'm
he
now
almost fainted.
Due to some of the things that already happened in the studio. I'm now revising the entire story and thinking how much of it do I want to tell there. But I think this is late enough in the broadcast that maybe I can get away with it. Basically, it was a Berlin. It was, I think, maybe one of the first ever Berlins I actually won it. I did win that game. But it was towards the end of my run. I began, I think, my career against the Berlin with 7 out of 7, without understanding anything at all about the endgame, just by being young and optimistic and calculating variations quite well. And against Jan, the List Olympiad, that's 1998. It was a very tricky Olympiad. We were kind of in the running barely because that was the first time I ever played board 1 for Russia. I played horribly. I made a couple of draws, then I lost with white to Topalov in 20 moves. It was not a good Olympiad. And then in the last round, we were playing the Dutch, and I think we were competing against your team, right?
Exactly.
You were the other front runners.
Yeah, US,
and
China.
we knew we needed to beat the Dutch with a very large score to be in the running and maybe win the thing.
Right.
And I immediately failed to equalize in the Berlin against Young Tim, and I was like instantly worse with white. And I'm sitting there defending this very unpleasant position, and this is the part of the story which I thought maybe I shouldn't, but I don't think it's that problematic. This being Kalmykia, I also suffered from a kind of a really dodgy belly on that day. And we're in mutual time trouble, and I kind of badly need to leave the board, but I can't, because we're still playing this time trouble. And my position sort of improves, and Jan is still pushing, and then he sacrifices an exchange slightly unnecessarily, and we end up in a position where I'm a full exchange up, but he has a passer on c2, which he can't queen, But he's also not losing because there's a passer on c2.
Right.
And finally, we get to move 40. And the position is basically, I have a rook on the c file, he has a bishop on the h7, b1 diagonal, and we're shuffling.
Right. Yes,
shuffling,
yes.
shuffling, shuffling, shuffling.
Right, right.
And eventually we get to move 41. I make a move, like the bishop is on f5, I think. And I play rook c6 instead of rook c5 because it doesn't matter. The position is completely drawn.
Gukesh just made a move with 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And he missed the clock too, so that was scary.
Oh.
Yeah. And I run away because I finally am free to
go to the bathroom.
Yeah, go to the bathroom. And I spend some time there. And when I return, there is no team at the board. The score sheets are signed, and my king is in the center.
You have won.
And I'm like,
what just happened?
What just happened? Like, the position is completely drawn. Also, it wasn't my move. You know, like, what? And apparently Jan, in his confusion, yeah, it was a very hot playing hole and everything, he just automatically assumed I attacked the bishop. And he played bishop f5, g6, avoiding the attack, and released the hand. And then realized the rook is on c6.
Attacking.
Yeah, and he kind of considered taking it back, but then, I mean, it's Jan Timot. He's not going to take back the move. I wasn't there. I was told later that, like, he just kind of looked around and then thought, no, I respect the game a bit too much. And he just resigned, signed both score sheets and left. And I came back and, like, there it is.
What the heck happened?
It was a very strange thing.
It was really a remarkable story, but I don't know, through the magic of television, if we can recreate the moment of that last move where Gukesh missed the clock with 2 seconds on his...
Look, it's 3, he still hasn't started moving. It's 2
and now
seconds.
he's going to miss...
Yeah.
He misses the clock.
That could have been it.
Ooh.
Yeah, that
okay,
is...
so that's an...
Look at that.
Yeah, if you do this on the second... Yeah, if you...
Okay, so there, and he misses the clock.
Yeah, he didn't click.
And, whoa. Oh.
That was very touch and go.
Whoa. And do you think Alireza's heart kind of skipped a beat, maybe just a little bit on that last last
Now he goes
go?
king g4, of course h3, knight g5 is an immediate draw, so you play bishop d8.
Right.
And I guess we go back to f3. We don't really need to do anything else.
Go back, yeah.
Yeah, we're not allowing king
okay,
g2.
Okay, king g2 is the big idea.
Allowing king g2 would be probably unnecessary.
Yeah, Gukesh just gave millions of his fans a heart attack.
The whole of India just suddenly like jolted back in the seat. No!
Still fine.
Oh,
yeah, still fine.
He's allowed king g2 though.
King g2, knight h3, and we shuffle on those squares now.
What squares are you shuffling?
Well, I want to drive your king away from h3, park my king there, and then go after the a5 pawn.
That's it.
That's my plan. That's my plan.
Okay, so again, what Peter is saying is I'm going to play knight f4 check, I'm going to go king h3, then I'm happily sacrificing
I think
my
now
knight
he just
to this
makes
pawn.
a draw very, very easily. Because, this is a mechanism you cannot stop.
Stop.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think this just works. Once the king is on h3.
You know, it's so strange for me to allow the king to escape this kind of imprisoned. I thought that he was blundering.
Yeah, you can even go knight d3 here if you want. Doesn't really make much of a difference, but yeah, if you want, you can go knight d3. In case of king f1, your knight is closer to the a5 pawn, basically. Like, then I just go king h3, knight b2, knight c4, and you can't really stop it. Or knight e5, knight c6, whichever way.
Knight c5 too. Yeah, there's many options.
Then as soon as it's the overworked bishop. The bishop is defending both the h4 as well as the a5 pawn.
Yeah. Making sure it doesn't go anywhere is also very sensible.
The essence of what Peter is saying is white just wants to play knight takes a5. And you can see that will draw after bishop takes a5, king takes h4. However, in this position where the knight takes a5, black will play h3. So if we could do this with our king on h3, then it's a very easy draw, and that's what Peter is saying. Just put the king on h3, replace the knight with the king, and then sacrifice the knight for the a-pawn.
King f1, and now we go. And we probably actually go via the g6 square. Doesn't, like, the fastest way, like after king e1, for instance, here. If you play knight e6, and black plays bishop b6,
You may have a hard time getting.
Yeah,
over
you
here.
still kind of squirm a little bit, right? King takes
Yeah.
h2, king takes h4, king d2, c3, b4 takes a4. Still a draw, I'm very
Apparently,
certain.
in the current position, if he plays king h3, it's losing.
Whoa! Why is that?
Yeah, because we've
Why?
taken away all the good squares from ourselves.
King e3, and the knight doesn't get to take a5 pawn.
Yeah.
We never get a chance to attack.
Yeah, that was
That's-
working with the king on e1, but the king on f2.
Wow!
I can imagine.
That's so surprising.
I fell asleep the moment I played king h3. I thought
Mm-hmm.
I was at the promised land.
Yeah, we can begin with knight.
Why?
Don't start with king h3.
Don't start with king h3.
Knight g6.
Okay.
maybe.
Any knight move is fine.
Yeah,
first.
knight g6, I
Knight
guess.
e6, knight d3, any knight move,
Wow!
but not king h3.
I mean that is a heart attack right there. Like I thought king h3.
Yeah,
Just
me too.
go after.
Okay, he's found
He's
it.
played knight
Good
g6.
move, knight g6.
Yeah, king g2 we can even take on h4 now, which is a very nice little bit of additional security.
Housekeeping,
Yeah.
that's for sure. Wow. Okay, so
now
I'm
that's it.
assuming it's going to be king e3 and we're rushing.
Yeah, and then we go in knight e5.
Yeah.
And then it's very, very straightforward. e5, c6 takes a5. We're in
This game had a lot of tricks and turns.
Just the end game alone.
My goodness.
So easy to blunder, even here. That's
I
crazy.
mean, you always have a chance to lose
Mhm,
the game,
mhm,
right? You, no matter how good your position might be,
Yeah, you really can't relax until you sign the score sheet.
it's really,
Can you take on h4 now? You can. He could have taken.
yes.
He doesn't want
You
to.
know, but this is cleaner now.
He sees that he's got the promised land of knight c6 and knight takes a5.
You can no longer
And
get
he's-
the g2s, so it doesn't really matter.
And he's not
Knight c4
worried.
Knight
check.
c4 simply, and that take on a5.
Knight c4 check, king f2, and we play king takes h4, though. We don't play, well, okay, now we know what happens.
King d4, take on a5, and
Wow, Gukesh.
5 draws.
Beautiful, beautiful defense. Fantastic.
amazing defense by Gukesh.
Yeah. Wow. Bishop e4.
Alireza looks
A5.
disappointed, and understandably so.
Yeah.
But amazing defense by Gukesh, and the game is drawn. All draws today.
What a way to get to 5 draws.
But not without eventful play, Peter. And I'm still,
Those are the
forgive
most
me.
exciting draws I've seen.
I mean, MVL, you know, not winning that game with Nodirbek, that may come back to haunt him. I mean,
It starts, I don't want to,
exactly. Yeah.
Put, thoughts
Bad
are,
luck.
Yeah.
Out there, but there you have it.
Thoughts
Right?
are material, and let's
Yeah.
not put them into the world. Release them into the world. But,
Exactly. I'm a little, let me just say it bluntly, I'm a little disappointed that Sam Sevian did not push in that final position. I know the times were even, but if he had played, he came in here and you could see him looking at the move rook f1 and kind of realizing,
He
hey,
said
wait
he
a
forgot
minute.
that perpetual was available even after rook f1.
Always, yeah. He doesn't take any risk by playing rook f1, and nothing changed for their
Nothing
standings.
changed. Let's have a
but-
look at the standings. Since everybody drew, nothing changes in the standings. Fabiano still has a half-point lead. Levon and Pragg still share second, and 5 players tied for the 4th. With only 3 rounds to go.
But we're creeping closer to that point where people are falling out of the playoffs.
Absolutely. Round 6 just ended, and only 3 rounds to go. Playoffs are actually, Sinquefield Cup playoffs are quite likely because there's only one person with half-point ahead.
Right, and somebody's going to come out of that chasing pack. We just don't know who. Peter, I don't know what to say about today.
Look at that graphic. Yeah, there's still only Nastya is feeling great.
Feeling great. Yeah.
The drab cast of other commentators is nowhere near.
Well, we are going to take a deep breath here in St. Louis, and we're going to wish you a good night, and we're going to see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching our show.
Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.